Welcome everybody to another Iceberg. Today, I'll be taking another look at the Star Wars franchise. I had previously made a Star Wars Iceberg in the past, but it wasn't really an iceberg. Basically, the iceberg video genre was still starting out at around that time, so I decided to experiment. So instead of each tier becoming more obscure, each tier was themed. One was about weird lore, one was about fandom things, one that kind of thing. And in hindsight, I don't think I should have done that, but oh well. I'm here to talk about Star Wars again to make up for that. And I'm happy to. Star Wars is my favorite franchise ever. I adore the series, so this has been a video I've wanted to make for quite a while. But I knew that it had to be a special occasion, so I'm releasing this around Christmas, as a, kinda Christmas special or something. That's not important. What is important is that I'll be going over all sorts of stuff today, like weird lore, cancelled projects, fan theories, weird media, etc. So if you enjoy the video, leave a like and comment about your favorite entry. Maybe even subscribe. I hate asking for all of this, but in order to get anywhere on YouTube, you basically have to. If you're interested in seeing more icebergs from me, I've got plenty of others already made, like ones based on Transformers, Indiana Jones, Jurassic Park, Marvel, DC, Gundam, Godzilla, Mass Effect, etc. Last thing that I'll mention is... I can't believe I have to say this, but don't be a dick. Whether or not you like or dislike the current canon, the prequels, the sequels, the Disney Plus shows, the games, comics, whatever. At the end of the day, that's your opinion and you're entitled to it. But everybody else has their own opinions. It's fine to discuss your opinions, but don't act like your opinion is above others. We're all here to learn and talk about Star Wars, so don't be a-holes. A lot of people are probably going to ignore this message, but whatever. Let's begin. Luke Skywalker. Luke Skywalker is a clone of Luke Skywalker created by Joruus C'baoth. He created this clone by using Luke's severed hand from The Empire Strikes Back, and this clone even wielded the Skywalker lightsaber. Joruus created Luke Skywalker in order to have at least one Skywalker on his side. And since Luke Skywalker turned him down, the next best thing was to create a clone. So Luke and Luke fought each other, and ultimately Mara Jade stepped in killed the clone. Decades later, in 2012, Lucasfilm would release a non-canon April Fool's story called An Apology, written by Timothy Zahn, that explained that Mara Jade had accidentally killed the real Luke, and the clone simply took his place. Eventually, another clone of Luke was made, named Luke Skywalker, who would use a time machine to go back in time to the Clone Wars. This story also introduced various other clones, like Boba Fett, Mara Jade, Obi-Wan Kenobi, Chewbacca, and Anakin Solo. While Luke will probably never appear in canon, there was a nod to him in the 2020 Darth Vader comic series. In issue 11, released in April of 2021, a severed hand is seen inside of a jar on Exegol. While it's never flat out said, this is very clearly implying that this is Luke's severed hand from The Empire Strikes Back, and that Palpatine has it hidden away on Exegol in order to clone him. Although, seeing as this severed hand is sitting next to a bunch of Snoke bodies, it's more than likely that instead of making Luke, Palpatine had the cultists on Exegol use Luke's DNA, or whatever, to help make Snoke. But this is all just a theory. IG-88 controlling the Death Star 2. So many people don't actually know this, but in both Legends and canon, there isn't a droid named IG-88. There's 4 different models of the same droid: IG-88A, IG-88B, IG-88C, and IG-88D. Anyways, in Legends, IG-88A was working on a galaxy-wide droid revolution, and one of his biggest accomplishments was taking control of the Death Star 2. He did this by uploading his consciousness into the station's computer system. So in Return of the Jedi, when the Death Star is firing its laser, that's actually IG-88A firing it. Anyways, when the second Death Star was destroyed, he returned to his original body. Surprisingly, a similar story was made canon in, well, canon. This time, it was IG-88B who took control of the superweapon, although he was nowhere near as successful as IG-88A, as his plan was foiled by the astromech droid R2-Q5. Darth Maul versus Darth Vader. In another case of Maul coming back from the dead, in Issue 9 of Star Wars Tales, released in October of 2001, Darth Maul is resurrected by a group known as the Prophets of the Dark Side. They do this because they believe that Vader isn't a worthy apprentice to Palpatine, so they have the clone of Maul ambush Vader, and the two have a lightsaber duel. Maul nearly kills Vader, but is killed when Vader literally stabs himself through the chest in order to kill Maul, who was right behind him. Shortly after this, Palpatine shows up and kills the Prophets of the Dark Side. This story was actually supposed to be a 4-issue comic miniseries, but it was eventually decided to just cut the story down a ton and release it as part of Star Wars Tales. While Vader and Maul fought in Legends, in canon, they've never met. But they were supposed to meet in Star Wars Rebels. In the Season 2 finale, Twilight of the Apprentice, instead of Darth Vader and Ahsoka fighting, Vader and Maul would face off, and the fight would end with Maul being killed. The Force Unleashed 3? The Force Unleashed 3 is the cancelled final installment in the Force Unleashed trilogy. Sadly, it was cancelled when Disney shut down LucasArts, although it never actually made it far into development. In fact, it never even had concept art made for it. All we know about the game is that it would have been set immediately after The Force Unleashed 2, and would have been about Starkiller and Darth Vader teaming up, after crash landing on a planet, due to Boba Fett shooting them down. The game would have been more open world-like, and had a co-op system where one player would play as Starkiller, while another one would play as Vader. And finally, it would have been revealed that Fett had been hired by Palpatine to trap the pair on this random planet because they would have gotten in the way of whatever Palpatine's next plan was. Personally, while I would have loved a third installment, the idea of the series leading more towards an open world-like system instead of the linear, action-packed, set-piece-filled levels of the previous games isn't all that appealing to me. NK Necrosis. So everybody talks about how Palpatine, Maul, and Boba Fett got retconned into surviving their deaths. But nobody ever seems to talk about the time that General Grievous came back from the dead. In the now-defunct MMO, Star Wars Galaxies, there was a mission in which you had to battle a battle droid named NK Necrosis. Necrosis was created by Dr. Kinsworthy, who was hired by the Empire to revive General Grievous by using an advanced droid brain and the body of Grievous. While it didn't have Grievous's memories, it still had his skill, at least for the most part. Instead of having multiple lightsabers, he was armed with just one red double-bladed lightsaber and a blaster known as the Grievance Striker. This lightsaber actually contained the Bane's Heart, a lightsaber crystal Darth Zana used in her own lightsaber after Darth Bane gave it to her centuries ago. He also worked alongside two old Magna Guards dubbed NK3. Outside of this MMO, NK Necrosis was mentioned a few times in reference books, but never appeared outside of the MMO. This was because, well, he died by the end of the story. Splinter of the Mind's Eye. So Splinter of the Mind's Eye is the first installment in the Star Wars Expanded Universe, and was released in January of 1978. Written by Alan Dean Foster, this book was intended to be a treatment for a potential sequel to A New Hope, one with a much lower budget. In this story, Luke, Leia, R2, and 3PO crash land on the planet Mimban, and this planet is under Imperial occupation. There, Luke and Leia meet an old woman named Hala, who helps them on their journey to find the legendary Kyber Crystal. During this adventure, Luke and Leia have some very inappropriate tension, and they also play fight in some mud. I really wish George Lucas decided on them being siblings earlier, or just never had them be related, because there's so many weird moments between the two in early EU stories. Anyways, by the end of the story, Vader would show up, and Leia would battle him using Luke's lightsaber. And she would lose the fight. In fact, Vader would straight up kill her. So Luke begins dueling him in her place. All seems to be lost when Vader starts using Force Lightning, which would later be retconned into being Kinetite, a variation of Force Lightning in which the lightning is a solid object and can be thrown at people. This nearly defeats Luke, until he gets the strength he needs to fight back and defeat Vader, sending him down a giant pit. Luke then uses the Kyber Crystal to revive Leia, and the day is saved. This novel is pretty strange, and like I said earlier, was a treatment for a sequel to A New Hope, in case A New Hope flopped and didn't make any money. Also, because George Lucas didn't know if Harrison Ford would be willing to come back for another film, Han Solo is completely absent from the story. But luckily, Star Wars was an insane hit, and The Empire Strikes Back was greenlit. Also, from December of 1995 to June of 1996, Dark Horse Comics released a comic adaptation of the book. Imperial Commando. Imperial Commando was a cancelled sequel to Republic Commando, and as the name suggests, would have focused on a squad of clone Imperial Commandos. The game would have had players taking arms against the Rebel Alliance, alongside Jedi survivors. There also may have been some space combat as well, as concept art for the game heavily showcased X-Wings, A-Wings, and Y-Wings. Despite it being a sequel to Republic Commando, you weren't actually going to be playing as members of Delta Squad like in the previous game. Imperial Commando wasn't the only sequel to Republic Commando in development around this time. Another sequel, titled Rebel Commando, was in very early development. This game would have had you playing as Sev, battling against the Empire after being captured by the Separatists at the end of the original game. These two games were actually competing. Only one of them would be made. At least, that was the idea. Instead, neither of these games would end up happening, due to Republic Commando not doing as well as LucasArts had hoped it would in sales. Despite all of this, a sequel to Republic Commando would eventually be released in 2005 for cell phones, called Republic Commando Order 66. Is it canon to Legends? No. Is it canon to canon? No. Is it good? Probably not. I don't know. Geode? So Geode is a character introduced in the High Republic novel Into the Dark, released in February of 2021 and written by Claudia Gray. He's the navigator of a transport ship called the Vessel. Geode's a very strange character because, well, he's literally a big rock. Or at least he looks like a rock. His species is called the Vincians, which are basically sentient rocks. He's a pretty funny character that people really take issue with for some reason. Seriously, the amount of people that go, wow, Star Wars is really running out of ideas. Look at what the SJW Wars is pulling out now. Like, it's fine to dislike Geode, but the whole ran out of ideas claim is kind of weird, because, like, Geode's a joke character. You're not meant to take him seriously. There's literally a scene in the novel Into the Dark where one of the characters spots Geode in the mess hall, and they're just like, how did he move? How did he get there? It's also mentioned in various books that he's a party animal and likes to flirt with women. There's even an instance where he flirts with a woman in front of her husband. He's a joke character. You're meant to find him funny. Side note, he's also terrifying and disgusting when you think about it. I mean, this dude is a living thing, right? So he's got blood and guts. So he's basically just like a giant meat rock. Disgusting. Fortnite. In order to tie in with the rise of Skywalker, in November 2019, various Star Wars characters and Star Wars-themed equipment were added into Fortnite. There was even a skin made for J.J. Abrams that's never been released publicly, and was just made for him to use during Palpatine's speech. Yeah, in what's probably the dumbest choice in the franchise's history, instead of Palpatine's grand return speech being shown in The Rise of Skywalker, it was instead heard during a Fortnite event. But this wouldn't be the last time Star Wars and Fortnite would collab. Oh no, various Star Wars characters have been added to the game over the years. As of right now, the Star Wars characters in the game include Rey, Finn, Princess Leia, Luke Skywalker, Darth Maul, Lando Calrissian, an Imperial Stormtrooper, Chewbacca, Boba Fett, Anakin Skywalker, Padme Amidala, Ahsoka Tano, Din Djarin, Moff Gideon, Obi-Wan Kenobi, IG-11, Darth Vader, Zori Bliss, a Sith Trooper, Han Solo, Kylo Ren, Fennec Shand, a Death Trooper, Black Chrysanthemum, and like 30 different clone troopers. Thanks to these events, you can now have Darth Vader do the Dougie with Korra, Mantis, Billie Eilish, Cell, the Giant Chicken, Raiden, Shredder, Lady Gaga, Raven, Jack Skellington, Eleven, Aaron Yeager, Edward Scissorhands, She-Venom, Gara, and Invincible. Deleted scenes. Like with all films, not every scene filmed for Star Wars makes the cut. In fact, there are even some scenes that don't even make it to the filming process, and are cut far earlier in development. Here's a list of some of the deleted scenes from each of the 12 theatrical Star Wars films. For The Phantom Menace, There was supposed to be a scene in which Qui-Gon, Obi-Wan, and Jar Jar would escape the Bongo sub before it goes over a waterfall. There was supposed to be a scene in which Anakin fights a very young Greedo after the latter insults him. Qui-Gon and Maul's lightsaber duel on Tatooine was originally supposed to be longer, and in this duel, Maul was briefly going to board Padmé's ship. There was supposed to be a scene in which on Coruscant, R2-D2 would fall off of a platform before flying back up with his rocket boosters. There was supposed to be a scene in which we see the Alderani delegation during a Senate meeting. We would have actually originally seen Obi-Wan arriving on Naboo. There was supposed to be a scene in which Anakin would say goodbye to Jira while leaving Tatooine. And finally, Yaddle was supposed to have lines in the film. For Attack of the Clones, there was supposed to be a scene in which Dooku and Poggle the Lesser would interrogate Anakin and Padme before putting them on trial for breaking into the droid factory on Geonosis. There was supposed to be an entire sequence in which Padme would introduce her family to Anakin on Naboo. Jango Fett's fight with Mace Windu was originally going to be a little bit longer, with Jango Fett blocking Mace Windu's lightsaber with his Beskar armor, only for Windu to then kill Jango far more brutally. There was supposed to be a scene in which Mace Windu and Obi-Wan Kenobi would discuss Anakin's ability to protect Padme while on a Jedi landing platform. During the Battle of Geonosis, Ki-Adi-Mundi, Plo Koon, and some other Jedi would raid a droid control ship. They would have shut down all of the battle droids in the arena via the control ship's, well, controls. However, the droids would then reactivate, revealing to the audience that the droids now run on independent computer systems and don't rely on control ships anymore. There was supposed to be a scene in which Obi-Wan and Jocasta Nu would discuss the Lost 20, the 20 Jedi Masters who left the Order. Originally, Owen and Beru weren't going to give C-3PO any plating. Padme would be the one who gives C-3PO his plating. And finally, there was supposed to be a scene in which Obi-Wan would go to the Jedi Temple Analysis Room to study the poison dart. For Revenge of the Sith, a scene showing Yoda arriving on Dagobah was cut. There was also supposed to be an entire scene in which Obi-Wan would choose a creature to ride on Utapau, ultimately choosing Bugga. We would have actually originally seen Anakin Skywalker killing Wat Tambor. There was supposed to be a scene in which Obi-Wan and Anakin were confronted by Grievous on the Invisible Hand. Grievous would have Shaak-Ti captured and would execute her. Obi-Wan and Anakin would then have to escape in the ship's engines. There were supposed to be multiple scenes in which Padme, Mon Mothma, Bail Organa, and several other senators would plan to take action against Palpatine. Originally, Padme was going to bring a knife to confront Anakin on Mustafar, so that if she found out that he did turn to the dark side, she would kill him. After being shot down into the caverns of Utapau, Obi-Wan was going to have to sneak past a giant monster. While this was happening, the monster would attack some Republic seeker droids. Originally, during the duel between Anakin and Obi-Wan, the two would have to team up briefly when a giant monster began attacking them. When Obi-Wan and Yoda arrive on Coruscant to investigate the Jedi Temple, they were originally going to be attacked by clone troopers disguised as Jedi. This was cut so late into development, it was actually included in the LEGO game. We were supposed to see even more Jedi being killed during Order 66, like Barriss Offee, Luminara, Sindraling, and Quinlan Vos. When Shaak Ti's death at the hands of General Grievous was cut, her death was moved to being killed by Anakin during the attack on the Jedi Temple. Although this would be cut as well. There was supposed to be a scene in which Yoda would talk to Qui-Gon Jinn's spirit while on Polis Massa, and finally, there was supposed to be a scene in which Yoda, Tarful, and Chewbacca would play dead in order to escape some clones after Order 66. For A New Hope, there was supposed to be a scene in which Luke would watch the Empire's attack on the Tantive 4 from the surface of Tatooine. There was supposed to be an entire sequence at the Tashi Station, where Luke would meet up with his friends Biggs, Cammy, and Fixer. During this sequence, Luke and Biggs would talk about leaving Tatooine, and Biggs would reveal to him that he's joining the Rebel Alliance. There was supposed to be a close-up of Luke and C-3PO riding in the Landspeeder. Originally, Han was going to be introduced sitting next to a woman named Jenny. He would kiss her and she would walk off, never to be seen again. Han Solo was originally going to be confronted by Jabba the Hutt, who was originally human. This scene would be added back into the film in the special edition, with Jabba now being CGI, and Boba Fett being added into the background. There was originally supposed to be a scene in which Darth Vader would tell Chief Bast to widen the search for the missing droids. Fun fact, this scene was actually reused in the Star Wars Holiday Special, but dubbed over. There was originally supposed to be a scene in which Luke would arrive in the town of Anchorhead, and upon arriving in Anchorhead, he would almost run over an old woman. And finally, Pondo Baba was originally going to be decapitated by Obi-Wan, instead of having his arm cut off. As for The Empire Strikes Back, originally, Lobot was going to get captured and executed. There was supposed to be a scene in which Luke would return to Echo Base and witness the carnage of the battle. There were supposed to be scenes showing Wampas attacking Echo Base, and during the battle, C-3PO would trick some snowtroopers into opening a door with a Wampa behind it. There was also supposed to be a scene in which Luke would use a heavy cannon to battle some Wampas. Originally, there were going to be more scenes of Luke and Leia making out. Originally, there was supposed to be a scene where a snowspeeder would crash into General Veers's AT-AT, killing him. There was also supposed to be a scene in which the medical droid 21B would look over a dead Tauntaun. You can actually see remnants of this scene in the film when Han asks where Luke has gone. And finally, there was originally supposed to be a scene in which Luke would cut some floating metal bars that Yoda was holding up using the Force. As for Return of the Jedi, there was originally supposed to be a scene showing Luke finishing up his new lightsaber. During the battle on Jabba's sail barge, there was supposed to be a scene in which Leia would grab a vibro staff and kill a skiff guard. Originally, when Luke was thrown into the Rancor pit, he was originally going to use the Force to jump onto the ceiling grate, but would be knocked back down by people smashing their rifles on his hands. After killing Jabba, Luke, Han, Leia, Lando, Chewbacca, and the droids would be shown arriving at the Millennium Falcon during a sandstorm. Originally, General Crix Madine was supposed to be in command of the Home One, instead of Admiral Akbar. This was done just in case Akbar's puppet effects didn't work properly. There were supposed to be more shots of Rebel pilots during the Battle of Endor. and a lot of these pilots would be aliens, including a Celestian and a Mon Calamari. And finally, there was supposed to be a subplot in the film showing Moff Jara Jared struggling to give the order to shoot the Death Star's planet-destroying laser at Endor, because he didn't want to kill his own men. As for The Force Awakens, there was supposed to be a scene in which Finn, Han, Chewbacca, and Maz are confronted by a group of stormtroopers who attempt to arrest them in the name of Supreme Leader Snoke. To which Han would ask, what makes him supreme? There was supposed to be a scene in which Kylo Ren and some snowtroopers discover the Millennium Falcon on Starkiller Base, and they would investigate inside the craft, where Kylo Ren would sense that Han was nearby. There was supposed to be a scene in which Finn and Rey steal a speeder and are chased down by snowtroopers in another speeder. This scene would actually be canonized because of a Forces of Destiny short adapting it. There was supposed to be a scene in which Leia would tell her New Republic contact, Corsella, to travel to Hosnian Prime to warn the Senate about the First Order. Corsella is actually the woman we see on Hosnian Prime before it gets destroyed. Unkar Plutt would confront Rey on Takodana and start to threaten her for stealing his ship. In response to this, Chewbacca would rip his arms off. Originally, there was supposed to be a scene in which Anakin Skywalker's Force Ghost was going to appear, and finally, during Rey's vision on Takodana, she would see a vision of Luke and Darth Vader battling on Cloud City. During this scene, Luke would be played by Robert Bolter. As for The Last Jedi, there was supposed to be a scene in which Rose would bite Hux's hand when he starts to taunt her after capturing her. There was supposed to be a scene with Finn and Rose on the shuttle after escaping the Supremacy. During this scene, Finn would tell her that they're going where they belong. While infiltrating the Supremacy, Finn would get spanked by a stormtrooper in the elevator who's happy for him because he thinks that Finn got a promotion. This stormtrooper was actually played by Tom Hardy. We would have actually seen Rey's third lesson, in which she spots a raiding ship attempting to attack some villagers. Luke warns her that if she retaliates, the raiders will come again with greater force. She ignores him, and when she shows up, she discovers that it wasn't actually a group of raiders after all. It was just a celebration. There was supposed to be a scene in which Luke would mourn over Han Solo's death. Okay, I love The Last Jedi, but like, seriously, why wasn't this in the film? What the hell? And finally, Phasma's death was going to be different. In this version, Finn would reveal to a bunch of stormtroopers that she was the one who turned off Starkiller Base's shields, basically betraying the First Order. The stormtroopers would then aim at her, to which Phasma would quickly gun all of them down. She would then knock Finn down and tell him that he was always scum, to which he responds, "Rebel scum," and shoots her with one of the dead stormtroopers' weapons. As for the Rise of Skywalker, originally, there were supposed to be a few scenes between Rey and Rose in the film, establishing that they had become friends since the ending of The Last Jedi. There was supposed to be a scene in which Kylo Ren would interrogate Chewbacca and see visions of him as a child with Chewbacca. Originally, we were gonna see the ships from Star Wars Resistance a lot more clearly during the Battle of Exegol. Another Darth Rey vision was going to be in the film, one where she's sitting on Palpatine's throne, And finally, the Eye of Webbish Bog would confront Kylo Ren on Mustafar, and tell him that if he proceeds down this path, he'll encounter his true self. As for Rogue One, I'll talk about these scenes later in their own entry, as these scenes are from a different version of the film. As for Solo, the Battle of Mimban was supposed to be longer. There was supposed to be a scene in which Han and Chewbacca were supposed to get into a snowball fight after the failed train heist. Some of Han's time as a TIE fighter pilot was supposed to be seen. This sequence would have featured the characters Tag and Bink, who I'll talk about a bit later. And finally, there was supposed to be a scene where Kira pulls a knife on Han while making plans to escape Corellia. And finally, as for the Clone Wars film, an entire duel between Ventress, Anakin, and Ahsoka was cut from the film. During the Battle of Teth, the three would duel in a Rancor pit, complete with a jungle Rancor showing up. As Anakin and Ahsoka flee Teth in the twilight, a sequence was cut where Ahsoka would almost fall out of the ship's cargo hold. And finally, while trying to escape Teth, a vulture droid would attack Anakin and Ahsoka. A brief fight would occur in which Anakin destroys the vulture droid. 1313 1313 was an action-adventure Star Wars game that was a sorta spiritual successor to Star Wars Bounty Hunter. The game would have been about a young Boba Fett making his way through an underground area of Coruscant known as Level 1313, uncovering a criminal conspiracy. It would have been the first ever M-rated Star Wars game, and was planned to tie in with the live-action show Star Wars Underworld. More on that in a little bit. The game was going to be made using Unreal Engine, and Fett would have been played by Wilson Bethel. Sadly, 1313 never saw a release, due to the Disney Lucasfilm buyout. Although, contrary to popular belief, the game wasn't necessarily cancelled only because of the Disney buyout. According to reports, before the purchase had occurred, there were some very serious production issues that put the game in danger of it being cancelled, so these issues were probably contributing factors to its cancellation. It was later stated in December of 2015 by Lucasfilm president Kathleen Kennedy that 1313 could be revived in some way. But that was almost a decade ago, and while 1313 as a location has been used in Star Wars stories, there's been no signs of this game ever being revived. The only other notable things about the game that we know are that Bosk and C-21 Heisinger were planned to appear in the game. And also, that guy in promotional art, yeah, that's not actually Boba Fett, but instead a dude named Rock Jaren, and he was originally going to be the game's protagonist, before George Lucas stepped in and demanded that Boba Fett be the protagonist instead. The Dark Empire Trilogy. The Dark Empire Trilogy was a comic series that began in December of 1991 and ended in November of 1995. The series was about Palpatine coming back to life using clone bodies, leading a new Imperial army dubbed the Dark Empire. This army would use massive world devastator superweapons, and its flagship was the Eclipse, the most powerful Star Destroyer in history. This trilogy of comics is notable for being rather strange. Not only does Palpatine come back in various clone bodies, But also, Luke Skywalker very briefly joins Palpatine and the Sith Order, but he doesn't do this willingly. Instead, he basically gets brainwashed by Palpatine after a duel. He only escapes the Sith after Leia gives him the strength to fight back. But Luke doesn't end up killing Palpatine. Instead, Palpatine is killed by, well, himself. Accidentally. After this, his spirit travels into another clone body, and he regroups with the Dark Empire. This time around, he has the Eclipse II, and a new superweapon called the Galaxy Gun. He also tries to possess the infant Anakin Solo, after finding out that his body is the only suitable host for his spirit. Turns out, all of Palpatine's clone bodies had been tampered with, so all of these clone bodies had a very short shelf life. Han's not really a big fan of some Sith Lord trying to possess his son, so he flat out shoots Palpatine to death. Palpatine's spirit tries one more time to possess Anakin, but a Jedi named Empatogeus Brand shows up and grabs Palpatine's spirit and traps it inside of himself. Shortly afterwards, Brand dies, and his spirit would drag Palpatine's spirit into the afterlife, finally killing Palpatine. Some other oddities of note: that Jedi that I mentioned earlier, Brand, well, this is what he looks like. Brand was actually a Jedi during the time of the Clone Wars, and in the aftermath of Order 66, he was shot down by Darth Vader. He was basically dead until some people came along and rebuilt his body. But instead of a cool cyborg body like Darth Vader or Grievous, they gave him this giant ball form. This form was actually pretty crazy, because it had a built-in lightsaber and could let Brand survive in the vacuum of space for at least a year. Oh, and also, General Veers shows up in this story as well, although in the story he was demoted to a captain and was ordered to go on a mission that Command knew that he wouldn't survive, and so he died. Nobody tell Veers watch. George Lucas himself was actually involved in the making of this trilogy of comics, to an extent, as he actually liked the idea of Palpatine returning using clone bodies. Obviously, this trilogy served as partial inspiration for the Rise of Skywalker. Boba Fett film. In the mid-2010s, a Boba Fett film was in development, and would have been directed by Josh Trank, and written by Simon Kinberg. The film was planned for a 2018 release, but was cancelled due to Josh Trank's alleged mishaps on the set of Fan 4-Stick. The film would later be revived in 2018, but instead of Josh Trank directing the film, James Mangold was supposed to direct it. The film was now supposed to be released in December of 2020. James Mangold has said that his Boba Fett film would have been very gritty and bordered on an R rating. The film would have taken place on a single planet, and was cancelled due to Solo not exactly doing great at the box office. Sadly, that's all we know about James Mangold's Boba Fett film. As for Josh Trank's version of the film, we sadly know even less. All we know is that some elements of it were reworked into The Mandalorian. What elements of The Mandalorian? Well, unfortunately, we don't really know. Although we do know that the plot of The Mandalorian, Din Djarin protecting Grogu, wasn't going to be the plot of the film. meaning that Josh Trank's Boba Fett film wasn't going to be about Boba Fett protecting, like, Grogu or another kid. Obi-Wan Kenobi film trilogy. So in the mid-2010s, it was a bit of an open secret that an Obi-Wan Kenobi film was in development. Originally believed to just be a standalone, a Star Wars story type film, much like Rogue One or Solo, in reality, this Obi-Wan story wasn't going to stop at just one film, but instead an entire film trilogy. This trilogy would eventually be reworked into a show, resulting in the Obi-Wan Kenobi series. This was the result of a Star Wars story-type films being abandoned, and Disney announcing that after Episode 9, there would be a break in Star Wars films. So what was this Obi-Wan Kenobi film series going to look like? Well, we don't know the entire plan. Instead, we only know a decent amount of stuff from the first installment. Written by Stuart Beattie, the first film would focus on Obi-Wan Kenobi trying to train Luke Skywalker at a very young age. However, Obi-Wan's lost his connection to the Force. But he's not alone in training Luke. Commander Cody is here as well, and serves as a kind of fun uncle figure to Luke. Cody's helping Obi-Wan because he feels guilty about, well, shooting him. Together, they would watch over Luke and take out Imperial patrols that get too close. One instance of this would show Obi-Wan and Cody dumping stormtrooper corpses into a Sarlacc pit. The Empire would eventually find out that Obi-Wan's on Tatooine, which would cause him to flee the planet and go on the run, eventually running into a Force cult that shows him a vision that if he trains Luke too hard, Luke will fall to the dark side. Vader then shows up and the two battle it out in a space station, with Obi-Wan trying to turn Anakin back to the light. Obi-Wan would then escape and return to Tatooine, and that would be the end of the first film. Reva would have been in the film as well, and she would have led a team of stormtroopers described as the Star Wars equivalent of the US Marshals. Unlike in the show in which she lives, she would actually be killed by Vader at the end of the film. There would also be no other Inquisitors in the film, only Reva. And while Obi-Wan Kenobi was on the run, the film would cut back to Commander Cody having wacky antics on Tatooine watching over Luke. As for the second and third installments in the trilogy, we don't actually know much about them, because scripts for these films were never created. The only thing that we know is that Vader wouldn't return in any of them. Knights of the Old Republic 3. The Knights of the Old Republic game series was originally supposed to be a trilogy, even though it's technically a trilogy because of the MMO, The Old Republic, but I know that's a controversial debate that I'm not going to get into. Unfortunately, Knights of the Old Republic 3 never made it far into development. There was a story written, along with most of the game's quests, characters, items, and worlds. However, the game never made it past a few pieces of concept art. So why was this game cancelled? Well, it's because around the time of the game's development, LucasArts was having some financial issues, and because the heads up at LucasArts thought that multiplayer games would make more money, KOTOR 3 was cancelled. As for the game's plot, we know that you would have played as a character traveling in Revan's footsteps, trying to find the location of some ancient Sith lords, who were extremely powerful, described as being monsters. The game would focus on the player learning about how these Sith Lords shaped the galaxy in the past. The game would have also let players travel to various different worlds, including Coruscant, Mandalore, Bespin, Rhodia, and Taloran. HK-51 droids would also be introduced in the game, and a character named Narisha would play some kind of a role in the story. Returning characters include Mitra Surik, or I guess the Jedi Exile, T2M4, and HK-47. Some ideas for this cancelled installment would later be used in the MMO, The Old Republic. Duel of the Fates script. In August of 2015, Colin Trevorrow was announced to be writing and directing the final film in the Skywalker saga. However, he would leave the project in 2017, and so his version of the film would never end up being made. And in January of 2020, the entire script, alongside a ton of concept art for the film, was leaked online. So what was Duel of the Fates going to look like? Well, the film would begin with Rey, Finn, Poe, Rose, and BB-8 stealing a First Order dreadnought called the Eclipse, and bringing it to the Resistance headquarters. Meanwhile, Kylo Ren would find a Sith holocron in Vader's castle on Mustafar, which would lead him to finding this ancient alien dude named Tor Valum, who would have been revealed to have been Darth Plagueis' master. Kind of funny that Plagueis' Legends master, Darth Tenebrous, was made canon via the Rise of Skywalker visual dictionary. So if Duel of the Fates was made, I guess this dude just wouldn't have ever been made canon, and Plagueis would have gotten a new master. Anyways, he teaches Kylo Ren how to literally absorb people's life energy, and after fighting a vision of Darth Vader, Kylo Ren would kill Tor Valum. Meanwhile, Rey figures out that the Jedi Temple on Coruscant has a device that can restore galaxy-wide communications. Oh, right. Hux is the First Order's Chancellor, and he's blocked communications all across the galaxy. However, Rey decides not to go to Coruscant herself, as she has discovered something strange in the Jedi texts. So while Finn, Rose, R2-D2, and C-3PO head off to Coruscant to liberate the planet, Rey, Poe, and Chewbacca travel to Mortis. Yes, Mortis from the Clone Wars. Now you're probably wondering, why does Poe go with Rey? After all, he has nothing to do with any of the Jedi stuff in the sequel trilogy. Well, Poe goes with Rey because they're a couple. Yeah, in the time skip between episodes 8 and 9, the two fell in love. Anyways, on Coruscant, Finn convinces a bunch of stormtroopers to defect from the First Order and leads a full-scale revolution on the planet, which is later backed up by Leia and Lando showing up with the rest of the Resistance. Rose is able to rewire a Star Destroyer and cause it to crash into the First Order's Capitol building, while Hux Avengers Endgames himself with a purple lightsaber he just has for some reason. You know if this film was made, they would confirm that that lightsaber was Mace Windu's. Meanwhile, after discovering where Mortis is, Rey and friends are attacked by the Knights of Ren, and during this fight, Rey accidentally kills one of the Knights with Force Lightning, something she does by accident by tapping into the dark side of the Force after realizing that the Knights of Ren were the ones who killed her parents. Rey then leaves for Mortis alone, while Poe and Chewbacca go and help out on Coruscant. On Mortis, Rey and Kylo Ren battle it out until Rey is blinded. Luke's ghost appears and is just like, "You got this, Rey. I believe in you." And Rey's just like, Well, guess what, dude? Using the dark side of the Force and the light side of the Force is the right thing to do. I'm gonna be the really dumb fanfiction concept known as a Gray Jedi, and Luke's just like, okay, alright. She's able to defeat Kylo Ren in a fight, but is almost killed when he begins to absorb her life force. And he would actually win if not for Leia, who contacts him via the Force and basically tells him to stop. So Kylo Ren stops and gives his own life energy to Rey, dying in the process. Speaking of dying, Rey is on death's door and is confronted by Luke, Yoda, and Obi-Wan, who give her the choice of dying or returning to life. She obviously chooses to live. She then returns to the Resistance base and the day is saved. There's also a few things that I left out because I didn't really know where to put them in the summary, so here's that. Rey has a double-bladed lightsaber in the film, Finn and Rose are a couple, and start up a Force-sensitive orphanage at the end of the film. R2-D2 dies, but is repaired by the end of the film. A new TIE Fighter variant would be introduced, called the TIE Marauder, and Rey's real name would be revealed to be Rey Solana. Controversial opinion, but I don't really like this script. There's some good stuff in there, like the whole Finn Stormtrooper revolution, Coruscant, the double-bladed lightsaber, and the Kylo Ren Vader duel, but like, Rey and Poe being a couple, Lando not really doing all that much in the film, R2-D2 having a death fake-out, the whole Gray Jedi thing, Kylo Ren not being fully redeemed, all of the Mortis stuff, Hux for some reason using a lightsaber to end himself, and Tor Valum himself are just kinda lame in my opinion. I don't know, I'm not super into Mortis. It's a great arc in the Clone Wars, but all that Force God stuff is just like, I don't know, I don't really care. I actually agree with John Boyega though. I'd like to see at least elements of this script be turned into an animated Disney Plus series. Imagine a Clone Wars-style animated miniseries about Finn leading a revolution on Coruscant following the events of Rise of Skywalker. The original Return of the Jedi ending. During the development of the original trilogy, Lawrence Kasdan had the idea of Luke killing Vader in Episode 6, and upon killing Vader, Luke would then put on Vader's helmet and say, "Now I am Vader. I will go and kill the fleet, and I will rule the universe." Yeah, Luke would have gone full dark side in this film. Also, Han was going to die because Harrison Ford really wanted Han to die. All of this would be followed up with episodes 7 through 9. But when the decision was made not to do this awful ending, all of these plans were scrapped. Why was this ending rejected? Well, because George Lucas flat out told Kasdan that his ideas were too dark, and that Star Wars is for kids. Jackson. First appearing in issue 8 of the original Marvel Star Wars comic released in November of 1977, Jackson is a very strange-looking character. Designed after Bugs Bunny, Jackson is actually one of the very first characters ever created in the Star Wars Expanded Universe. Only appearing a handful of times in Legends, he's become rather infamous for his appearance. So infamous, in fact, that George Lucas himself has said that he hated the character. And because of this, for a while, the character was pretty much banned from being used by Lucasfilm. As for Jackson's character, he's a green rabbit-looking creature called a Leppy, and he's a mercenary who occasionally crossed paths with Luke Skywalker and Han Solo. Surprisingly, Jackson is one of the very few EU characters that have actually had more story material in canon than Legends. Yup, Jackson was brought into canon in Star Wars Adventures Annual 2018, released in April of 2018. Instead of being a mercenary, Jackson is instead a smuggler, and like Han Solo, would eventually join the Rebel Alliance. Jackson would even eventually join the New Republic. In canon, he's worked alongside various iconic characters like Han Solo, Lando, Chewbacca, and Leia. Side note, Lop from Star Wars Visions is actually the same species as Jackson, so if Jackson was never created, there's a good chance that Lop would have never existed. Last thing that I'll mention is that while Jackson has never appeared in any shows or films, there have been nods to him. In 2 different Forces of Destiny episodes, you can see background characters that look like Jackson, and in the Clone Wars episode, A Sunny Day in the Void, a corpse can be seen wearing Jackson's flight suit. Battlefront 3. After the success of Battlefront 2 in 2005, Free Radical Design began development on the 3rd installment in the series. However, the game was never officially announced, and was cancelled in October of 2008. And perhaps it would have stayed forgotten to time if it wasn't for the massive amount of leaks that have come out about the game. Entire levels, maps, and cutscenes were leaked for the game. There was also a ton of gameplay footage that got leaked, alongside a mountain of concept art, and in most of these leaks, the game actually looked fairly complete. And that's because it was nearly completed. It was reported by people who worked on the game that before its cancellation, the game was about 75% complete. So why was this game cancelled? Well, it's because of a multitude of reasons. For starters, in 2008, LucasArts had a huge shakeup with the new leadership being hired, and nearly all of its managers being fired. This soured relations between the 2 studios, especially since LucasArts began to try and cut costs and abandon the project. This was possibly because Free Radical had failed to reach milestone deadlines multiple times. Another issue was the game Haze. No joke, during Battlefront 3's development, half of the game's resources were sent over to the game Haze. Or at least, that's what ex-LucasArts employees have said. Ex-Free Radical employees continue to this day to state that Ubisoft was financing Haze, and that no resources were ever handed over to that game's development. LucasArts was also apparently not thrilled with the state of the game by the time of its cancellation, and didn't feel like marketing the game would be worth the cost. Regardless of the reason, the game was cancelled. As to what the game was going to look like, well, it was going to have a very strange campaign that I'll go into detail about later, as it would focus on X1 and X2, Clone Trooper Jedi. So, yeah, I think they deserve their own entry. The game's main gimmick was going to be the ability to travel from space to ground battles whenever you wanted. As for the game's heroes and villains, the heroes consisted of Mace Windu, Anakin Skywalker, Obi-Wan Kenobi, Luke Skywalker, Ayla Secura, Yoda, Ben Kenobi, Ram Koda, yes, Ram Koda from The Force Unleashed, and 2 original characters, X2 and Jedi Master Feroda. As for the villains, there was Darth Vader, Asajj Ventress, Count Dooku, Emperor Palpatine, General Grievous, Darth Maul, and 2 original characters, X1 and an unnamed Night Sister. Although, these would have been the game's primary heroes and villains, there were actually 2 classes of heroes and villains, the primary and secondary. It seems that the primary heroes were the lightsaber-wielding ones, while the secondary were the blaster heroes. The secondary heroes included Han Solo, Padme Amidala, Princess Leia, Chewbacca, Lando Calrissian, Tarful, a Bothan spy, and a clone Sky Trooper. The secondary villains included Jango Fett, Dirge, Boba Fett, Zam Wesell, IG-88, a Droideka, and a Phase 3 Dark Trooper. As for the game's maps, they would have included Cloud City, Dathomir, Kashyyyk, Mustafar, Tatooine, Yavin 4, Coruscant, Cato Nemoidia, Endor, Hoth, the second Death Star, Dantooine, and a map just called Desolated Station. Luckily, a version of Battlefront 3 can actually still be played. In the aftermath of its cancellation, LucasArts approached Rebellion Developments about continuing development on Battlefront 3. Rebellion Developments couldn't finish the console version of the game in time for the release that LucasArts wanted. However, they were able to create a PSP port, which would be rebranded as Battlefront Elite Squadron. Abeloth. So you know the Mortis gods, the father, son, and the daughter? Well, there was once a mother as well. At least in Legends. Abeloth is the mother on Mortis, and is arguably the most powerful character in all of Star Wars, and can't die, because of how powerful and evil she became after she drank from the font of power and bathed in the pool of knowledge. The father was just like, nah, you gotta go, queen. So the father, daughter, and son left her behind on their homeworld and recruited some aliens to create giant prisons to contain her. Abeloth would chill in jail for a while until the current of the Force was altered. When this happened, she was able to escape the prison. This happened numerous times. But every time she escaped, she would be killed and thrown back into prison by the daughter and son. So when the father, daughter, and son were all killed on Mortis during the Clone Wars, when Abeloth escaped her prison again, somebody else needed to stop her. And so, she would face off against a combined force consisting of the New Jedi Order, the Lost Tribe of the Sith, and Darth Krayt, who emerged briefly out of hiding to help defeat the greater threat. During this time, she possessed various people and took up the forms of various people in power, including the Galactic Federation of Free Alliance's Chief of State, and an intelligence officer in the Imperial Remnant. Eventually, the combined forces of the Jedi and Sith were able to kill Abeloth. However, Luke realized that Abeloth would come back one day, so Luke, Leia, and Han went on a mission to locate the Dagger of Mortis, the only weapon able to permanently kill a Mortis god. And they never found it. The Star Wars Holiday Special. Airing in November of 1978, the Star Wars Holiday Special was the first ever Star Wars spin-off film. Made for TV, the film had a budget of about $1 million, and was directed by Steve Binder. The special tells the story of Han Solo and Chewbacca visiting Chewbacca's family for the fictional holiday Life Day. But when the Empire arrives on Kashyyyk, there's a bit of trouble. But they're quickly able to defeat the Empire, and Luke and Leia then show up for a big, weird, cult-like Life Day celebration. Sounds like a very simple plot that would be like 20 minutes long. And it is. But it's not 20 minutes long because the plot keeps getting interrupted by skits. Like every 5 minutes, the plot will jump to an in-universe show, movie, or music video, and these skits range from a cooking show, a reality show about a cantina, an instructional video about a fictional device, a circus act, and a soft-core adult video. Yeah, Chewbacca's dad just watches softcore adult videos in his living room with his family around. Genuine freak. Also, the film's main characters are mostly Wookiees. So it's like 2 hours of Wookiees screaming at each other with no subtitles. It's a nightmare. This film also marks the first appearance of Boba Fett in an animated side story. This is easily the most well-known thing about the special outside of its quality. And, yeah, its quality. This film is hated, not just by Star Wars fans, but also by Lucasfilm and George Lucas himself. George Lucas has said before that if he had the resources to do so, he would go around and destroy every copy of this film in existence. To this day, the film lives in infamy, but has gathered a kinda ironic fanbase who love the special because of how bad it is. This special would later go on to inspire the LEGO Star Wars Holiday Special. Side note, if you're wondering if the Holiday Special is canon, it's not. But it is canon to Legends. The Benioff and Weiss trilogy. So D&D, David Benioff and D.B. Weiss of Game of Thrones fame were hired to write and produce a Star Wars film trilogy in April of 2019, with their first film set to be released in December of 2022. However, this didn't last very long, as in August of 2019, the pair left the project. Now, this was a bit weird, and many fans began to speculate that the pair didn't leave the project willingly, and were instead fired, with the idea that the final few seasons of Game of Thrones, specifically the last season, were so bad that Lucasfilm and Disney decided to cancel their film trilogy. The timeline actually adds up, as Season 8 of Game of Thrones aired from April to May of 2019. However, the official explanation was that they had left the project due to scheduling issues, as they had apparently signed a deal with Netflix. But this would be revealed to not be true in January of 2024. Where D&D finally confirmed that Lucasfilm did in fact reject their film trilogy. As to what the D&D trilogy was going to look like, all we know is that the first film had the working title The First Jedi, and would have explored the origins of the Jedi. This, at least to me, confirms that they were probably let go because of Game of Thrones, as D&D claimed that Lucasfilm rejected their film ideas because they weren't interested in a Dawn of the Jedi style movie. But that's clearly not true, as a Dawn of the Jedi style film is in development right now. So yeah, D&D made one of the worst seasons of television history, and it killed their chances at working on a Star Wars project. George Lucas's sequel trilogy plans. So over the decades, George Lucas has revealed various ideas he had for his own Star Wars sequel trilogy. These plans changed a ton throughout the decades. The original idea for Star Wars was that there would be 12 main films and 4 trilogies. The only characters to appear in all of the films would be R2-D2 and C-3PO. As for episodes 7 through 9, there would be a 20 to 40 year time skip between episodes 6 and 7. Luke would also have a girlfriend in this trilogy, and the entire trilogy would be about rebuilding the Republic. The last thing we know about this trilogy is that the films would have dealt with moral and philosophical problems, like justice, confrontation, passing on what you've learned and the difference between right and wrong. However, those were his ideas in the 80s. His more recent ideas from the 2000s and early 2010s were a bit different. Some of his newer ideas for the trilogy include Luke building the new Jedi Order, Leia building the New Republic and becoming the Chancellor. It would have also been revealed that Leia was actually the true Chosen One, not Anakin or Luke. Weirdly enough, Darth Maul was going to be the main villain of this trilogy, alongside his apprentice, Darth Talon, who would be the Darth Vader of the trilogy. This is despite Darth Talon not being alive at all during the New Republic era. George Lucas just really liked Darth Talon. I wonder why. There would also be a planet of stormtroopers, and they were described by Lucas as being like Saddam Hussein's Ba'athist fighters that kept fighting despite his death. Also, most of Luke's new Jedi Order would be made up of older Order 66 survivors. Midichlorians would also have been brought back in a big way, basically being present front and center in the story, with Lucas describing their world as a microbiotic world, where beings known as the Wills would live. Rey would have also been in this trilogy, and would have been a 14-year-old girl who had various different names during development, like Kira, Echo, Thea, and Terran. Luke would have also died in Episode 8, and while he did rebuild the Order, he was also depressed and was in self-exile for a while because one of his pupils betrayed him. Luke would then have to be convinced to return and train this version of Rey. Han and Leia also wouldn't have had a bunch of kids like they did in Legends, and Luke would never have gotten married or had kids. In fact, he never even had a girlfriend. Finally, this version of Rey would travel around the galaxy looking for the map to Luke Skywalker, traveling to the second Death Star's ruins, Darth Vader's castle, and other locations. While the sequel trilogy that we got was very different from Lucas's ideas, elements of his ideas were used in the films. Indiana Jones references. Indiana Jones and Star Wars have a bit of a history together, due to them both being made by Lucasfilm, and, Han Solo and Indiana Jones are both played by Harrison Ford. Here's a quick rundown of some of the various Easter eggs and references between the two IPs. In Star Wars, Indiana Jones shows up in LEGO Star Wars The Complete Saga as a playable character to promote his own game. He also shows up in Star Wars Tales Issue 19, released in May of 2004, in the short story Into the Great Unknown, where Han Solo crash lands on Earth and gets killed by Native Americans, and then Chewbacca becomes Bigfoot. Han's corpse is later found by Indy in Short Round. I shouldn't have to tell you, but this story is obviously non-canon to both franchises. The Lost Ark, the Holy Grail, the Sankara Stones, Golden Idol, and Crystal Skull all show up several times in various Star Wars projects, like the Clone Wars, Rebels, Solo, and Andor. Indiana Jones and Henry Jones Sr. also cameo in LEGO Star Wars 3: The Clone Wars. And in the video game Star Wars Yoda Stories, you can actually meet Indiana Jones. Meanwhile, in Indiana Jones, several Star Wars characters show up in LEGO Indiana Jones The Original Adventures, including Han Solo, who's playable. R2 and 3PO appear in Raiders of the Lost Ark on a wall in the background, and Han Solo is a playable skin in Indiana Jones and the Staff of Kings. Star Wars Underworld. Star Wars Underworld was a live-action Star Wars series George Lucas was creating throughout the 2000s and very early 2010s. The show would take place between Revenge of the Sith and A New Hope. This was something that George Lucas was extremely passionate about, perhaps a little bit too passionate. The show was planned to have hour-long episodes, and Lucas planned for the series to last 100 episodes, but proposed that the show could eventually reach 400 episodes. Yeah, like I said, maybe he was a little bit too passionate about the show, because, look, I love Star Wars to death, but 400 hour-long episodes for a single show is pretty crazy. Despite this massive episode count, only 50 scripts were ever created for the series. So what would this show be about? Everything. No, seriously, everything. Characters that were confirmed to appear, rumored to appear, or had their actors mention that they would like to appear in the show include Princess Leia, Han Solo, Chewbacca, Quinlan Vos, Emperor Palpatine, Boba Fett, Darth Vader, Captain Typho, Watto, Sebulba, Lando, Greedo, Neenub, Tednub, Galen Merrick, Maris Brood, Mara Jade, Sai Snoodles, and more. Yeah, that's a lot of characters. Despite the large list of characters, we only know of 4 plotlines planned for the show. These include Han and Chewbacca's first time meeting, Lando losing the Millennium Falcon to Han, Vader showing up on Coruscant to stop an uprising, and, I'm not joking, Palpatine's love life. Yes, there was going to be an entire story arc about how Palpatine was actually not as bad as you would think, because he was wronged by a woman at some point in his life. And that's partially the reason why he became evil. What a stupid idea, I'm gonna be honest with you. As you can probably tell, the series was going to be an anthology of sorts, with each episode basically being a self-contained movie. The show had a bunch of concept art made for it, and even had some test footage created. Everything seemed to be going as planned, which is actually why the show was cancelled. You see, everything was as George Lucas had wanted, and because of this, each episode of the show would cost a massive amount of money. So the show was cancelled. However, Underworld wouldn't be forgotten, and elements of the show would inspire various future Star Wars projects. For example, Saw Gerrera was actually created for Underworld, the organization, the Church of the Force, that was mentioned in The Force Awakens and appeared in various High Republic stories, was actually created for Underworld as well. Even Palpatine's first name, Sheev, was created for the show. Star Wars Rebels had various ideas from Underworld incorporated into it. And, strangely, Kratos' character arc in God of War PS4 was inspired by a script from Underworld. And finally, all of the, Mandoverse shows on Disney Plus were inspired by the idea of Star Wars Underworld. As part of the plan for Underworld was that it was supposed to eventually spin off into 5 different shows, and all of these shows would air at the same time. Darth Jar Jar. Darth Jar Jar is an insane fan theory that originates in 2015 by Reddit user Lumpawaru, and it surprisingly has a lot of evidence to back it up. From Jar Jar's hand movements secretly being mind tricks, to his goofy behavior being some kind of real-world martial art. The theory states that Jar Jar Binks was the true antagonist of the prequel trilogy, but because of fan backlash, this idea was scrapped. In response to this theory, Ahmed Best, Jar Jar's actor, tweeted out, "I will say this, It feels really good when the hidden meaning behind the work is seen, no matter how long it takes. Some people thought that this was him confirming the theory, even though it's pretty clear he was just joking. He would later then say in an interview, quote, "There is a lot about that theory that is true. There are some things about it that are not true. Could Jar Jar have evolved into that? I think the answer is yes. Because of the backlash, and rightfully so, Lucasfilm backed off of Jar Jar a lot. But a lot of the influence that I put into the character mirrored a lot of what was already in the Star Wars universe." Some people took this as him confirming the theory, but that's just not true. He's confirming that Jar Jar's role was made smaller and smaller with each film due to backlash. This theory was later referenced by the miniseries LEGO Star Wars Rebuild the Galaxy, in which an alternate universe version of Jar Jar, where he's a Sith Lord, appears as an antagonist. Project Ragtag. Project Ragtag was a cancelled Star Wars game being developed by Visceral Games, taking place between Revenge of the Sith and Rogue One. It began development in 2013, however, it quickly hit some production issues. The first major problem was Battlefield Hardline. This was another game that was being developed by Visceral Games at the same time, so the studio was split in two, working on the two projects. Even after Hardline's release, the game's dev team still needed to work on the game's 5 DLC packs. While this was all occurring, Amy Hennig was brought in to direct the project. Originally, Project Ragtag was going to be an open-world action game described as a cross between Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag and the new Tomb Raider games. However, when Hennig was brought in, the game was changed to a linear action game in the style of the Uncharted series. The team would then face another problem. EA was forcing them to use the Frostbite engine to make the game, despite that engine being made for first-person shooters, while Ragtag was a third-person game. This wasn't the last major problem. During the game's development, the dev team were told by EA executives that they weren't happy with the game, not because the game wasn't looking good, but because it didn't have the Force or lightsabers. They believed the game wouldn't be successful because market research showed that people liked lightsabers. Then, a bunch of the game's developers were pulled off of Ragtag and forced to work on Battlefront 2. Eventually, Visceral Games would have massive layoffs, and the entire studio would be closed in October of 2017. But the game wasn't dead just yet. EA Vancouver was now fully in charge of the game, and they decided to change the game again, from an open-world action game to a linear adventure game to now an entirely online multiplayer game. This didn't last very long, and the game was finally put out of its misery in January of 2019. As to what the game was going to be about, we don't actually know a ton. We know the game would have been centered around an Ocean's 11 style heist, where you'd have multiple companions who could travel with you. Jabba's palace was also going to be a location you could travel to, and you would play as a smuggler named Dodger. There are rumors that the upcoming Skydance Star Wars game is actually a revival of sorts of Project Ragtag, as Amy Hennig is directing the game, but these are just rumors. And I know what you're probably thinking, but no, Star Wars Outlaws is not related to Project Ragtag. It was made by a completely different staff and a rival studio. Was it inspired by Ragtag? Probably, but Outlaws isn't Project Ragtag. Star Wars Detours. In April of 2010, a Star Wars comedy series was announced to be in development and was being made by Lucasfilm Animation. With writers from The Simpsons, Family Guy, Robot Chicken, The Daily Show, SpongeBob SquarePants, and Buffy the Vampire Slayer being brought on board to write it. Fans were pretty excited. And then the trailer dropped. Fans weren't exactly thrilled with this trailer, mainly because of its art style, and most of the jokes sucked. But despite the backlash, the show was still planned to be released, with 39 episodes having been completed. And it would have actually been released, if not for Disney. Disney had bought Lucasfilm while the show was in production, and once it was completed, Disney decided to delay the release of Detours since the sequel trilogy was right around the corner, and they didn't want kids to think that Star Wars was a joke. Because this is a rather strange reason that doesn't really make any sense, many people suspect the true story is that Disney executives took one look at the show and its backlash and canceled it. This is probably what happened, as the sequel trilogy has been done since 2019, and there's been no update on the show from Disney's end. In June of 2021, Seth Green, who worked on the show, stated that he didn't think that the show would ever come out. And that's been the last update. However, a third of one of Detours' episodes was actually leaked in November of 2020, so the episodes still exist. Will this show ever come out? Probably not. The original Star Wars. A New Hope wasn't even remotely the first draft of Star Wars. In fact, the drafts that came before it were extremely different. In 1973, George Lucas created the first draft of Star Wars, titled Journey of the Whills Part 1. This script was about a Jedi Bendu named Mace Windu and his apprentice, C.J. Thorpe. The two would get involved in a conspiracy created by the Empire, who wanted to get rid of Windu. Not much else is known about this script. Later that year, Lucas would write another draft, titled The Star Wars Story Synopsis. In this draft, Star Wars takes place in our universe, in the 33rd century. Civil war has broken out across the galaxy as General Luke Skywalker escorts the princess as they flee from the Empire. They land on the planet Gordon, which was basically Tatooine, but leave the planet when they make contact with the Resistance. The rest of the film deals with Luke and the rebels working alongside some farmers to perform guerrilla attacks on the Empire. This story treatment was heavily inspired by the Vietnam War. George Lucas later stated that he couldn't actually make this film because of the controversy that the film would have created. Although, that's probably not the exact reason. He had actually pitched the film to various studios, and most of them shot the script down purely because it would be too expensive to make. In May of 1974, George Lucas would create the Star Wars Rough Draft, which would later be reworked into the Star Wars First Draft. This story followed the character Kanan Starkiller, who joins forces with his son, Anakin Starkiller, alongside Jedi General Luke Skywalker, Princess Leia, Han Solo, Chewbacca, R2-D2, and C-3PO, after one of his sons is killed by the Empire. They battle against the Empire and their Sith Knights, like Vader and Valerium, but Kanan is forced to sacrifice himself in order to save Princess Leia. Anakin then takes charge of the group, and they destroy an Imperial station. At the end of the film, Valorum joins the heroes, Leia becomes a queen, and Anakin is given the title of Lord Protector. This script was later adapted into an 8-issue comic series by Dark Horse Comics, releasing from September 2013 to July of 2014. Finally, we have probably the most well-known original version of Star Wars, Adventures of the Starkiller, as taken from the Journal of the Whills, Saga 1, The Star Wars. Yeah, it's a bit of a mouthful. This script is extremely similar to the film we ended up getting. The most major changes include Deke Starkiller, who's Luke's older brother and is part of the rebellion. He would fight Vader in the opening scene of the film, but would lose and be captured. Stormtroopers would have their own shields and lightsabers. Instead of saving Princess Leia, Luke and crew would go rescue Deke Starkiller from the Death Star. And finally, Darth Vader would kamikaze into Han's ship. But this doesn't kill Han, as he escapes via an escape pod.
Coming up next, it's Star Wars: The Clone Wars on Cartoon Network.
A long time ago, in a galaxy far, far away.
Obi-Wan, we've got to save the Queen.
Under attack! Mr. Jar Jar Binks come for comic relief.
Emergency landing on Tatooine.
No! Pod racing is wet. Love you, Mom.
Love you, Padme. Oh no, Darth Maul! My brains are spilling out!
Oh, joy. The end.
This is the weirdest date I've ever been on. I'm out of here.
Go you must.
Farewell. Bye-bye.
Star Wars Episode 1 cans collect all 24 this summer.
Jawas of Doom. Star Wars Issue 81, Jawas of Doom, released in December of 1983, is when Boba Fett was retconned into surviving Return of the Jedi. In this story, Boba Fett is spit out by the Sarlacc, because I guess the Sarlacc just didn't think he tasted good. When he awakens from being spit out by the Great Pit of Carkoon, it's revealed that he's lost his memory. A bunch of Jawas then show up and abduct him, believing that he's a droid because of his armor. Through some shenanigans, Han Solo ends up on the Sandcrawler and meets up with Boba Fett, who obviously doesn't remember him. Han and Boba then work together to get out of the Sandcrawler, but in the process, Boba gets his memories back and attacks Han. But Han dodges the attack and escapes the Sandcrawler. The Sandcrawler then falls right into the Sarlacc, with Boba Fett still inside. Boba Fett would then escape the Sarlacc yet again in Tales from Jabba's Palace, released in December of 1995. This story is actually pretty crazy, because it reveals that Boba was able to escape the Sarlacc because a dude from thousands of years ago, who was also eaten by the Sarlacc, had his mind melded into the Sarlacc. So he was able to control the Sarlacc for a little bit, allowing Boba to escape. So to recap, Boba Fett escaped the Sarlacc for like a day, but was then thrown back into the Sarlacc, only to then escape again. The Empire's many attempts at creating a Sith army. So in canon, we have the Inquisitors, a group of darkside users who hunt Jedi for Vader and Palpatine. But did you know that in Legends, not only were there also Inquisitors working for the Empire, although they were very different, there were several attempts by the Empire to produce Sith soldiers. And before anyone goes, are you talking about the reborn Sith from Jedi Outcast and Jedi Academy? No, I'm talking about the Empire, not the Imperial Remnant. First off, we have the Saber Guard. These were Imperial soldiers, hand-selected for their force sensitivity, and trained in lightsaber combat on Kamino. They were usually armed with 2 lightsabers. They often worked alongside the Imperial Sith Acolytes. These guys were also hand-selected by the Empire for their force sensitivity. Instead of using lightsabers, these guys used exclusively force abilities to battle foes. They, alongside the Saber Guards, were the result of the Acolyte program, a program to create a force-sensitive portion of the Imperial military, in response to Galen Marek being able to easily infiltrate the Death Star. Then there's the QS clones, 6 stormtroopers cloned from the Sith assassin Sa QS. They were an attempt at creating a clone Sith battalion, but all of them would eventually betray the Empire and were killed almost instantly by Darth Vader. Then there's the Emperor's Shadow Guard. They were elite soldiers that were personally trained by Vader. They were made up of former Sun Guard mercenaries who were hand-selected to join the Imperial Royal Guard, and because of their force sensitivity, they were trained in lightsaber combat. These guys were basically the elite of the elite, and were mostly sent on missions to take down Jedi. They were armed with a lightsaber pike and a blaster pistol. Then there's the Imperial Senate Guard. These guys were formed from the Senate Guard of the days of the Republic. While their name suggests that they simply just guarded Imperial senators, that's not all they did. For example, sometimes they would be sent on assassination missions, and to hunt down Jedi. Like the Shadow Guard, they were armed with lightsaber pikes. These guys are actually canon, although their canon counterpart didn't carry lightsabers, and weren't force-sensitive. And finally, we have the Imperial Royal Guards. While most of them weren't force-sensitive, there were a handful of members who were, and were trained in lightsaber combat. However, this was very rare. You would think with all of these Sith soldiers, the Empire would have been able to easily defeat the rebellion, but no. All of them were either dead or, I guess, fired by the time of A New Hope. Cancelled EA Battlefront 2 plans. After a few years of being supported, Battlefront 2's time finally came to an end in April of 2020. God, I miss the days of Battlefront 2. Just chilling out in the Battlefront subreddit with all of the awesome members of DICE just like hanging out and interacting with the community on like a daily basis, posting memes and talking about the game. God, what really fun times. Shout out to everyone else who was part of that community from the very beginning. Anyways, there was actually more content planned for the game, but it was all scrapped in favor of the remaining devs to go and work on Battlefield 2042. So what were these plans? Well, for starters, the original trilogy era was meant to have its own version of capital supremacy, like the prequel and sequel trilogies. We know this because there's a glitch on the final map added to the game, Scarif Beach, where you can see Imperial and Rebel capital ships in your blaster scope's reflection. This also implies that Imperial Star Destroyer and Rebel cruiser maps were also being worked on. We also know that the next map being worked on was Mustafar, and that DICE was working on Ahsoka and Ventress. There's even audio in the game's files from Grievous, where he mentions Ahsoka and Padme, which means that Padme was probably planned to be added at some point. I don't know if it's been confirmed, but there's been a lot of rumors that the ISB agent reinforcement was built using assets created for Ahsoka and Padme, her head being Padme's and her battle stance being Ahsoka's. Then there's Jyn Erso and Director Krennic, who maybe were planned to be added at one point. I say maybe because somebody on the Battlefront subreddit in 2024 theorized if support for Battlefront 2 wasn't shut down, that DICE would have eventually added Jyn and Krennic to the game, And in response, Forge, aka Ben Walk, the community manager for Battlefront 2, responded with a meme suggesting that they probably would've. Although, I would take this with a giant grain of salt. I think Ben was just goofing around. These next few entries are actually just stuff scrapped from the game. But who knows, maybe they would have been eventually added to the game. Originally, there was meant to be a Rebel Pilot Reinforcement class in the game. They would have spawned with a much more powerful version of the Blurg pistol, and had 3 abilities: an astromech droid that spawned a shield, a homing shot, and an orbital strike. There's also the Sentinel class. Not much is known about this cut class, and it's been speculated that it was just a very early version of the Enforcer class. There was supposed to be a strike map based on the 3rd phase on Crate, and was supposed to be released in the Last Jedi season, but it was scrapped. Theed Palace was also originally supposed to be a Heroes vs. Villains map. Originally, the Imperial Jump Troopers were supposed to look like the Sky Troopers from Star Tours. You can briefly see this design in the This is Star Wars Battlefront 2 trailer. Originally, Rebel officers were supposed to have unique appearances for the Death Star 2 and Endor maps. Dress aliens were also supposed to be a playable species for the Rebel Alliance. Originally, instead of ion disruptors on Theed, the Republic was supposed to use Gungan Booma bombs to take out the MTT. There's also a ton of scrapped emotes for the game, most notably one based on the Han Solo dance from Star Wars Connect. Finally, the Resurrection DLC campaign was originally supposed to be longer, with a 4th level being found in the game's files. This level would have had you do a speeder bike chase on Pilio. Original casting. Just like every other film or show ever made, some actors just didn't make the cut when they auditioned for roles in the Star Wars franchise. That, or they declined a role offered to them. Here's a list of some actors who either auditioned for roles, were offered roles, or were considered for roles, but for whatever reason, didn't end up getting the part. For Luke Skywalker, Robbie Benson, William Catt, Perry King, and Charles Martin Smith were considered for the role. For Han Solo, Kurt Russell, Christopher Walken, Al Pacino, Robert De Niro, Robert Englund, James Woods, Bill Murray, John Travolta, Burt Reynolds, and Nick Nolte were considered for the role. For Princess Leia, Jodie Foster, Sissy Spacek, Karen Allen, Sigourney Weaver, Deborah Winger, Linda Blair, Melanie Griffith, and Meryl Streep were considered for the role. For Rey Skywalker, Elizabeth Olsen, Jennifer Lawrence, Rachel Hurd Wood, Shailene Woodley, and Courtney Eden were considered for the role. For Obi-Wan Kenobi, Hugh Jackman, Tim Roth, Kenneth Branagh, and Joseph Fiennes were considered for the role. For Darth Vader, Peter Mayhew, Orson Welles, Pat Roach, and Toshiro Mifune were considered for the role. For Emperor Palpatine, Lawrence Oliver, Ben Kingsley, and John Gielgud were considered for the role. For Lando, Yaphet Kotto was considered for the role. For Finn, Michael B. Jordan, Ray Fisher, Matthew James Thomas, Jesse Plemons, Chase Stokes, Daryl McCormick, and Tom Holland were considered for the role. For C-3PO, Mel Blanc and Stan Freberg were considered for the role. For Mace Windu, Tupac was considered for the role. No, I'm not joking. For Poe Dameron, James McAvoy, Joel Egerton, Miles Teller, Jack O'Connell, and Chiwetel Ejiofor were considered for the role. For Padme Amidala, Kelly MacDonald and Vanette Robinson were considered for the role. For Kylo Ren, Hugo Weaving, Michael Fassbender, Lee Pace, Joel Kinnaman, and Christoph Waltz were considered for the role. For Qui-Gon Jinn, Tom Hanks, Morgan Freeman, Vin Diesel, Kurt Russell, and Denzel Washington were considered for the role. For Jyn Erso, Brie Larson, Rooney Mara, Kate Mara, and Tatiana Maslany were considered for the role. For Rose Tico, Olivia Cook, Gina Rodriguez, and Tatiana Maslany were considered for the role. For Darth Maul, Benicio del Toro was considered for the role. For Anakin Skywalker, Leonardo DiCaprio, Christian Bale, Heath Ledger, Misha Collins, Paul Walker, Ryan Philippe, Colin Hanks, Chris Klein, and Joshua Jackson were considered for the role. For Cassian Andor, Aaron Paul, Sam Claflin, and Edgar Ramirez were considered for the role. For Din Djarin, Anthony Mackie was considered for the role. For Ezra Bridger, Mina Massoud was considered for the role. For young Han Solo, Tom Felton, Charlie Cox, Jack O'Connell, Aaron Taylor Johnson, and Mills Teller were considered for the role. For young Lando Calrissian, Michael B. Jordan and O'Shea Jackson Jr. were considered for the role. For General Grievous, Gary Oldman was considered for the role. For DJ, Joaquin Phoenix was considered for the role. For Kira, Tessa Thompson, Naomi Scott, Adria Arjona, and Zoe Kravitz were considered for the role. For Dryden Voss, Michael K. Williams was considered for the role. Actually, he was Dryden Voss, but due to reshoots, he had to be replaced. And finally, as for Jar Jar Binks, Michael Jackson was considered for the role. He wasn't offered the role, and he didn't audition, but he contacted Lucasfilm and said that he wanted to play Jar Jar. Lucasfilm shot him down. Mace Windu is alive. So there's a lot of people who believe that Mace Windu survived his encounter with Palpatine and Anakin in Revenge of the Sith. Why is this? Because Samuel L. Jackson has said various times that he believes that Mace Windu is alive, since characters have been shown to survive Great Falls. While it's true that a lot of Star Wars characters have survived big falls, I can't actually see Lucasfilm retconning that Mace Windu is alive. Yeah, it's not actually canon that he's alive, not even really a theory, it's just Samuel L. Jackson claiming that he's alive, and some fans like to believe that. So, yeah, Mace Windu is, not alive. Millennium Falcon in Revenge of the Sith. You can actually see the Millennium Falcon in Revenge of the Sith flying into a docking bay. You might think that this is just the same kind of ship as the Falcon, but no. George Lucas himself has confirmed that's the Falcon, and was put in the film to further tie in the original trilogy with the prequel trilogy. So who owned the Falcon during this time? Can't be Lando. Well, in Legends, around this time, the Falcon was known as the Stellar Envoy, and was owned by two dudes named Tob Jadek and Reese Durman. So it's them inside the Falcon in Revenge of the Sith. Shortly after this scene, they would actually get into a massive crash, and Durman would die, while Jadek would lose his legs. Meanwhile, in canon, we don't actually know who owned the Falcon during the Clone Wars. Triclops. Triclops is the son of Palpatine in Legends, although probably not. He claimed to be Palpatine's son, but Bro never really gave any evidence. So if he's the son of Palpatine, who's his mother? Well, according to in-universe rumors, that would be Sly Moore. Anyways, he would work alongside Palpatine for a little bit, but Palpatine wasn't really cool with him, since Triclops was a mutant, and had 3 eyes, with his third eye being on the back of his head. So Palpatine had him thrown into a prison on Kessel, where he would rot for a while. While in prison, he would actually have a kid with a former Jedi princess who was now a nurse at the station. She would be killed shortly after giving birth. Their kid was named Ken, and he was taken away by the Empire, only to be rescued and brought to the lost city of the Jedi on Yavin 4. There, he lived in peace for a while, until eventually he started exploring the galaxy and joined the New Republic. Anyways, why exactly did Palpatine have Triclops thrown into a prison instead of having him killed? Seems kind of out of character. Well, it's because Triclops had a really weird ability. Whenever he dreamed, he came up with the most destructive and powerful weapons imaginable, and thanks to an implant embedded in Triclops' skull, all of his dreams would be broadcasted to the Empire. Basically, Triclops was a dream machine. He wasn't really a big fan of this, so he eventually escaped Imperial custody and was reunited with his son. Triclops would then join the New Republic and just kind of didn't do all that much. Perhaps Triclops would have appeared in more stories if he wasn't such a controversial character. Yeah, it turns out that Palpatine having a three-eyed son with dream powers was not exactly something a ton of Star Wars fans were cool with. And so, after the final Jedi Prince novel, Prophets of the Dark Side, released in April of 1993, Triclops never appeared again. Also, I should probably mention Trioculus. This is a guy who also had 3 eyes, and he pretended to be Triclops in order to gain power. He actually led his own Imperial offshoot for a bit, but was eventually killed. Weird lightsabers. So there's the standard lightsaber, the double-bladed lightsaber, the lightsaber staff, the Inquisitor lightsaber, the Shoto lightsaber, and the curved hilt lightsaber. But there's plenty of other lightsabers in the Star Wars universe, and some of them are a bit weird. For example, the Light Whip. Easily the most well-known weird lightsaber variant, the Light Whip is a lightsaber that acts like a whip. Thus the name. There were many different versions of the Light Whip. Some whips just had a standard lightsaber blades, while others had solid objects built into the blades in order to make it an even more devastating weapon. These things were also extremely dangerous to use, because, I mean, obviously, it's a lightsaber whip. One mistake and you're done. Then there's the Guard Shoto blades. These lightsabers are designed after real-world tonfas and were used primarily for defense. These things were extremely risky to use, because if you didn't know exactly what you were doing, you were gonna end up stabbing yourself. Then there's the Light Club, which is a lightsaber made for very large aliens. Basically, it was your standard lightsaber, but way bigger. Then there's the Crossguard saber, and I'm not talking about the one you're probably thinking of. The Crossguard lightsaber featured in the sequel trilogy, High Republic, Rebels, and Jedi Survivor wasn't actually the original Crossguard saber. Before it was introduced in canon, in Legends, the Crossguard lightsaber was a forked lightsaber that had 2 blades. The standard blade, and one that was angled at 45 degrees from the main blade. Although, thanks to the Old Republic MMO, something pretty rare happened. Something from canon was made canon in Legends. Yup, in an Old Republic update, the canon version of the Crossguard saber was made canon in Legends. So now there's 2 different types of Crossguard saber in Legends. There's the Light Foil, which is an extremely small version of a lightsaber. They were basically your standard lightsaber, but weighed a lot less, and looked more rich looking, I guess you could say. Like more aristocratic. Like something a dude from Hamlet would use. Then there's Dasan's lightsaber. The dinosaur Dark Jedi himself in Jedi Outcasts wielded a standard red lightsaber that had a spike ball at the end of it. Why? Well, I believe he made his lightsaber like this so that he could hit people with it. Like a club. Not the most practical weapon, but probably gets the job done. Then there's Ezra's lightsaber, or his first lightsaber. This was a unique lightsaber blaster hybrid that could shoot stun blasts at enemies when not in lightsaber mode. This built-in blaster function was created because early into Ezra's career as a Jedi, he wasn't exactly the greatest at deflecting blaster bolts. Then there's the lightsaber rifle, which is a rifle that's powered by a lightsaber. Basically, you would load your lightsaber into a slot on top of the rifle, and this would activate it. The rifle shot powerful blasts, but had one major downside. Because of the amount of energy it used, if used too much, the lightsaber inside would melt. And by use the rifle too much, I mean, like, shoot it like 5 times. Yeah, you didn't really have many shots with it. Then there's the sickle-bladed lightsaber. Not much is known about this blade, outside of it being primarily used by Darksiders. It's basically what you would think. It's a lightsaber curved like a sickle. Then there's the proto-saber, which is one of the very first types of lightsabers. Unlike normal lightsabers, you had to wear a power pack connected to the lightsaber in order for the blade to even activate. And unlike a normal lightsaber, this thing ran off of a battery, so when that power pack lost its juice, you were kinda screwed. And finally, there's the retro saber. This is literally just a hipster lightsaber. Basically, some dude during the time of the Clone Wars decided that the proto-saber was pretty cool. So he modified a proto-lightsaber, creating the retro saber. Now instead of a power pack, you had a smaller belt-mounted power pack that made the lightsaber blade even more powerful. Clone Lancer. Only appearing in a single episode of the 2D Clone Wars microseries, the Clone Lancer Trooper is a Clone Trooper variant that was literally just created to lance. Imagine being a Clone Trooper. You're raised into a slave military with really cool armor, and you see all of the clones on Kamino trading, and you're just like, man, this is gonna be sick. I can't wait to fight some droids. But then some giraffe person comes up to you and is just like, oh no, you're going to spend the rest of your life driving speeder bikes with no blasters mounted on them into battle. You'll be battling battle droids with lances. Genuine insanity, but damn did they look cool. There's not really much else I can say about them. They're just a really weird clone variant. Cancelled Darth Maul game. Battle of the Sith Lords is a cancelled Star Wars game that was being developed by Red Fly Studios. The game starred Darth Maul, or a clone of Darth Maul, or no, not a clone, a descendant of Maul. I'll get into that confusion in a bit. The game began development in 2010, after LucasArts contacted Red Fly about making a game about Darth Maul. However, that was it. They didn't give Red Fly any story ideas, just that the game had to be about Maul. So the devs at Red Fly were like, oh cool, we could do like an origin story. You could play as Maul throughout his life until the Phantom Menace. The game could even have choices where you could have like an alternate non-canon ending where you disobey Palpatine and he kills you. But then, during a meeting with LucasArts, Redfly Studios were told that Maul was actually going to be revealed to be alive soon, and he would have robotic legs and a brother named Savage Opress. Redfly were pretty cool with this, and after a meeting with Dave Filoni, it was decided that this game might actually be the beginning of a trilogy, with the second installment taking place during the Clone Wars. So Redfly began development and created a bunch of prototype builds where Maul would face off against clone troopers and Death Watch. Everything was looking good, until George Lucas walked in. During a meeting with Redfly Studios, George Lucas said, "You should have Maul work with Darth Talon." And Redfly Studios were just like, "What? Darth Talon lived almost 200 years after Maul." To which George said, "I don't care. Make the game about a clone of Maul, or maybe one of Darth Maul's descendants." So all of that origin story and potential trilogy was shut down, and now the game was going to take place during the time of the Star Wars Legacy comic series, and be about a clone of Maul, or a descendant of Maul, trying to take down Darth Krayt and become the leader of the Sith. This game would have retconned a ton of the Legacy comic, as Darth Krayt would get an entirely new design, and various new characters were created, with none of Krayt's top Sith being present in concept art, suggesting that they wouldn't be in the game. Development on the game was looking alright, until Disney bought Star Wars and shut LucasArts down, killing the project. Although Redfly Studios still had hope and created even more prototypes to pitch the game to Disney and EA. Sadly for Redfly, Lucasfilm wasn't interested in non-EA Star Wars games, at least at the moment, and shut down the pitch. Although, now that the exclusivity deal with EA is over, maybe this game could get revived. The last few things of note that I want to mention are that the game was going to be inspired by the Arkham series, and that Darth Talon was going to be a companion character. The game was also going to be rated M due to violence and sexual themes. Probably because Darth Talon's in the game. E.T. in The Phantom Menace. In The Phantom Menace, you can briefly see an alien species at the Senate meeting called the Insogians, who were modeled off of E.T. from the film, well, E.T. This was done as part of a promise. During the development of E.T., Steven Spielberg asked George Lucas if he could include Star Wars toys in his film. Lucas agreed, and said that in his next Star Wars film, he would return the favor and include E.T. This species has since appeared in a handful of comics, both in canon and legends. Last thing I want to mention here is that in E.T., the titular alien spots a kid wearing a Yoda mask, and in response, he says, "Home, home." Many people have theorized that this means that Yoda's species exists in the world of E.T. Perhaps E.T. is canon to Star Wars. Probably not, but maybe. No, it's not. Cad Bane is alive. There's been a lot of people who think that Cad Bane survived being stabbed in the chest at the end of Book of Boba Fett. Now you might think that this is just fans coping, and, well, that's definitely part of the reason why people think he's alive, but unlike Mace Windu, there's actually evidence to support the theory that Cad Bane is still alive. For starters, the reference book, Star Wars Timelines, mentions that Cad Bane was, quote, out of action after his fight with Fett, not killed. This isn't great evidence, since, while an overall really good reference book, Timelines does have some mistakes. Also, out of action could still mean he was killed. It's just different wording. Although, I guess you could argue it's purposely vague in case Lucasfilm wants to go back on their decision to kill him. The second piece of evidence is the blinking red light shown on Cad Bane's suit after he's killed. Many people believe that this is maybe an emergency life support system kicking in, or maybe a signal to alert Todo 360 to his position. Surprisingly, to this day, we still don't know what the blinking light is. Personally, I believe that Cad Bane is dead. However, I believe the blinking light was included just in case Lucasfilm ever wanted to bring him back. Personally, I would have had the show's after credits scene be Cad Bane in the Bacta tank, and Boba Fett could stand next to him and tell him that he has changed, and that Bane will be going to jail when he recovers. You know, instead of Cobb Vanth being there for some reason. Look, I like Cobb Vanth as much as the next guy, but come on, he should have died. Ikrit. Ikrit is a Kushabin Jedi Master. Kushabins are a species that looks like a hybrid between a fox and a rabbit, and their fur changes color depending on whatever their mood is. Ikrit was a member of Luke's new Jedi Order, but he was also a member of the Jedi Order before the prequels. About 400 years prior to the prequels. You might just think that his species lives a long time, but that's not actually true. I'll get into how he lived for so long in just a little bit. Upon being recruited into the Jedi by Yoda, Ikrit would actually become Yoda's apprentice. As a Jedi, Ikrit had some anger problems, and once almost murdered his friend after a disagreement. Yoda had to actually step in and chill him out. After this incident, Ikrit would refuse to use lightsabers ever again. During a mission, Ikrit would discover the Golden Globe, an ancient darkside spear created by Exar Kun, that held the spirits of children prisoner, so that he could then absorb their power. Ikrit tried to free the souls, but discovered that only a child could actually free them. So he placed himself into a hibernation-like trance until the day somebody would show up and free them. Centuries would go by, and eventually, Han and Leia's son, Anakin Solo, would find Ikrit and free the souls from the Golden Globe. After this, Ikrit and Anakin would become the best of friends. Ikrit even became Anakin's master. Everything was pretty cool, until Ikrit got gunned down during the Yuuzhan Vong War. R.I.P. little dude, R.I.P. Tennis Shoe in Return of the Jedi. During the development of Return of the Jedi, special effects artist Ken Ralston placed a tennis shoe in the background of a shot during the Battle of Endor. While you might think that this is a really weird thing to do, this wasn't actually that uncommon while making the original trilogy. For example, a potato and a shoe were used while filming the asteroid field in The Empire Strikes Back. However, unlike that example, the tennis shoe was actually a bit of a mystery, because for decades, nobody actually knew where it was. In fact, many people just assumed that this was just an urban legend, and that it wasn't actually in the film. That was until YouTuber E.C. Henry uploaded a video showcasing it. You can see it in the background as the Executor crashes into the second Death Star. Except, that might not actually be the shoe. YouTuber Rubu would then upload a video in response to E.C. Henry and showed what they believe to be the shoe. During this iconic shot of the Falcon battling TIE interceptors, if you look towards the bottom of the screen, you can actually see the shoe. So, which one is the shoe? I'll leave that up to you guys. Who knows? Maybe it's both. Rogue Squadron film. In December of 2020, it was announced that a Star Wars film was being released in December of 2023, titled Rogue Squadron. It was then revealed that Patty Jenkins would direct the film. She would also write the film alongside Matthew Robinson. She quickly clarified that the film wouldn't be an adaptation of the Rogue Squadron games or novels, but instead would be an original story, though it would still pay tribute to those pieces of media. Production was going pretty well until November of 2021, where it was revealed that the film was delayed because Patty Jenkins had commitments to other projects. But hey, the film's still happening, so whatever. Right? Well, in December of 2022, it was revealed that the project was back in development. Kinda. While Patty Jenkins now had a free schedule, she stated that she didn't actually know if the film was going to happen, and then in March of 2023, it was revealed that the film was cancelled. But then, in April of 2023, Kathleen Kennedy would reveal that the film wasn't technically cancelled just yet. They were still discussing the film, even throwing out ideas of turning the film into a show. Finally, in March of 2024, Patty Jenkins announced that she had signed a new contract with Lucasfilm and would continue work on the film. So, yeah, Rogue Squadron is not cancelled. Yet. We'll see. As for story information about the film, we don't have any. The closest we have is the film's logo, which fans have noticed features a sequel trilogy X-Wing, so it's possible that this film could take place shortly before, during, or after the sequel trilogy. Literally a new superweapon every week. So some people complain that canon has too many superweapons, like the 2 Death Stars, Starkiller Base, that fleet at the end of Rise of Skywalker, the Malachor Sith Temple, etc. Which, I mean, fair enough. I agree that they should probably stop using superweapons, especially Planet Busters, but this isn't anything new to the franchise. In fact, in Legends, there's been quite a few superweapons. Let's quickly go over some examples. The Darksaber is a superweapon built by Durga the Hutt during the New Republic era that could destroy planets. Basically, it's the Hutt version of the Death Star. It was even designed by the original creator of the Death Star. It made its first appearance in the novel Darksaber, released in October of 1995. The Starforge is a superweapon that could create an endless amount of ships, droids, and other war material. It was completely automated, and it took energy from a nearby star in order to fuel its endless factory. It was made by the Rockinton Infinite Empire in 30,000 BBY. It first appeared in the video game Knights of the Old Republic, released in July of 2003. The Tarkin is a superweapon named after the Grand Moff of the same name. It was really ugly and could destroy planets. The Tarkin was built after the destruction of the first Death Star and was meant to be its replacement. That was until Return of the Jedi came out and introduced the second Death Star. So it was then retconned that the Tarkin was just another superweapon they built. The Death Star 2 was the true replacement. It first appeared in issue 51 of the original Marvel Star Wars comic, released in June of 1981. Centerpoint Station is a superweapon capable of moving entire planets with its giant tractor beams. It was created by an alien species in 100,000 BBY. This was actually a weapon created by the orders of the son and daughter, who told the aliens to build this so they could create a black hole to contain Abeloth. It first appeared in the novel Ambush at Corellia, released in February of 1995. The Death Star prototype is exactly what it sounds like. It was the prototype of the Death Star. No, it's not the Death Star seen in Revenge of the Sith, which, actually, now that I think about it, doesn't make much sense, because the prototype was built in 3 BBY, so how could there have been a Death Star in Revenge of the Sith? Whatever, don't think about it. Because it was a prototype, it wasn't as powerful as the other 2 Death Stars, only being able to destroy the core of planets, rendering them uninhabitable instead of outright destroying them, although it could destroy moons. It first appeared in the novel Jedi Search, released in February of 1994. The Sun Crusher is a starfighter-sized Imperial superweapon that could destroy entire solar systems by causing the star at the center of the solar system to turn into a supernova. It also had armor so thick that almost no kind of blaster could penetrate it. It also first appeared in the novel Jedi Search, which, again, was released in February of 1994. The Dark Reaper is a superweapon that looks exactly like a UFO. Created by the Sith Lord Naga Sato, the Dark Reaper harvested the life out of anyone near it, and used that energy to create a massive beam that dealt massive damage. It first appeared in the Clone Wars video game, released in October of 2002. The Shawkin device is a superweapon designed to destroy the entire universe. Created by an unknown mad scientist from thousands of years prior to the original trilogy, the weapon would destroy the planet Shawkin, and this would create a chain reaction, as the planet's fragments would then smash into other planets and destroy them. This would create more debris that would crash into more planets, and so on. It first appeared in issue 87 of the original Marvel Star Wars comic, released in June of 1984. The Trigon 1 is a superweapon built by the criminal family, the Fromm Gang. It was created to force other criminal empires into submission, as it could destroy entire planets. It first appeared in an episode of the cartoon series Star Wars Droids, released in September of 1985. The Infants of Shah is a superweapon artifact that could release force energy, and when it did this, it would create a disturbance in the force so powerful it would destroy entire worlds. Jarl Poof actually sacrificed his life to prevent it from destroying Coruscant. It first appeared in the one-shot comic Star Wars Jango Fett, released in March of 2002. The Galaxy Gun is a superweapon built by the Dark Empire that could destroy planets. It could do so at a much farther range than either of the Death Stars, as the torpedoes it fired traveled through hyperspace to destroy its targets. It first appeared in issue 3 of Dark Empire 2, released in February of 1995. The Conqueror is a modified Imperial Star Destroyer with a built-in super laser that could destroy entire moons. It was created to be a replacement for the Death Star. For those counting, that's now 3 superweapons all being created to replace the original Death Star. Although, the Conqueror didn't last long and was destroyed shortly after its creation. It first appeared in the Star Wars Galaxy's trading card game, Threat of the Conqueror, released in March of 2010. The Orbital Night Cloak is a superweapon that's actually a network of hundreds of satellites that are meant to prevent all sunlight from hitting a targeted planet, eventually creating an ice age on the planet, killing all life. It first appeared in the novel The Courtship of Princess Leia, released in April of 1994. The World Devastators are massive superweapons that used giant tractor beams to tear apart planets for resources. Built before the Death Star, these giant planet-destroying factories weren't used until well after the second Death Star's destruction by the Dark Empire. They first appeared in Issue 2 of Dark Empire, released in February of 1992. And finally, we have the Death Star 3. Yes, there's a third Death Star in Star Wars Legends. Kinda. Maybe. Actually, wait, because of the prototype, wouldn't this be the fourth? It only ever appeared in the theme park ride Star Tours, first opening up in January of 1987. This makes the Death Star 3's canonicity questionable. But even if it is canon to Legends, it's actually not a superweapon. Yes, the Death Star 3 was actually a fake superweapon meant to distract the Rebel Alliance, while the Empire stole various ships from Rebel allied shipyards. Seems like a lot of work for a plan that's just ultimately stealing ships. Han Solo fights an otter. In the novels Assault on Celedia and Showdown at Centerpoint, the original trilogy cast of characters come face to face with a group of aliens known as the Solonians. They're pretty unique, as instead of being humanoid, they look like giant otters. In fact, they pretty much are just giant otters. Or at least they were. Later stories and reference books actually retconned their appearance, so now they actually look like this. Wait, why does that one have boobs? Anyways, a member of this giant otter species was named Drachmus, and he joined forces with Han Solo and crew against Han Solo's evil cousin, Thrackan Sal Solo, who was really into the idea of turning the Corellian sector into a human ethnostate. Though upon meeting Han Solo, the two would actually engage in a brutal fight, but would later work together and become the best of friends. And by best of friends, I mean Drachmus never appeared ever again. Dude wasn't even mentioned ever again. He just, vanished. Kari's. Kari's was one of Darth Vader's many apprentices in Legends. She's notable for being a Cetra, basically a gargoyle-like species. She first appeared in Star Wars Annual Issue 1, released in December of 1979, and battled Luke Skywalker and his friends using an anti-gravity beam, throwing stars, and her own lightsaber. Because she was an evil dictator, her people weren't exactly big fans of her. They hated her so much, they created a legend of sorts in hopes that it would somehow become true. This legend was basically just somebody shows up and kills her. And one day, that killer actually showed up. Turns out, it was Luke Skywalker. He and his friends had arrived on her planet, Sky, and after a crazy aerial duel, Luke killed her. Yes, really, Luke put on his own anti-gravity belt, so they were literally having a flying lightsaber duel. After this issue, she would be forgotten to time for decades, until the release of the novella Skywalkers, a Clone Wars story, released in March of 2015, which told the story of how she met Darth Vader. Turns out, she actually met Anakin Skywalker and Obi-Wan Kenobi during the Clone Wars, and worked alongside them during a battle on Sky. After the battle, Anakin told her that after the Clone Wars were over, he would return to Sky and teach her how to use her Force abilities. And I guess in Legends, Darth Vader was cool with keeping his promises. The Acolyte Season 2. In August of 2024, it was announced that The Acolyte would not be getting a second season, despite the show setting up for one. The show wasn't renewed for a second season because of low viewership, as currently, The Acolyte is the least viewed live-action Star Wars series on Disney+. Despite a large outcry for a second season, it doesn't seem likely that this will happen. Anyways, what was going to be in the second season? I'm sure we'll find out some more in the future, but as of right now, we don't know all that much. But that's not to say we don't know anything. Darth Plagueis and Yoda would have made further appearances in the show, and the season would have dealt with Osha trading with the Stranger, while May is forced to work alongside Venestra in trying to find the two of them. We probably would have also gotten some backstory for the Stranger, and we would have probably seen how the Stranger and Venestra had their falling out. We also know that Coral would have returned at some point in the second season, and the show would continue the political drama between the Jedi Order and the Senate. Also, Osha and the Stranger would have probably become a couple. This is because a kiss between the two was actually filmed for the first season's finale, but scrapped because it was deemed too early. As of right now, that's all we know. Here's hoping that this show's story is continued in either a novel or a comic. Are Dengar and Hrothgar Deng the same? Very briefly in The Rise of Skywalker, you can see a dude named Hrothgar Deng on Kijimi. He's insanely ugly, and had some of his backstory revealed in the Rise of Skywalker Visual Dictionary. The book reveals that Deng is from Corellia, and was a bounty hunter for multiple decades. In an attempt at living forever, he had most of his body replaced with cybernetics. And that's currently all we know about the character. This character is actually believed by fans to be an elderly Dengar. The evidence for this theory is that both of them are from Corellia, Deng's armor looks very similar to Dengar's armor, both of them have had cybernetic surgeries, both of them have been bounty hunters for decades, and of course, Hrothgar's last name is Deng. You know, Deng, Dengar. Look, if Obi-Wan Kenobi was able to get away with calling himself Ben Kenobi for a decade, this isn't that crazy. There's even an in-universe rumor that the two are the same person, so it's not just a fan theory. If these guys are the same, it seems that Dengar changed his name for an unknown reason. Or maybe Hrothgar Deng is just an alias. As of right now, it's unknown if the two are the same, but I think it's pretty clear that they are. My headcanon is that Dengar faked a dirt nap and took up the identity of Hrothgar Deng. Cancelled books. The Star Wars franchise has had quite a lot of books released over the decades. However, there's actually been quite a few of them that have been cancelled. There's Blood Oath, This book was meant to be released in April of 2009 before being delayed to April 2010, before being ultimately cancelled. Written by Elaine Cunningham, this book would be set in 41 ABY and be about Jedi Knight Zek teaming up with Trista and Terran Zell in order to put a stop to a conflict involving a pirate. Jagged Fel would have also played an important role in the story. There's the New Jedi Order Nightfall trilogy. This was meant to be a trilogy of novels as part of the New Jedi Order series written by Michael Jan Friedman. The story would have been set during the Yuuzhan Vong War, and would have been about a Yuuzhan Vong High Priestess attempting to wipe out all of the Jedi. Meanwhile, Danny Kui and a Jedi named Jor Allen would infiltrate Vong territory. The 3 books in the trilogy were titled Jedi Storm, Jedi Fire, and Jedi Blood. Heart of the Jedi was meant to take place immediately after the events of Return of the Jedi, but was cancelled because Lucasfilm couldn't make the novel fit within Legends canon. Unfortunately, this cancelled book has had a very negative impact on author Kenneth C. Flint. After handing in his draft for the book at the end of 1992, his editor didn't respond to him for months. And since Flint didn't have any direct communications with Lucasfilm, he went months without any update. Eventually, he was told that the book couldn't be published, and according to Flint, this incident destroyed his relationship with the publishing company, Spectra, and his career as a writer. Eventually, the book would actually find its way onto Amazon in March of 2021. However, this didn't last very long, as in May of 2021, Lucasfilm and Disney had the novel removed. There's Escape from Dagu. This was going to take place in between Attack of the Clones and Revenge of the Sith, and would have been about Shaak Ti going on a mission to the swamp planet of Dagu in order to rescue slaves being used by the Separatists. She would have also battled the Dark Jedi Artil Dark. Written by William C. Dietz, this book was cancelled only because Lucasfilm deemed that Shaak Ti wasn't as marketable as, say, Yoda. That led to the creation of the novel Yoda Dark Rendezvous, which, don't get me wrong, is a great book, but that's a really awful reason to cancel a novel. Though the events of this cancelled novel are still canon to Legends, purely because the events of it are mentioned in other material. The Sword of the Jedi trilogy would have been about Jaina Solo, Tahiri Vela, and Elena Solo fighting some Sith. And that's all we really know about it. The trilogy would have been written by Christie Golden, and was cancelled because of the Disney buyout. A book codenamed Mandaloria was going to be written by Alex Irvine. This book would have focused on Nami Sunrider and was cancelled in February of 2012. And that's all we know about it. Originally, the Republic Commando novel series was meant to be 6 novels long instead of 5. Written by Karen Travis, Imperial Commando 2 was meant to be the next installment in the series. It would have dealt with Death Watch returning, now being funded by the Empire. Meanwhile, Darman and Niner would be sent on a mission to kill Jedi Master Jyn Altis. Darman would also be looking for his son during the mission. The book would have ended with Jyn faking his death. Niner would have defected from the Empire and joined a Mandalorian clan, and Darman would have taken his son and defected as well. Then there's Alien Exodus, which is probably the strangest piece of cancelled Star Wars material ever. It was intended to be the first installment of a trilogy of novels set to begin releasing in 2003. Written by Robert J. Sawyer, this story would have been split up into two parts. The first being the history of humanity in the Star Wars universe. The story would have also touched upon the origin of the name Skywalker, along with the origins of the Force and the Hutts. The second half of the story would be told through excerpts from a document titled The Human Exodus, that would trace the origins of humanity to a lost expedition from Earth in the 25th century. Yes, making Earth canon to Star Wars. But that's not all. It would have also referenced American Graffiti, Willow, and THX 1138, making them canon as well. The first book of the series was never completed, and it was likely cancelled because of just how strange it was. Then there's Legacy of Doom, written by Margaret Weiss. This book was cancelled because of a difference of opinion. When she handed in her manuscript, Lucasfilm kept asking her to rewrite it. And after a few rewrites, she eventually just gave up and left the project, cancelling the novel in the mid-90s. A book about Boba Fett was being written by Karen Traviss in the late 2000s for a 2011 release. The novel was meant to take place sometime after 43 ABY, although it would have featured various flashbacks to Fett's early career as a bounty hunter. This book was cancelled because of the cancelled series Star Wars Underworld. Apparently, there was something in that show that was causing issues for the novel, resulting in its cancellation. A trilogy of novels written by Troy Denning was cancelled upon Disney purchasing Lucasfilm. At the time of its cancellation, the trilogy didn't have a name, but it was going to take place after the novel Crucible. This trilogy would have revealed some very interesting things about the Skywalker and Solo kids. Elena Solo would have been revealed to be the real Chosen One instead of Anakin or Luke, and Jaina Solo would begin her journey to becoming the leader of the Jedi Order. Oh, and sorry Ben Skywalker and Vistara Kai shippers, apparently they weren't ever going to become a couple. And finally, the most recent cancelled book is The Mandalorian, an original novel, which obviously wasn't going to be the final title. This was a book planned for release in March of 2021. Written by Adam Christopher, the book was cancelled for unknown reasons. Although, if I had to guess, it was probably because it conflicted with whatever plans Lucasfilm have for Din Djarin. Surplus weapons. In order to create many of the blasters of the original trilogy, surplus weapons were used to create them. For those that don't know, surplus weapons are weapons that used to belong to a military force. Here's some examples. The DH-17 blaster pistol and the E-11 blaster rifle were both made of modified Sterling submachine guns. The SE-14C blaster pistol is made from a modified Wrexham Favor Mk5 submachine gun. The A295 blaster rifle is made of a modified STG-44. The DL-44 blaster pistol is made of a modified Mauser C96. The DLT-19 heavy blaster rifle is made out of a modified MG-34. The T-21 heavy blaster rifle is made of a modified Lewis gun. The RT-97C heavy blaster rifle is made of a modified MG-15. The Jawa C-87 ion rifle is made of a modified Lee Enfield rifle, and the EE-3 blaster carbine is made out of a modified Webley & Scott No. 1 Mark I flare gun. While surplus weapons weren't used for the prequels, sequels, anthology films, or shows, a lot of blasters from those pieces of media are still modeled off of existing firearms. For example, the GLIE-44 blaster pistol is based on the Sig Sauer P226. The S5 heavy blaster pistol is based on the C55 model airgun. A currently unnamed blaster rifle from Andor is based on a combination between the AKMS and MP40. The SE-44C blaster pistol is based on the FAB Defense KPOS. A currently unnamed blaster pistol from Andor is based on the Walther P38. The EL-16 blaster rifle is based on the G36C, and the A-35-0 blaster rifle is based on a combination between the BAR and OG-43. Original Rogue One. During Rogue One's production, the film went under heavy reshoots. Because of this, a lot of early trailers for the film feature scenes not in the movie. While some of these scenes were made exclusively for the trailer, namely the TIE Fighter scene, a lot of them were from the original version of the film. We don't know a ton about this original version of the film, but we do know a bit. After securing the Death Star plans, Jyn, Cassian, and K2SO were meant to leave the Citadel. They would have brought the Death Star plans across a beach to the transmission tower, which wasn't connected to the Citadel in this version. A few members of the Partisans were actually going to show up during the Battle of Scarif. Originally, after the film's prologue, the film would immediately cut to Jyn being interrogated by the Rebel Alliance on Yavin 4. This means that the scene of her being rescued by K2SO and the scene showing Cassian's mission on the Ring of Kafrene weren't going to be in the film. Also, in this version of the film, Jyn and Cassian were going to become a couple. And that's all we know about the pre-reshoots version of Rogue One. But there is another version of Rogue One that we know a little bit about. But this version wasn't filmed. This version would have ended with Jyn and Cassian leaving Scarif with the Death Star plans. They would then transfer the plans to the Tantive 4. Right after doing so, Vader's Imperial Star Destroyer would appear and destroy their ship. The film would then end with a shot of an escape pod in the ship's wreckage, implying that Jyn and Cassian survived. K2SO had a very different death in this version of the film, being killed by director Krennic. Cancelled comics. The Star Wars franchise has had quite a few comics over the years. However, there's been plenty of comics that have been cancelled instead of released. In the late 90s, Dark Horse Comics was planning a comic series that would have dealt with the original trilogy cast of characters dealing with an alien empire from another galaxy invading their galaxy. Dubbed the Invasion storyline, there's not much known about this series. All we know is that Chewbacca would have died extremely early into the story. The invading alien army would have been led by a, quote, God King and his dwarfish adjutant, and the adjutant would have been killed by Jason Solo. The alien invaders would have been darkside users and were described as proto-Sith, and Jason Solo would have died. Also, the comic series Crimson Empire 2, Council of Blood, was intended to be a prologue to the Invasion storyline. The series was cancelled because of the New Jedi Order book series, as that book series was basically about the same idea, an alien invasion of the Star Wars galaxy. While Crimson Empire 3 was released through 2011 and 2012, it was originally supposed to be released in 2001. The original version of Crimson Empire 3 would have dealt with Kir Kenos battling Luke Skywalker. Exiles of the Force was going to be a 4-part comic miniseries released in 1996 that would have been about Luke and Leia battling a new Force-related threat. It's unknown why this story was cancelled. Jedi Barriss Offee is a cancelled one-shot comic that would have served as the 6th installment in a series of one-shots focusing on various Jedi of the prequel era. While it was cancelled, its story was later adapted into the Republic Comics story arc Show of Force. Shadow of Vader was going to be an anthology series about Vader's influence on the galaxy in different eras. It was originally supposed to begin releasing in November of 2018. The series was cancelled because its author Chuck Wendig was fired from Marvel due to some very vulgar political tweets. Side note, this idiot is why the Internet Archive is currently in a legal battle. Spectre of Thrawn was going to be a comic miniseries meant to tie in with the novel duology The Hand of Thrawn. The story would have dealt with the growing New Republic, along with political unrest and terrorist attacks. An online comic web strip focused on Shaak Ti during her time on Felucia after the Clone Wars was planned to be released sometime in 2008. Obviously, the story was meant to tie in with Shaak Ti's appearance in The Force Unleashed. It's unknown why this was cancelled. Boba Fett and X-Wing, the Mandalorian Candidate, was a storyline planned for the X-Wing Rogue Squadron comic series. It would have been about Boba Fett teaming up with Rogue Squadron to lure out a traitor within Rogue Squadron's ranks. This story was pitched to Dark Horse Comics, but they rejected it. The Thrawn Alliance's comic adaptation was originally going to adapt the entire novel. However, for unknown reasons, the series ended after only 4 issues. It's been speculated that the last 2 issues were cancelled because of low sales. A comic crossover with Superman was planned in the late 2000s. Both Lucasfilm and DC really liked the idea. However, the crossover was cancelled because the 2 companies couldn't figure out how to divvy up the money. And finally, there's Return of the Jedi Smugglers. This was meant to be the 7th and final issue of the Return of the Jedi anthology comic. It was supposed to release sometime in 2023, however, it just never released. Rangers of the New Republic. Rangers of the New Republic is a cancelled live-action Star Wars series that was meant to tie in with the Mandoverse shows on Disney+. Very little is known about the show, as no writers or producers were ever announced. The only thing that we know about the show was that it was going to star Gina Carano as Cara Dune, as she works for the New Republic. If I had to guess, Carson Teva would have also been a major player in the show, but that's just speculation. The show was cancelled due to Gina Carano being an awful human being, as she posted COVID misinformation, transphobia, election conspiracies, and more on Instagram and Twitter. Due to this, Lucasfilm decided not to renew her contract. Some people have theorized that the Mandalorian episode, Guns for Hire, was originally intended to be an episode of Rangers of the New Republic. This is because it was stated that stuff from this cancelled show would be reworked into other Mandoverse shows. However, this is probably not entirely true, as no scripts of Rangers of the New Republic were ever written, so only concepts for the show would be absorbed into other shows. The Nameless. The Nameless, also known as Force Eaters, are creatures introduced in the High Republic novels that have a rather interesting relationship with the Force. or Force-sensitive people, as if a Force wielder was in the presence of a Nameless, not only would their physical strength be weakened, their connection with the Force would be weakened as well. And if they're around the Nameless for too long, they'll straight up die without the Nameless even having to attack them. The Nameless aren't super intelligent, as they're not sentient, and any intelligence that they do have is outweighed by their insane hunger that requires them to hunt down Force-sensitive people in order to even be remotely full. Because of this, the Nameless were one of the biggest threats to the Jedi during the High Republic era, especially since the species was actually used as a weapon by the Nihil. While unpredictable, the Nameless could actually be controlled. Various rods were created that were able to control the Nameless. Although there weren't a lot of these, and they weren't always very effective. Knights of the Old Republic 2's cut content. Knights of the Old Republic 2 had a bit of a troubled production, as LucasArts pressured Obsidian Entertainment to finish the game so they could release it in time for Christmas 2004. Because of this, an insane amount of things had to be cut from the game. Luckily, a lot of what was cut has actually been restored by modders as part of the Sith Lord's restoration project. Here's a list of just some of the stuff cut from the game. There's far too much for me to talk about in just this video. An entire quest was cut in which HK-47 would travel to an HK droid factory on Telos 4. Here, HK-47 would activate a bunch of HK-51 droids and have them fight for him. Then there's Adin Rand, who had a bunch of scrapped content. For example, if the player is a woman and is a Darksider and has more influence with Michael than Adin, Kreia would use Adin's jealousy to turn him to the dark side. Adin would then fight and be killed by Michael. Adin was also supposed to have a duel against Darth Sion. You would actually control Adin during the fight, and if you lost, Adin would get his arm cut off and would be captured and tortured to death. During the duel with Darth Nihilus on the Ravager, you were originally going to have an option to tell Nihilus that you wanted to be their apprentice. Depending on if you were telling the truth when you said that, you would actually kill Visas Mar. There was also supposed to be a duel between Darth Nihilus and Darth Sion, a duel that Nihilus would win. There was supposed to be a sequence where your party would try to take down Kreia in the Treyas Academy before you arrive, but they would all fail and would be captured. Speaking of Kreia, she was supposed to reveal that she had been manipulating Atris for years, and through her, orchestrated the Jedi Exile's trial and sentencing. Originally, Brianna would try and kill Visas Mar if the player had more influence with her over Brianna. Atris was originally going to be a party member and join the party after Kreia leaves for Malachor. A scrapped ending for the game featured Atris falling completely to the dark side, while Kreia is fully redeemed back to the light. There was supposed to be a scene on Malachor where Kreia would absolutely annihilate Darth Sion after he threatens her. And finally, an entire planet called M478 was cut from the game. This planet was going to be a world controlled exclusively by droids. There were actually two different attempts at officially bringing these pieces of cut content back into the game. The first was through Obsidian, who asked LucasArts to let them release a content patch to finish the game. LucasArts, well, they said no. And when KOTOR 2 was released on the Nintendo Switch in 2022, Asper Media, the company doing the port, promised that they would release a DLC featuring all of the cut content. However, this DLC was cancelled because of a mysterious third party that didn't want it to happen. Living Mountains. In Legends, there's a rather strange character named Mount Sorrow. This guy is literally a sentient mountain with a face that cries tears of healing, and was in a constant state of depression. He only ever appeared in issue 7 of the Ewoks cartoon comic released in February of 1986. Some say Mount Sorrow is not a literal character, and what we see is just how the Ewok kids are interpreting earthquakes. Personally, I say no, it's a living, sentient, crying mountain that cries tears of healing. Why? Because that's funny. The concept of living mountains would later be explored again, but this time in canon. In issue 27 of the 2015 Star Wars comic, released in January of 2017, it's revealed that decades prior to the prequels, Yoda traveled to the planet Vagarda Prime, where he discovered a species only known as the Giants of Living Stone. While not mountains, they were definitely the size of mountains. These guys are giant rock aliens that are described as mountains. Unlike Mount Sorrow, these guys actually do have an explanation as to why they're alive. They're made of stones imbued with the living force. The Drengir. The Drengir are another High Republic-era creature. These guys are giant plant-like creatures who eat nothing but meat. The Drengir were able to corrupt the minds of those it was hunting, even Jedi. The crazy thing is, these things are actually sentient and plan their attacks. For example, there was an instance where various Drengir were able to corrupt the minds of some farmers, and using this form of mind control, they made the farmers bring them their children so that they could eat them. It's probably not shocking to learn that these guys thrived in areas potent with the dark side. They even cast a dark presence wherever they go. This dark presence could even induce vivid and violent hallucinations. In some ways, they were even more of a threat to the Jedi than the Nameless, as the Drengir were extremely resistant to lightsabers and had an incredible healing factor. For example, if a Jedi were to cut one in half, the Drengir would then just morph into 2 Drengirs, almost like a starfish. Star Wars Connect. Connect Star Wars, or more commonly known as Star Wars Connect, is the last game ever released by LucasArts before their closure. Released in April of 2012, as the name suggests, the game was exclusively released for the Xbox One and its Kinect accessory. This game featured a wide variety of game modes to play. For example, you could play a pod racer game that's nowhere near as good as the actual pod racer game. You could also destroy an entire city on Tatooine as a Rancor. Hey, wait a minute. And most famously, or infamously, do a Just Dance style game where you play as Star Wars characters dancing to music. And most of these songs are parodies of real-world songs. The mode features such hits as Empire Today, We No Speak Huttese, Hologram Girl, and of course... The game also features a campaign mode where you play as a Jedi Padawan taking part in the Clone Wars. There's not really much story here, although there are some weird stuff in the campaign, like how you fight two dudes named Darth Kern and Darth Roar, who are Sith acolytes working for Dooku, and how Shu Mei is one of the story's main villains, which is crazy because literally who cares about Shu Mei? Honestly, I'm not even sure if this campaign is canon to Legends. This game is widely considered one of the worst games ever made, and easily the worst Star Wars game ever made. Mainly because it's barely functional, as the Kinect didn't really work all that well.
Hey, look what I found.
Right now, get one of these cool Star Wars collector cups, each featuring one of your favorite characters, exclusively at Taco Bell, KFC, and Pizza Hut.
Original Bad Batch ending? According to Michelle Ang, Omega's voice actress, the ending of the Bad Batch was supposed to be very different. The only thing we know about this original ending is that it would have apparently set up Omega as a major character in future Star Wars stories. Whatever that means. Some have theorized that this means that she was going to be confirmed as being Force-sensitive and become a Jedi, maybe even leaving the Batch and leaving with Ventress to set up a sequel series. Hopefully in the future we learn more about this original ending, but as of right now, that's all we know. Jedi Youngling spin-off series. During the development of the 5th season of the Clone Wars, the show's writers came up with the idea of making a spin-off show focused on a group of younglings. George Lucas would then get involved with the project, and a pilot episode was written. However, for whatever reason, Lucasfilm decided not to go forward with the show. Ideas for this scrapped show would later be used in the Youngling arc in Season 5 of the Clone Wars. The Death Star battles before A New Hope. So you might think that the Battle of Yavin, or I guess the rescue of Princess Leia, was the first battle on the Death Star. And while that's true in canon, in Legends, it's actually the 5th. Let's go over them in order. The first occurred 2 years before the Battle of Yavin, and was featured in The Force Unleashed. After the Empire captured various rebel leaders, like Ram Koda, Bail Organa, and Mon Mothma, Darth Vader's former secret apprentice turned Jedi, Galen Marek, stormed the Death Star to rescue them. In the game, Galen Marek is the only one fighting the Empire. However, in the novel adaptation, he gets some help from some freed Wookiee slaves, being forced to work on the Death Star. The rest of the battles that I'm going to talk about all take place within the same year as the Battle of Yavin. The second battle of the Death Star was a bit of a failure. The Rebel Alliance decided to attack the Death Star by using a Lucrehall-class battleship, aka a droid control ship. Inside said control ship was 500 starfighters, and this did nothing. The Death Star fired its laser at the control ship, destroying it. This battle was featured in the novel Death Star, released in October 2007. The third battle of the Death Star happened shortly after this. A bunch of rebel prisoners broke free from their cells and began an uprising of sorts after a Jedi prisoner was able to convince them to escape. But instead of trying to take over the Death Star, something that would be impossible, they tried to steal the Death Star plans, and they were actually able to do so. However, out of the pretty hefty amount of rebel prisoners that took part in the battle, only 9 of them actually survived and escaped. The Jedi was not one of them. This battle was featured in the original Battlefront 2. And the 4th battle of the Death Star featured the clone Jedi X2 working alongside the Rebel Alliance under orders from General Ram Koda to infiltrate the Death Star, steal some information about it, and rescue some prisoners. This battle was actually a success for the Rebels, as they were able to complete all of their objectives, and were even able to destroy a Star Destroyer. This battle was featured in Battlefront Elite Squadron, Ventress and Han Solo in Resistance. Star Wars Resistance had a few legacy characters make appearances in the series. Some were rather minor, like Leia, Kylo Ren, Hux, C-3PO, and Sidon Ithano, while others were supporting characters like Poe, BB-8, and Phasma. However, there are 2 characters that were meant to make guest appearances in the show, but had their appearances scrapped. The first is Han Solo. In the Season 1 episode, The Platform Classic, Han Solo was originally going to be the famous racer who shows up at the Colossus to race. This was changed because the show's writers were worried that Han would overshadow the other characters. The second character that was cut was Asajj Ventress. Dave Filoni came up with the idea of reviving her in Resistance, and having her battle and probably die to Kylo Ren in the episode The Relic Raiders. However, he decided against this because he figured that she would overshadow the rest of the characters. And so, the character was reworked from an elderly Asajj Ventress to Mika Gray. Ventress would then be revived for the Bad Batch a few years later. Finn and Rose were also characters that the show's writers wanted to use on the show, but like with Han and Ventress, they believed that audiences would focus more on them than the show's original characters. But unlike Han and Ventress, Finn and Rose weren't ever actually planned to appear. Scorch is alive. In the Bad Batch finale, Scorch is shown getting shot in the chest a few times. Afterwards, he's shown falling hundreds of feet to the ground. This obviously killed him. Right? Well, maybe it didn't. Shortly after this scene, the aftermath of the Battle of Tantus is shown, as Tarkin shows up to shut down all of the base's projects. And you can see, very briefly, one of the Imperial commandos standing guard has Scorch's exact color scheme. This has led to a theory that somehow Scorch survived his encounter with Hunter and Crosshair. However, at least to me, it's really obvious that this is just an animation mistake. I don't think Scorch could have survived that fall. The original Star Wars Rebels. Originally, Star Wars Rebels was going to be very different. The original idea for the show was that it was going to take place 7 to 8 years after Revenge of the Sith, and focus on a group of teenagers who become rebels against both the Empire and their parents. Their actions would then create the Rebel Alliance. This version of the show never ended up happening, thankfully, although the next version of Rebels wasn't the one we got. Instead, this version had a very different cast of characters. For starters, Zeb went through a few different species before it was decided that he would be a Lasat. Kanan was originally going to be a lot older and have a cybernetic arm. Sabine was also supposed to be a lot older, and was seemingly going to be the mother figure of the group. Hera probably went through the biggest change out of all the characters. She was originally going to be a child, and served as the crew's mechanic. She was also blue instead of green. Also, there were discussions about having an older Numa from the Clone Wars be a part of the crew. While this idea was scrapped, Numa would still appear in the second and third seasons of Rebels. First Assault. Star Wars First Assault was a first-person shooter multiplayer game in development in the early 2010s. First Assault was heavily inspired by Call of Duty, as it was going to heavily focus on infantry action, with little to no vehicles. The game would have taken place exclusively in the Galactic Civil War, and focus on 8v8 action. It was supposed to be a digital-only game, and was planned to release sometime in spring of 2013. The game was cancelled due to the Disney buyout, which is a shame because, unlike, say, 1313, First Assault was almost done. According to Patrick Wren, a designer for LucasArts, the game was only a few months from launch. In fact, the game was cancelled less than 24 hours before the game was supposed to be publicly announced. Clone Blaze Trooper. The Clone Blaze Trooper is this weird juggernaut-like clone trooper that exclusively used flamethrowers. They could also grab enemies and crush them with their superhuman strength. They also have jetpacks to help them move around, since they're pretty big. So you might be wondering, do the clones inside the suits have superhuman strength? Honestly, I don't really know. Like, I always assumed that they were like an Iron Man type thing, like it was like a suit that they wore that had like the superhuman strength. But like, it's never been stated that that's the case, so I guess it could be either one. They were introduced in the Revenge of the Sith video game, so you might not think that they're canon to Legends, since a lot of movie adaptation stuff isn't canon. However, they were actually name-dropped in the novel Republic Commando: True Colors. So, no, they were very much canon to Legends. Not so much to, well, canon. The Grand Inquisitor's awful afterlife. So remember when the Grand Inquisitor died, he said that some things are worse than death? This was obviously in reference to being punished by Vader. So, bro let himself die to escape that fate. Too bad for him that didn't work. He did die, but Vader was like, nah, I'm not done with you. It's unknown how he did it, but somehow Vader was able to trap the Grand Inquisitor's spirit in an old High Republic Jedi outpost in order to guard the place from anybody showing up to look for knowledge. Worst part about this is that his spirit was constantly on fire, since, you know, he was killed by an explosion. So the Grand Inquisitor is currently trapped for all eternity guarding this random outpost while constantly burning. Side note, Luke actually battled this burning specter version of the Grand Inquisitor, so that's pretty neat. Velociraptors. The Tissashar are a sentient alien species in Legends that are known primarily because they look exactly like velociraptors. In fact, their species is part of a group called theropods. They first appeared in the novel Han Solo at Star's End, released in April of 1979, and afterwards only appeared in a handful of stories. Though they did receive extensive coverage in multiple Star Wars lore books. Funny enough, in their original appearance, they don't really look like raptors. It was only after that book's release that they got their appearance retconned into looking much more like raptors. The Tissashar are known primarily for two things in the Star Wars universe: their skills as assassins, and their skills in business. They also love eating raw meat. That's like their favorite food. Imagine having a business meeting with one of these dudes, and they just start chomping away on 4 plates of raw beef. Technically, these guys are also canon because they're mentioned in a reference book, but they have yet to appear in any stories. Thrawn gets cloned. Nobody ever really talks about the sequel to the original Thrawn trilogy, the Hand of Thrawn duology. This duology includes the books Spectre of the Past and Vision of the Future. In Vision of the Future, Luke and Mara Jade travel to the planet Nararwin in order to investigate the Hand of Thrawn, a fortress that served as the headquarters for the Empire of the Hand, a secret organization created by Thrawn in order to build up a defense force against the future Yuuzhan Vong invasion. Anyways, inside the fortress was a cloning tank with a clone of Thrawn sitting inside. Turns out that Thrawn had created a clone of himself in order to escape death. Basically, he had this clone in a tank that would open 10 years after his death. And because Thrawn would travel to this fortress pretty regularly and used flash pumping cables to give the clone his memories, this clone would basically be a reborn Thrawn. When Luke and Mara Jade found the clone, they were a bit conflicted. Technically, this clone was innocent, as he hadn't actually done anything. However, he had all of Thrawn's memories, so he remembers doing all of the awful things that Thrawn did, except, the clone didn't actually do them. The pair decided to spare the clone, but it didn't really matter, as some droids began to attack them, and in order to escape, they had to flood the room with water, destroying the tank and killing the clone. Bel Dorian. Bel Dorian was a Jedi Knight who fell to the dark side, and was later killed by Leia in a lightsaber duel. He only ever appeared in the novel Planet of Twilight, released in April of 1997. Now you're probably thinking that this guy is just a standard Dark Jedi, and he kind of is, except for one fact: he's a Hutt. Yeah, Bel Dorian was an extremely lazy and old Hutt. That's not even me saying that, I'm just quoting him. While he's rather large because he's a Hutt, he's actually fairly muscular for a Hutt, as he used the Force to maintain a muscular form. The dude was so tough that when he swung his lightsaber, even if you blocked the blade, the force of the blow would break your wrists. So yeah, he was pretty jacked. Although, dude was nowhere near as jacked as Gracchus the Hutt. Bel Dorian also had the ability to create force storms, which are basically force-created mini hurricanes. As for his history, after the Clone Wars, Bel Dorian went into hiding and became corrupted by the dark side, so he abandoned 400 years of being a Jedi and began to rule over the planet Nam Korios. Sadly for Bel Dorian, his rule over the planet was ended by Leia, who, as I mentioned earlier, killed him. Man, Leia really is a Hutt Slayer. Cancelled Respawn Mandalorian game. In January of 2022, it was announced that a first-person shooter Star Wars game was in development by Respawn Entertainment. And then, in February of 2024, it was announced that the game was cancelled. Yeah, that's basically it. In those 2 years, there was no information about the game released. However, thanks to some leaks, we now know some stuff about the game. It would have been a single-player game focused on a Mandalorian bounty hunter. Not Boba Fett, Jango Fett, or even Din Djarin, but instead a new Mandalorian bounty hunter. It was supposed to be a linear single-player game in which you travel to different planets hunting down bounties. You could choose your bounties from a location called the Den. This would have basically been your base, as it would have included an upgrade station, your ship, a map of the galaxy, and even an armory. The game also featured some kind of takedown feature similar to the takedowns in the recent Doom games. Your main foes would be your standard Star Wars enemies, the Empire, bounty hunters, and criminals. The craziest part about this game is that apparently development was going great, and playtesters were loving it. So why was it cancelled? Well, it's because EA thought it was a financial risk. Never change, EA. Never. Who am I kidding? No, do change. Please change. X1 and X2. So remember when I talked about Battlefront 3 and how Elite Squadron was basically the PSP port of that game? Well, because of that, we can experience a good portion of Battlefront 3's story. And, oh boy, is it something. You play as X2, one of two Force-sensitive clone troopers who fight without a helmet for whatever reason. They weren't created from Jango Fett, but instead Fallon Gray, some random Jedi who was the apprentice to Ram Koda. The pair took part in Order 66, but X2 would eventually start to feel bad about that. During a mission to Dantooine to kill Fallon Gray, X1 orders for civilians to be killed since they were harboring a Jedi. X2 isn't really a big fan of this, and deserts the Empire and warns Gray of the attack. The two battle X1 and the Empire, but eventually lose. X2 is fatally injured, and Gray is killed. But before he dies, Gray uses the last of his life force to heal X2. Now better than ever, X2 decides to join the rebellion and take down the Empire. Just kidding, he stays in hiding for 15 years. That is, until Ram Koda shows up to recruit him into the Rebel Alliance. Only Koda wasn't actually there for him. He showed up because he sensed his former apprentice, so he was a bit disappointed to learn that it was actually a clone of him instead. Anyways, X2 took part in the Galactic Civil War, and eventually realized that because he was a clone of a Jedi, he had the Force. So he trained under Luke for a bit, until eventually reaching the rank of Jedi Knight. While this was all happening, X2 realized that he was also Force-sensitive, and began training as a Sith. Eventually, their story came to an end when X2 led an attack on X1's base on Mustafar in order to rescue Luke Skywalker. Yeah, it turns out that Luke got captured by X1, and X1 planned on cloning Luke to create a Sith Luke Skywalker clone army. Funny enough, this wouldn't even be his first clone army, as X1 had already created his own personal Wookiee clone army to serve as bodyguards for his Mustafar base. The two brothers would then face off, and X2 would trick X1 into stabbing himself. For killing his brother, Luke awards X2 with the rank of Jedi Master, and then X2 never appeared again. Yeah, this was certainly a story. Is the Ahsoka novel canon anymore? So Star Wars has had plenty of retcons over the years. I mean, it would be pretty silly to think that a franchise that's now, like 40 years old wouldn't have some retcons. However, no piece of media has ever been retconned away completely. And before you comment, well, they retconned all of Legends, no, they just put that into a different continuity. What I mean is, no movie, show, comic, game, book, or whatever has ever been retconned out of either Legends or canon. Except Maybe the novel Ahsoka. Released in October of 2016 and written by E.K. Johnston, the Ahsoka novel is a very strange book when it comes to the overall Star Wars continuity. It was written at a time when nobody knew that Season 7 of the Clone Wars would happen. Because of this, the novel's brief Siege of Mandalore flashbacks are very strange, as there's nothing about these flashbacks that fit with the episodes we got in Season 7. For example, Ahsoka is using her green and yellow lightsabers. She also mentions that Anakin's last words to her were basically just, "Kill Maul." Maul is also captured via a ray shield, and their duel happens in a Mandalorian plaza instead of the palace. Also, Order 66 is implied to have occurred when Ahsoka was still on Mandalore. Because of this, it's been widely accepted that these flashback scenes aren't canon. Honestly, not really a big deal. The Siege of Mandalore flashbacks of the novel were extremely brief. But then we have Tales of the Jedi, the first season of the Tales anthology series. Released in October of 2022, the final episode of the series, titled Resolve, is basically a soft adaptation of the Ahsoka novel, except everything's wrong. For starters, characters who appear in the novel are replaced with characters who, for the most part, fill the same role as them. Then there's the two big issues. The first is the Inquisitor. In the novel, Ahsoka battles and kills the sixth brother, while in the episode, she battles and kills a currently unnamed Inquisitor who looks extremely different than the sixth brother. In fact, they're not even the same species. This has led to many fans to speculate that these two Inquisitors are actually the same character. However, that's probably not true, as the sixth brother has appeared in multiple Star Wars comics and novels, and his appearance is always consistent. He even appears in the novel Inquisitor: Rise of the Red Blade, which was released in July of 2023, almost a year after Tales of the Jedi, and he still looks exactly the same as always. So these Inquisitors are probably not the same. The second major issue is Ahsoka's meeting with Bail Organa. In the novel, she first meets Bail midway through the novel on the Tantive 4, while in the episode, she meets him on Naboo at Padme's funeral at the very beginning of the story. So because of all of this, there's been two conclusions that people have reached. The first is that the novel is just completely retconned out of canon. However, this doesn't work entirely, because characters from that book have actually appeared in other books, and have referenced events from Ahsoka. And the second conclusion is that the episode of Tales of the Jedi happens first, and then the Ahsoka novel happens. The only way this works is if at the end of the episode, when Ahsoka agrees to join the rebellion, she just, quits for some reason and goes back into hiding. That's, the only way this works. But even then, there's still some issues, like how she basically goes through the exact same events again, just slightly different. To make matters worse, Dave Filoni has directly said that the episode depicts the same events as the Ahsoka novel. So, what's the answer? Is the Ahsoka novel canon or not? Honestly, I have no idea. Shaggy. Shaggy is a bit of a meme character, first appearing in Chapter 20 of the Clone Wars micro-series, which aired in April of 2004. Shaggy is a Jedi apprentice whose master, Dockman Barrack, was just recently killed by General Grievous. Understandably a bit terrified, he ran off into battle and was instantly crushed to death by Grievous. He's a rather nothing character, but became a fan favorite because Genndy Tartakovsky stated in the episode's audio commentary that the character was designed after Shaggy from the Scooby-Doo franchise. Although, he didn't actually give Shaggy his name. His name comes from the Star Wars character databank. So yeah, Shaggy is basically Shaggy from Scooby-Doo. Side note, Shaggy has actually made an appearance in another piece of media. He's a hero unit in the mobile game Battle for the Republic, released in November 2005. Origin of Mace Windu's lightsaber. So there's been a long-running story on the internet about how Samuel L. Jackson is the reason for why Mace Windu has a purple lightsaber. Prior to Attack of the Clones, all of Mace Windu's appearances showed him using a blue lightsaber, but because Sam Jackson loves the color purple, he wanted his lightsaber to be purple. So he asked George Lucas, and Lucas said yes.
Figure out who we had to talk to about your light color, your lightsaber color.
Oh, well, good guys are green and blue, bad guys are red. That's just the way it works.
There's no purple left?
You might get purple.
This story is partially true. Obviously, there's the funny behind-the-scenes clip I just showed, but in reality, Sam Jackson didn't ask for a purple lightsaber just because he likes the color purple. Instead, he wanted a purple lightsaber so that he could find himself during the arena fight in Attack of the Clones, with him stating, quote, "We had this big arena fight scene with all of these Jedi, and I was like, I want to be able to find myself in this scene. I said to George, you think I can get a purple lightsaber? I'm like the second baddest Jedi in the universe." The Snoke theories. So before Snoke was revealed to be a strand cast, an artificial being created via genetic engineering, basically a homunculus, there were a ton of theories about who Snoke could be. Because it was stated that Snoke saw the rise and fall of the Empire, fans believed that this meant that Snoke had to be somebody that we've seen before, and so they began theorizing, and these theories were interesting. Some of the major theories included Darth Plagueis, Ezra Bridger, Boba Fett, the Sun, Darth Vader, the Grand Inquisitor, Grand Moff Tarkin, and Mace Windu. Some fans even believed that he was actually a member of the Yuuzhan Vong, or he was actually Rey's evil twin brother. Some even believed that Snoke was actually the physical embodiment of the dark side. Frankly, I don't really know how anybody could have believed any of these theories, besides maybe Darth Plagueis, and maybe the embodiment of the dark side. Like, how would it be Tarkin? That dude got vaporized. Darth Vader gets cloned. In the novel Galaxy of Fear, Clones, released in August of 1998, it's revealed that once Vader traveled to some Jedi ruins on Dantooine while on a mission, and while there, he discovered a droid-controlled cloning facility. Vader and his stormtrooper squad attempted to destroy the lab, but all of his troops were killed, and Vader was forced to retreat, after being injured by some security turrets. Because of his injury, some of his blood was left on the ground of the lab, and the droids running the lab were just like, well, this is a cloning lab, let's do some cloning. So they took Vader's blood and created a clone of him. The droids also attempted to give this clone the same personality as Vader. However, this wasn't a success, and left the clone being kind of dumb, although he was smart enough to lead a group of clones who wanted to escape Dantooine. Yeah, the droids running this cloning facility just decided to clone, like, anybody they found. So there was basically an entire colony of clones. Despite the clone not needing a suit to live, like the actual Darth Vader, the droids running the facility, for some reason, decided to make him a suit, and make him wear it. He was also given a lightsaber that the droids had built him. However, this lightsaber was actually fake, as the blade couldn't cut anything. Since it wasn't actually a blade, it was literally just a light. Vader would eventually return to the lab to finish the job, and quickly killed the clone. After killing the clone, Vader then takes the cloning equipment from the lab and brings it to Palpatine, with the implication being that this is the technology that Palpatine used to clone himself in Dark Empire. Cancelled Han Solo trilogy. As revealed in an interview with Alden Ehrenreich in April of 2018, Solo was meant to be the beginning of an entire Han Solo prequel trilogy, as Alden had been signed on for 3 films. And it's not just him. Emilia Clarke also revealed that she had signed up for 3 films. And seeing as the film ends with 2 different cliffhangers, Han and Chewbacca going to Tatooine to take a job from Jabba the Hutt, and Qi'ra heading off to Dathomir to meet up with Maul, it's pretty obvious that at least one more Solo film was planned. However, due to Solo not exactly doing great at the box office, gee, I wonder why, all plans for a sequel were shelved, though Lucasfilm still seems to be interested in using these characters. Qi'ra appeared in Star Wars Outlaws, and was basically the star of an entire trilogy of comic book event storylines. There's even a Donald Glover Lando film in development that was originally supposed to be a show. More on that in a little bit. But regardless, unfortunately, there's nothing else we know about these scrapped sequels to Solo. Scrapped Clone Wars plans. After the Clone Wars was cancelled midway through its 6th season's production, it was revealed that the show was originally planned to go on until Season 8. This means that a ton of stories were cancelled. Luckily, some of these cancelled episodes would still have their stories told, like the 8-episode Dark Disciple arc, which was eventually turned into a novel, and the 4-episode Son of Dathomir arc that was turned into a comic. There's also the Crystal Crisis arc, which had its unfinished episodes uploaded to StarWars.com. And the Bad Batch arc, Ahsoka's Walkabout arc, and the Siege of Mandalore arc were all fully completed and released as part of the 7th season of the Clone Wars, when the show got revived. Unfortunately, there's still a ton of scrapped episodes that have yet to be adapted. Here's a list of all of the story arcs that were scrapped when the show was cancelled back in 2014. There was supposed to be a bounty hunter arc that would have had Boba Fett, Cad Bane, Bossk, Embo, Sugi, and Serapis team up. Cad Bane would be training Boba during this arc in order to eventually fight him, as Cad Bane had always wanted to know who was better, him or Jango, and seeing as Boba is Jango's clone, fighting him is the best way to find out. Cad Bane was originally planned to die in this arc, getting shot in the head by Boba. It would have also been revealed here that the dent in Boba's helmet actually comes from Cad Bane shooting it. Elements of this arc are actually canon, as events from this arc are referenced in the Book of Boba Fett, and in the Bad Batch, you can see a metal plate on Cad Bane, where he was supposed to be shot during this scrapped arc. There was supposed to be a story arc that took place on Kashyyyk, where the Bad Batch and Yoda would travel there to help Chewbacca and the Wookiees fight off some Separatist-backed Trandoshan pirates. This story arc would have had references to the Holiday Special and Knights of the Old Republic. This arc is also semi-canon, as it was referenced briefly in the Bad Batch. The Ahsoka's walkabout arc that we got in Season 7 of the Clone Wars is extremely different from the original version. The original version had Ahsoka hanging out with a guy named Nix Okami. The two of them would have actually fallen in love and started dating. There was supposed to be a story arc about Rex and R2-D2 being stranded on one of Ryloth's moons. In order to get off the moon, they would have to work together with a reprogrammed super battle droid. This story arc would have also dealt with a rivalry between clone troopers and clone pilots. There was supposed to be an arc involving Anakin and Padme traveling back to Mon Cala in order to solve a murder mystery. This arc would have also dealt with Lee Char no longer trusting the Republic after Ahsoka was framed for the bombing of the Jedi Temple. Nasor Ree was also planned to be the murder victim, and the culprit was going to be Tikez. There was also supposed to be a story arc in which Ahsoka would work with Anakin and Obi-Wan in trying to protect Yoda from various assassins. This would somehow lead to the three traveling below the Jedi Temple, where they would find giant monsters living inside of the Sith Temple that the Jedi Temple was built over. There, Ahsoka would have a brief encounter with Sidious. There was supposed to be an alien abduction arc in the style of the X-Files that was scrapped. It would have been about a Yuuzhan Vong scout ship showing up and kidnapping some clones in order to assess the strength of the Republic military. And finally, there was a scrapped episode that would have told the story of Plo Koon discovering a young Ahsoka Tano. Plo Koon would also have to protect Ahsoka from a bounty hunter who was trying to trick the village into giving her the child. This idea would kinda be adapted in Tales of the Jedi, only without Plo Koon, and instead of a bounty hunter, it's a big tiger. And also, it was really boring. Also, when it was decided to revive the Clone Wars for one last season, the Son of Dathomir arc was planned to be adapted. Also, the Crystal Crisis episodes were planned to be finished for this season. However, for whatever reason, these plans were dropped. Also, because this entry is called Scrapped Clone Wars Plans, I thought I'd throw in some cut stuff from earlier in the show's run. For example, Dirge was supposed to appear in the show, and would have been heavily redesigned, now being a human. He was scrapped in favor of Cad Bane. Cham Syndulla was originally going to be a twist villain, and be revealed to be working with the Separatists. Originally, instead of being Anakin's apprentice, Ahsoka was going to be Obi-Wan's apprentice. Originally, the spirits of Darth Bane and Darth Revan were going to confront the Son during the episode Ghosts of Mortis. Originally, Rex was going to be the one who killed Pong Krell. Speaking of Pong Krell, he would have been introduced in the show earlier, and we would have seen his fall to the dark side over the course of the 4th season, leading up to the Umbara arc. Originally, Ahsoka was going to die in the Clone Wars. This was something that George Lucas really wanted, but something literally everybody else working on the show didn't. Originally, Alpha 17 was meant to be the clone captain of the show. However, George Lucas scrapped him and replaced him with Rex, because there were too many main characters whose names began with the letter A. Finally, Stas Ali and Oppo Rancisis were supposed to have spotlight roles in Season 7 and 8 of the Clone Wars, but we don't know what arcs they would have shown up in. How does the Inquisitor naming system work? While I love the Inquisitors, there's something about them that has never made any sense, and that's their naming system. For example, the 5th brother, 7th sister, 2nd sister, 3rd sister, 10th brother, 4th sister, 8th brother, etc. Like, what do these numbers mean? Well, there's 3 theories that people have come up with. The first is simply who joined the order first. For example, if you joined the order first and you were a dude, you would be the first brother. However, this doesn't work. Reva is known as the third sister, but she was a child when the Inquisitors were created, and we see the first generation of Inquisitors in Tales of the Empire, and she's not there. In fact, we see the 4th sister, but not Trilla, the 2nd sister, so that can't be the explanation. Then there's the theory that the numbering system is actually a ranking system. For example, the Grand Inquisitor is obviously number 1, followed by the first brother, then the 2nd sister, then the 3rd sister, and so forth. However, this doesn't really work either, as the 5th brother is extremely aggressive towards Reva, who again is the 3rd sister, so technically she would outrank him. The 5th brother and 7th sister are also shown in Rebels to basically be the same rank. Finally, there's the theory that the numbers indicate skill level. At first glance, this might seem like the most likely option, since the 10th brother really sucked at his job. However, the 6th brother wasn't all that great of an Inquisitor either, and there's no way he was more powerful than the 7th sister and the 9th sister. And thanks to the Rise and Fall of the Galactic Empire reference book released in July of 2024, we know that there was also a 3rd brother, meaning that there could also be a 7th brother or a 5th sister. So what does that mean? Like, let's say there is a 4th brother. Does that mean that he would have the exact same power level as the 4th sister? He would have to if that's what the numbers mean. But again, this just doesn't really make any sense. Honestly, there's not really a great answer to this question. The only thing that I can think of is that maybe the number system isn't real, and it's meant to trick the Inquisitors into thinking that they're competing against each other, thus making them more aggressive. Seems like a very dark side thing to do. Scrapped LEGO Star Wars content. While the LEGO Star Wars games are filled with content, there's still some stuff that never made it into the final game. Here's a list of some stuff that ended up getting cut. For the original LEGO Star Wars game, there's 4 scrapped levels, 2 of which were finished and released in the complete saga. The first is a level where you'd play as Anakin during the Battle of Naboo. This level was titled Anakin's Flight. The second level is called Bounty Hunter Pursuit, and would have had you play as Anakin and Obi-Wan chasing after Zam Wesell throughout Coruscant. The third is a level called Jango. This level would have had you battling Jango Fett's Slave 1 in the Geonosian asteroid field, and the final level is titled Bugga Chase, in which you'd play as Obi-Wan chasing after Grievous on Utapau. These last 2 levels were most likely cut due to it being pretty hard to come up with a second player. The game also has various scrapped characters, including Zam Wesell, a Jawa, an Imperial officer, Mahanik, Padme in her Naboo pilot gear from Attack of the Clones, Corday, and a Lego spaceman. The game was also supposed to have some kind of R2-D2 shield repair minigame during the escape from Naboo sequence in The Phantom Menace. For LEGO Star Wars 2, originally you'd have to build the door to the very last level for each episode after beating the rest of the episode's levels. Scrapped characters for this game include Ten Nub, Neen Nub, Luke Skywalker from the end of Episode 5, and Jan Dodonna, although it's very likely that most of these characters weren't actually going to be playable, and were instead just meant for cutscenes. For the complete saga, General Veers and the Lego Spaceman were meant to be playable characters, along with Sansweet. This guy is actually based on Steve Sansweet, one of the biggest Star Wars collectors in the world. A Sith version of Anakin was also scrapped from the game, but was later included in the iOS port of the complete saga. For LEGO Star Wars 3, 4 minifigures of members of the Today Show are in the game's files. These are Al Roker, Ann Curry, Matt Lauer, and Meredith Vieira. I assume this was meant to be some kind of Easter egg or something. Good thing that this was scrapped, because it would be pretty awkward having Matt Lauer in this game. For LEGO Star Wars The Force Awakens, a Space Battle of Endor level was cut, and that's pretty much all we know. There's also various test levels found in the game's files, and early versions of DLC levels, but that's about it. And finally, for the Skywalker saga, custom characters were originally going to be in the game, but were scrapped due to time. Also, not confirmed or anything, but it seems pretty obvious that at one point in development, Kijimi was originally going to be a planet you could explore. Darth Momin and his helmet. So Sith and other Darksiders can't actually become Force ghosts. However, their spirits can still live on, just in a far more limited way. They can attach their spirits to objects or locations, basically becoming spirits that haunt these items and locations. This is what happened to Darth Momin. He was a Sith Lord who lived thousands of years before the Skywalker saga, and was considered a heretic by the Sith. He was killed by a Jedi strike team. He had created a superweapon that used the dark side of the Force. However, when the Jedi strike team boarded the superweapon in order to stop its activation, the presence of the light side of the Force made Momin lose control of the superweapon, disintegrating him. However, unknown to the Jedi, his spirit had actually attached itself to his helmet. His helmet was then stored in the Coruscant Jedi Temple's archives for centuries, until eventually Palpatine took the helmet after the fall of the Jedi. Momin revealed himself to Palpatine, and instead of destroying the helmet, Palpatine was just like, "I'm gonna send this to Vader. I'm sure he's gonna love it." Now here's where the weird part comes in. Unlike most other Sith spirits, Momin's ghost was able to possess people, but only if you wore his helmet. And so, Vader had a few people wear the helmet so that Momin could help him build Fortress Vader on Mustafar. And by a few people, I mean like a lot of people. Every time Momin failed at his job, Vader would kill the host as punishment. So Momin went from possessing a Mustafarian, to a stormtrooper, to an Imperial officer, to even a lava flea. Momin wasn't a big fan of this, or Vader, so he eventually betrayed him. Momin had created a way to tap into a Sith cave located underneath the fortress to literally enter the dark side of the Force. And this allowed Momin to retrieve his old body. So Momin and Vader dueled, and, well, Momin lost, being crushed to death. However, Momin wasn't actually dead. Palpatine took the helmet back into his possession and held it in his personal yacht filled with Sith artifacts. And unknown to Palpatine and Vader, Momin's spirit had actually re-entered the helmet. While on the yacht, Momin was able to corrupt the guards protecting the ship. In fact, anybody that showed up to the yacht was corrupted by him. Eventually, Lando Calrissian led a crew to the yacht in order to steal it. But after members of his crew were corrupted by Momin, Lando had the yacht destroyed, destroying Momin's helmet as well, finally putting an end to Momin. Well, kinda. His helmet's destruction led to his spirit returning to the Darkside Cave underneath Fortress Vader. There, he haunted the cave and created hallucinations for anybody who dared enter it. And as of right now, that's where Momin's story ends. Cancelled Rogue Squadron games. The Rogue Squadron trilogy was originally supposed to get a few more installments in its series, but all of them were cancelled for various reasons. First, there's Star Wars Dark Squadron. This was going to be a spin-off game where you would play as the Empire instead of the Rebels. It would have been released on the Nintendo GameCube and would have had you playing as Vader. And because you're playing as Vader, you would be given the ability to order allied units to join the battle, ranging from AT-ATs, TIE bombers, to entire Star Destroyers. You would also be given the ability to call in orbital bombardments and fleet blockades. Dark Squadron was cancelled by LucasArts, as they wanted to focus on a different game. A Chewbacca game that also got cancelled, that I'll talk about a bit later. Then there's the Rogue Squadron Collection, which was meant to be a compilation of the first 3 games for the original Xbox. This compilation would have basically just been ports of the 3 games, but with online multiplayer. It was about halfway completed when the game was cancelled in spring 2004 due to management changes at LucasArts. Factor 5, the company responsible for the Rogue Squadron games, then went to work on Rogue Squadron X-Wing vs. TIE Fighter. This was going to be a launch title for the Xbox 360, and would feature a massive multiplayer mode with RPG elements. However, this game would eventually be cancelled as well, due to LucasArts deciding not to make a launch title for the Xbox 360. Then, in 2007, LucasArts let Factor 5 revive their Rogue Squadron collection, but instead of releasing it on the Xbox, it was to be released exclusively on the Wii. This collection would feature an offline multiplayer, a co-op campaign, a speeder bike racing mode, and a fighting game mode. This mode would have allowed players to battle each other in first-person lightsaber combat. This mode would have had 20 playable characters. Kinda, not really. The characters were Luke, Yoda, Leia, Vader, Palpatine, Maul, Dooku, and Ben Kenobi. However, a lot of the game's roster was taken up by skin variations of Luke and Leia. Also, the game's campaign mode was going to be a bit weird. Instead of playing the levels one after another, you would have to buy each level with credits earned in previous missions. This game would have been released if not for Factor 5 entering bankruptcy in December of 2008. And so, the game was cancelled. Kinda. Some of Factor 5's leadership had seen the bankruptcy coming and created a separate company to continue its projects. And one of these projects was the Rogue Squadron Collection, now renamed Rogue Leaders, Rogue Squadron Wii. This, along with some allegedly sketchy business practices, led to a lawsuit filed against the founders of Factor 5. And the craziest thing about this entire situation is that the game was finished. LucasArts decided against releasing the game because they were actually complicit in this sketchy behavior, and realized that if they released the game, they would most likely be dragged into the lawsuit, and have their public image tainted. Luckily, there is a happy ending. The employees of Factor 5 who weren't paid for the final 2 months of Factor 5's existence were finally paid after the lawsuit came to an end in 2015. But to this day, the final Rogue Squadron video game sits in a Disney vault, fully completed but completely unplayable. Everyone steals the Death Star plans. In canon, Jyn Erso and Rogue One were the ones who stole the Death Star plans. Simple as that. However, in Legends, it's a bit complicated, because Legends writers really liked telling the story of how the Death Star plans were stolen. First, there was Blue Squadron and Red Squadron, 2 rebel starfighter squadrons that were sent to help capture the freighter Phoenix. This was a freighter that had a bunch of stolen Imperial communication satellites as its cargo. Upon capturing the freighter, the rebels then used the satellites to tap into Imperial communications and were able to steal the Death Star plans. This occurred about a year before the Battle of Yavin. This story was told in the video game X-Wing, released in February of 1993. But then, there's the rebel cell on the planet Tapara. In one of the first battles of the Galactic Civil War, a bunch of rebel soldiers infiltrated an Imperial research station on the planet Tapara. They were able to steal the Death Star plans from the station and were able to transmit them to the Tantive 4. However, most of the team were killed during the mission. In response to this, the Empire performed massive orbital bombardments on the planet. This mission took place the same year as the Battle of Yavin and was told in a few different stories, most notably in the novel Jedi Dawn, released in September of 1993. But then there was Kyle Katarn. He was a former Imperial-turned-mercenary, and later Jedi, who was hired by the Rebel Alliance to travel to the planet Dantua to steal the Death Star plans. This mission occurred the same year as the Battle of Yavin, and the story was told in the video game Dark Forces, released in February of 1995. But then there's the Rebel prisoners on the Death Star. I mentioned them earlier, but 9 rebel prisoners who took part in the Death Star prison break were able to escape the station with the Death Star plans. They were able to then transfer the data to a rebel group on Polis Massa. The Empire would then travel to Polis Massa, but they were too late. The plans had already been sent off to the Tantive 4. In retaliation, the Empire slaughtered every single rebel on Polis Massa. This mission took place only days before the Battle of Yavin, and the story was told in Battlefront 2, released in November of 2005. But then there's Rihanna Saren, a mercenary-turned-rebel who traveled to the planet Dantua right after Kyle Katarn's mission there. And while there, she found the Death Star plans, and after killing a bunch of Imperials, she got the plans and sent them off to the Rebel Alliance. This took place the same year as the Battle of Yavin, and the story was told in the video game Lethal Alliance, released in December of 2006. So, who really stole the Death Star plans? Everyone. It was later retconned that in every single story that I just mentioned here, the plans stolen weren't the full Death Star plans, but instead just tiny pieces of it. Only combined together did they make up the entire plan. The Crystal Star. The Crystal Star is one of the strangest Star Wars novels out there. Released in November of 1994, and written by Vonda N. McIntyre, it tells the story of Han and Leia's kids being kidnapped by a man named Hethier, who was in charge of an Imperial remnant group known as the Empire Reborn. But he wasn't just an Imperial. He was also Force-sensitive and had been trained by Vader. Luke, Han, Leia, and the usual crew go out to go and rescue Han and Leia's kids. And on this adventure, they discover some pretty wacky stuff. For example, there's the Chironians. These guys are a sentient alien species known for basically just being centaurs. Like, they're literally just centaurs with horns. One of the centaurs they meet is a woman named Lusa, who turns out is Force-sensitive, so she joins Luke's new Jedi Order and becomes a Centaur Jedi. Then there's the Wirewolves, who are basically kinda werewolves. They look like big six-legged wolves, but upon entering puberty, they would enter a cocoon and would literally transform into a brand new species. This species is known as the Kadru G. This was a sentient species of four-armed people who were able to talk to each other on a hypersonic level. They were also extremely xenophobic, and because of this, they didn't really interact with the wider galaxy. Then there's the Ghostlings, who are humanoid angelic beings who are extremely fragile, meaning that if you were to, hit one of them, there is a very good chance that they would instantly die. They're described as being incredibly beautiful, and apparently were extremely interested in banging humans, and vice versa. Even though, if they did bang humans, there's like a 50% chance that the Ghostling would die. A lot of these new alien species introduced in the Crystal Star were kind of ignored by most Legends writers, and only made a handful of appearances after the release of this novel. Then there's Waru, who... well, I'll talk about him after the break.
Puppy? Is this your ball? You want your ball? Okay. Over here. No, over here. All right. I still got it. You want your ball? I got it. Yeah, here we go. Go get it. Go get your ball.
Waru. Waru is a trans-dimensional being hailing from a parallel universe and has the ability to heal any kind of injury. Only ever appearing in the novel The Crystal Star, he's a golden, scaly blob thing. His body is that of a blob, but is covered with golden scales, which act as shields. And a thick, syrupy liquid would flow through the spaces between these golden plates. You could also climb inside of him, as he was large enough for 3 people to fit inside of him, and somehow his insides were breathable. Waru was accidentally sent to the main Star Wars universe when a white dwarf star began to crystallize. This caused a disturbance in the Force so large that Waru was teleported into another universe. Now in the Star Wars universe, Waru met up with Lord Hethier, and the two made a deal. Waru would teach him in the ways of the Force, in exchange for a way back to his own reality. This method of traveling back to his own reality was a rather strange process. Basically, Waru had to annihilate the Force in the Star Wars galaxy by using the Anti-Force from his own universe, and in order to do that, he needed to eat Force-sensitive people. Heather would have various Force-sensitive children kidnapped so that they could be raised as sacrifices for Waru, and the Solo kids were part of this plan. While this was all happening, a cult had formed around Waru, with people believing that he was some kind of messiah due to his healing properties. But in order to heal people, he needed to eat people in order to gain more healing energy. And his followers were actually cool with this. Eventually, he would come into contact with Luke and crew, eventually eating Luke in exchange for the Solo kids' safety. Leia and Han then jumped inside of him in order to save Luke, and the three of them were able to defeat Waru from the inside out. Waru would then eat Heather and gain the ability to return to his own reality. So he did, and the day was saved. Star Wars Attack Squadrons. Attack Squadrons was a free-to-play browser-based space combat game developed by Disney Interactive Worlds and Area 52 Games, made in the Unity engine. The game was set during the Galactic Civil War and featured 16-player multiplayer matches. The game featured modifiable starships and had 3 different game modes: Free-for-all, Team Deathmatch, and Base Defense. A beta for the game was released in January of 2014 and featured these game modes, along with 4 starfighters to play as: X-Wings, TIE Fighters, TIE Interceptors, and Y-Wings. However, after only 5 months, it was announced in May of 2014 that the game's support would end, and that the full game would never be released. It's unknown why the game was cancelled, though if I had to guess, it may have been due to Battlefront 2015 coming out the following year, and Disney not wanting 2 different Star Wars multiplayers competing against each other. The 9 clones in Rebels. Originally, Rex's group of clone veterans in Rebels was meant to be larger than just him, Wolf, and Gregor. There was supposed to be 9 clone troopers living in that ATTE. This was in reference to the 9 Old Men, a group of animators at Disney that worked at the studio from the 1920s all the way to the 1980s. As for the identities of the other clone troopers that were supposed to be there with Rex, Wolf, and Gregor, all we know is that Kix and Jesse were meant to be 2 of them, but that still leaves 4 more clones. If I had to guess who these final 4 clones were going to be, I would say Cody, Boost, Sinker, and Boyle, since Cody just makes sense. And you also got Wolf there, so you might as well have the only 2 spotlighted members of the Wolf Pack, Boost and Sinker. And as for Boyle, he's like the only other spotlighted clone in the Clone Wars to still be alive. Mos Eisley film. In August of 2018, it was revealed by Rogue One's co-production designer, Neil Lamont, that a Star Wars anthology film was in development, and would be set on Tatooine. However, just a day after this reveal, it was announced that the film was cancelled. There's really nothing known about this cancelled film, outside of rumors that it would have been centered around Mos Eisley. Personally, I'm glad this film got cancelled, because I'm sick and tired of Tatooine. Go to different planets. Phasma is alive. After Phasma's death in The Last Jedi, a lot of fans were convinced that she wasn't actually dead. This was backed up by Rian Johnson, Mark Hamill, Michael Kaplan, and Gwendolyn Christie, who all mentioned in interviews around this time that Phasma may have survived her fall and that she might return in Episode 9. This didn't happen, however. Although a piece of concept art for Duel of the Fates does have Phasma in it, suggesting that she would have been in the film. However, this probably isn't true, as she's not mentioned in the film's script at all. And this is concept art. A lot of stuff in concept art is just there as a placeholder. For example, you can actually see Trilla in concept art for Obi-Wan Kenobi. Anyways, years would go by, and people would come to terms with the fact that Phasma was dead. But then, in December of 2021, Delilah S. Dawson, the author of the Phasma novel, revealed that she had actually pitched a sequel novel to Lucasfilm about Phasma after The Last Jedi. I know Black Spire is technically a sequel to Phasma, but I mean a novel directly continuing Phasma's story. She would later reveal in a Reddit AMA that as of 2023, she was still waiting on an answer to her pitch. The only other thing we know about this pitch is that V. Maradi would most likely be in the book. But of course, this doesn't mean that Phasma survived. It's simply revealing that her survival has been pitched to Lucasfilm. So, is there any evidence of her survival? Well, yeah, actually. In the Star Wars Timelines reference book, Snoke and Holdo are the only two deaths listed during the Battle of the Supremacy. I know the Timelines book has some issues, but those issues are mostly in relation to comics and books. When it comes to the films, the book is very spot on, for the most part. So this seems like a deliberate attempt at suggesting that Phasma may not have died. Governor Price's original death. Originally, Governor Price was meant to be introduced in Rebels an entire season earlier. She would have debuted in the Season 2 premiere, The Siege of Lothal. She would have actually died in her debut episode, which would have led to Minister Maketh Tua being promoted to the position of governor. Governor Price's original death was actually supposed to be the same as Minister Tua's, dying in the shuttle explosion. Soul Calibur 4. In the game Soul Calibur 4, Darth Vader, Yoda, and Galen Marek, known in the game as The Apprentice, show up as guest fighters. These characters were actually kinda console exclusives. The PS3 versions of the game came with Vader, while the Xbox 360 version came with Yoda. Meanwhile, Galen Marek was in both versions, but you could buy Vader for Xbox and Yoda for PlayStation as DLC. Also, the game features a Star Wars-themed stage called Star Destroyer Docking Bay. Now, Vader and Yoda make sense as Star Wars reps in a fighting game, but you're probably confused as to why Galen Marek is here. This is because Soul Calibur 4 came out in 2008, the same year as The Force Unleashed. So, yeah, this was in promotion for that game. And in order to promote the promotion, a one-shot comic was released on StarWars.com called Visions of the Blade. This comic tells the story of how the three Star Wars characters come into contact with the Soul Calibur universe. The three of them each receive visions that lead them to a mysterious planet. And on this planet are three Soul Calibur characters they end up fighting. And that's kind of it. There's not much of a story here. Juno Eclipse and Qui-Gon Jinn also make cameos in this comic, so that's pretty neat. Vader even uses his Jedi Interceptor, which is very neat. Always loved that thing. Rebel Agent franchise. Rebel Agent is a cancelled Star Wars game that we know literally nothing about. No, really. In the book Rogue Leaders, The Story of LucasArts, released in November of 2008, a series of logos for cancelled games were shown off. And some of these logos included Rebel Agent, Rebel Fury, Rebel Warrior, Rebel Scum, and Rebel Jedi. I wish I could tell you something about these games, but there's literally nothing known about these games, other than each installment would have been played in third person. That's it. That's all we know. We don't even know when these games were cancelled. Hell, there's a decent chance that all of these games could actually be the same game, just different titles that were used during development. Kix, the last living clone trooper. Kix is a minor character from Star Wars: The Clone Wars. He shows up a few times, mainly in clone-centric stories, but he's never the main character. However, there's something very notable about him, and that's the fact that he's the last living clone trooper ever. After Fives told him about the biochip conspiracy, and then died, Kix was a bit confused and concerned about this conspiracy, so he eventually did his own investigation into the mystery, and just like Fives, discovered the truth. This caught the attention of Palpatine, who ordered Dooku to take care of him. So Dooku had Kix captured, and he was thrown into a cryopod inside of a Separatist cruiser, so he didn't escape while the Separatists brought him to Sereno, so that Dooku could handle Kix personally. However, on the way there, the cruiser was attacked by Republic forces. Under orders not to let the Republic rescue Kix under any circumstances, the Separatist ship commander entered hyperspace at a random set of coordinates. This led to the ship crashing on the planet Ponma Terminal, and there, Kix stayed in cryosleep for 50 years. Eventually, he would be discovered by the pirate Saida Nathano and his crew, who were unknowingly looking for him, believing him to be treasure. Upon waking up, Kix had a bit of a breakdown, as not only did he fail to save the Republic, the Jedi, and all of his brothers, but an entire empire had come and gone, along with a galactic civil war, and everyone he ever knew was dead. Not knowing what else to do, Kix joined Athano's crew and became a pirate. So yeah, there's a clone trooper alive during the time of the sequel trilogy. This story was told in Tales from a Galaxy Far, Far Away, Aliens Volume 1, released in April of 2016. Marok is a zombie. So Marok, aka the First Brother, is the last surviving Inquisitor, dying 12 years after the Inquisitors were thought to have all been wiped out. In fact, he even survived past the Empire, becoming a mercenary and eventually joining forces with Morgan Elsbeth. He doesn't do all that much in the Ahsoka series, and was just there to be a henchman who dies. However, there's a fan theory that makes Marok a much more interesting character, and brings into question if he really was the last surviving Inquisitor. When he's killed by Ahsoka, a cloud of green mist emerged from his armor. This green mist is similar to the Night Sister magic seen in the Clone Wars, Rebels, Jedi Fallen Order, Jedi Survivor, and of course, Ahsoka. This has led to a theory that Marok was actually a zombie throughout his 4 episodes in Ahsoka, as we know that Night Sisters can create zombies. In fact, they create a whole bunch of them in the very same show that Marok appears in. Not to mention, his armor is extremely rusty looking, implying that his armor was out in the elements for quite some time. But perhaps the best piece of evidence for this zombie theory is his name. The name Marok comes from Arthurian legends. In these legends, Marok is the name of a knight who turns into a werewolf after being taught to do so by his wife, Morgan Le Fay. And who does Marok work for in the show? Morgan Elsbeth. And who's a Night Sister who can create zombies? Morgan Elsbeth. So, is Marok a zombie? While it hasn't been confirmed yet, it's a pretty safe assumption. Jeans Guy. In the Mandalorian Season 2 episode, The Siege, during a shot of Din Djarin and his friends battling Imperial forces, you can very briefly see a man in the background wearing a green t-shirt and jeans. Obviously, this is a member of the show's crew who accidentally got caught in a shot, and somehow nobody editing the episode noticed. Or did notice and wanted to be a troll. This was quickly discovered by people online, and within a week of the episode's release, the man was digitally removed from the episode. This guy was given the fan name of Jeans Guy. However, to this day, we don't actually know this guy's true identity. The MT-AT. The MT-AT, aka the Mountain Terrain Armored Transport, is easily the strangest walker in the entire Star Wars franchise. Designed like a spider, although in universe it was designed after a crab droid, it was created to travel across mountain ranges. Only ever appearing in the novel Champions of the Force, released in September of 1994, these walkers were extremely dangerous, and had 10 different blaster cannons on it. Although, I guess they can't be too dangerous, because the Empire didn't really want to use them, as they only ever appeared in one novel. Palpatine killed Padme. So you know how Padme died from lacking the will to live, which honestly was always really dumb to me? Like, really, raising your kids isn't enough of a will to live? Well, there's a theory that fixes this. The theory states that Palpatine was telling Anakin the truth when he said that he knew how to prevent people from dying. He used the Force to move Padme's life force into Anakin in order for him to survive. The idea being that Anakin shouldn't have survived being burnt alive in Revenge of the Sith. So Padme's life force being transferred into him is how he survived. This theory has never been confirmed, but it's also never been debunked, so it's still up in the air if it's true or not. Though there is an alternate spin on the theory that Anakin subconsciously took Padme's life force instead of Palpatine, although I think this theory is far less likely. What happened to Sev? As I mentioned earlier, at the end of Republic Commando, the clone commando Sev is left behind on the planet Kashyyyk, and is presumed dead by the Republic. There was a sequel game being developed called Rebel Commando, in which you'd play as Sev, revealing that he did in fact survive. However, this game never ended up happening, which leaves the question: what happened to Sev? Did he die? Did he survive? Well, we never actually got an answer. Delta Squad never went back to try and find him, and while members of the Clone Commando unit, Omega Squad, offered to travel to Kashyyyk to find Sev, they never actually ended up doing it. But somebody did try and find him. Wallen Vau, a Mandalorian responsible for training Sev. Because he was so disgusted that the Republic had left Sev behind, he traveled to Kashyyyk himself in order to find him, although sadly, he wasn't able to. This could mean that Sev is so good at hiding, nobody was able to find him. Or, he's dead. Personally, I think he survived, and this is because of some behind-the-scenes stuff instead of actual in-universe evidence. In 2008, on Karen Travis's personal website, Karen Travis, the author of the Republic Commando novel series, revealed that she's not allowed to use Sev in any stories set after the events of the game, stating, quote, "Sorry, but I can't take Sev beyond the end of his story arc in the Republic Commando game. His fate won't feature in Imperial Commando 501st or any other book for the foreseeable future. I don't want anyone building up expectations and then having them dashed after waiting until August next year to find out. I've been upfront about this from the start. Sev is LucasArts' character, and, very sensibly, they want to leave their options open for the future, in case they ever do another game featuring Delta Squad. This, to me, says that Lucasfilm, or LucasArts, probably considered him to be alive. Unfortunately, this is the best answer we're gonna get. Outlaws cut content. While Star Wars Outlaws only came out a few months ago, we know a few things from the game that were cut. The first is the criminal syndicate group Black Sun. They were at one point considered for the game. However, this was extremely early in the game's development, and may have only been a placeholder name for the Ashiga clan, although I personally find this theory to be a bit weak. Babu Frick was also planned to appear on Kijimi at one point, and even had a placeholder model made. Although, just like Black Sun, it seems that he was cut very, very early in development. Finally, a co-op heist mode was at one point planned for the game. This mode would have let you play as a variety of characters, and each of these characters belonged to a different class, like Enforcer, Slicer, Thief, and Gunslinger. And as you would expect, each of these classes would have their own unique abilities. You would have been scored on your time and the amount of lives you had left. Only 3 maps have been found in the game's files. These are Kanto Casino, Jabba's Palace, and the Death Star. And as of right now, that's all the cut content we know about from Star Wars Outlaws. Cerveza Crystal. In December of 2003, the original trilogy was aired on the Chilean TV channel Canal 13. There's nothing unique about the TV edits of these films. However, there is something unique about the commercial breaks that would play during the broadcast. Right when the film was about to enter a commercial break, a single, barely noticeable black frame would display for just a second. And then, well, I think it's best just to show you.
Cerveza Cristal. Cerveza Cristal.
Cerveza Crystal, or Crystal Beer, is a Chilean beer, if you couldn't already tell. After this, the rest of the commercials would play normally until the film came back on. Now you're probably curious as to why these commercials were made. According to a brand manager at OMD Chile and FX, the company responsible for these ads, these commercials were made to reach customers that were becoming, quote, aloof. These commercials were so popular in Chile that they made other commercials in this very same style for films like Gladiator and American Beauty. But you know who wasn't a fan of these commercials? Lucasfilm. In September of 2004, Lucasfilm filed a copyright claim, claiming that the company had violated the Chilean Code of Advertising Ethics because the commercials were made to look like they were part of the movie. Lucasfilm won the lawsuit, and as a result, these types of commercials could never be produced or aired ever again. Jabba the Hutt film. In September of 2023, it was revealed by David S. Goyer that at one point in the mid-2010s, Lucasfilm had been working on a Jabba the Hutt film with Guillermo del Toro directing, and David S. Goyer writing. Del Toro would confirm this story in October of 2023, where he stated that sometimes he feels a bit bitter about the film's cancellation. As to why the film was cancelled, it hasn't actually been stated, but it can be assumed that it was cancelled due to Lucasfilm backing away from anthology films due to Solo's box office results. As to what the film was going to be like, it would have been about the rise and fall of Jabba the Hutt's criminal empire, so the film would have spanned presumably decades. We also know that the film's tone was going to be inspired by the films Scarface and The Godfather. The film would have also used a plethora of practical effects, which, I mean, is to be expected. I mean, it's a Del Toro film. While a ton of concept art was made for the film, sadly, none of it has been released to the public. Pablo Gil and Coleman Cash. Poor Pablo Gil. For those that don't know who he is, Pablo Gil is an Ungreed Jedi Knight who appears very briefly in Attack of the Clones. And technically Obi-Wan Kenobi, but he's just a corpse in that, so I don't think that counts. I say poor Pablo Gil, not because he died, but instead because he was supposed to be a Jedi Council member in Revenge of the Sith. While his character model was being worked on for Revenge of the Sith, it was decided that his CGI model needed to be more detailed, because we would see him in a lot more shots than in the previous film. However, because of this new detailed model, he no longer looked like Pablo Gil. So it was decided to use this model for a new character named Coleman Cash. So basically, because Lucasfilm needed to detail Pablo Gil's CGI model for Revenge of the Sith, he was cut from Revenge of the Sith. Funny enough, when Obi-Wan Kenobi Episode 4 released, and Pablo Gil's corpse was shown, StarWars.com goofed and referred to the corpse as Coleman Cash. This is despite concept art for the show listing the character as Pablo Gil. Lucasfilm Story Group member Pablo Hidalgo then stepped in and confirmed that this body was in fact Pablo's, not Coleman's. Jedi Knight 3 Brink of Darkness. Jedi Knight 3 Brink of Darkness, aka Jedi Knight 4 Brink of Darkness, aka Dark Forces 5 Brink of Darkness, is a cancelled Star Wars game in development in the early to mid-2000s, and would have been the final installment in the Dark Forces / Jedi Knight franchise. Unfortunately, nothing about this game is known, other than it would have starred Kyle Katarn, and was going to be the ending of his story. Or at least, his story in the games. Dude was still in a ton of novels. As to why the game was cancelled, we don't actually know. The only thing that I can think of is that maybe it was cancelled due to the LucasArts management shakeup from around this time. One Arm the Wampa. So remember in The Empire Strikes Back, when Luke gets attacked by a Wampa, and only narrowly escapes being eaten by it after cutting off its arm? Well, did you know that this wouldn't be the last time Luke and this Wampa would meet? In the novel Darksaber, released in October of 1995, about 9 years after The Empire Strikes Back, Luke returns to Hoth and comes into contact with this Wampa again, now known as One Arm. Since their encounter, One Arm has become the leader of a gang of Wampas who work together to wipe out anybody they find on Hoth, whether it be settlers or hunters. When the two saw each other again, One Arm instantly recognized Skywalker and attacked, only for Luke to then finish the job and kill her. Tony Hawk's Pro Skater. In Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3, released in October of 2001, Darth Maul appeared as a guest skater, complete with his double-bladed lightsaber and Force abilities. No, really, when you select him, he starts to force choke the shopkeeper in the skater selection screen. You unlocked him by either completing all 54 golds in the game and getting every single gold medal in career mode while playing as Tony Hawk. Or you could just use a cheat code. Maul's inclusion in the game was in promotion for the video game Star Wars Obi-Wan, released in December of 2001. This wouldn't be the last Star Wars crossover with Tony Hawk, as in Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 4, released in October 2002, Jango Fett appeared as a guest skater. In order to unlock Jango, you had to earn $9,000 in the game, and then you could buy him, or, like Maul, you could just use a cheat code. Jango's appearance in the game was in promotion for the game Star Wars Bounty Hunter, released in November 2002. Kevin Feige film. In September 2019, it was announced that a Star Wars film produced by Kevin Feige was in development. It was then announced in January of 2021 that Michael Waldron was writing the film, and then in March of 2023, it was announced that the film was cancelled. The film was cancelled because Kevin Feige is in charge of the entire MCU, so he has to oversee the development of various movies, shows, and special presentations constantly, so he didn't actually have the time to work on this film. As for what the film was going to be about, we only know that it was going to be a standalone story and be about new characters and new locations. The Russo brothers were also in talks to direct the film. Scrapped original Battlefront content. While the original 2 Battlefront games were filled with content, there was plenty of content cut from the games before release. Here's a list of some of the stuff that was cut. For the original Battlefront, each faction was originally supposed to have a 6th unit, a commander unit. The Republic had the clone commander, the Separatists had the tactical droid, no, not that tactical droid, the Rebels had the Bothan spy, and the Empire had the Imperial officer. Originally, various units looked very different. For example, originally, the clone jet trooper had blue markings instead of green. The Separatist assassin droid was originally going to be an IG-88 droid. The clone sharpshooter originally had black markings instead of red, and the clone pilot originally just looked like a standard clone trooper with yellow markings, instead of looking like a actual clone pilot. Originally, on the map Naboo Plains, the Separatists were going to have a fully controllable MTT that would play similar to the Empire's AT-AT and the Republic's AT-TE. This early version of Naboo Plains would have also had the shield generator dinosaurs like the campaign version of the map. Originally, Kamino was going to have anti-air turrets, and various air vehicles, like the Vulture droid, clone gunship, and Jedi Starfighter. There was also a bunch of scrapped vehicles from the game, like the K-Wing, the GAT, the MAF, the TIE Crawler, the Sentinel-class landing craft, the AT-XT, the SPHAT, the Corellian attack transport, which was an original vehicle, and the KHI Warhound Mark IV, which was the original name for the Rebel Juggernaut. There was even supposed to be a capital ship class. These ships would obviously be massive, and could hold up to 32 passengers. These vehicles included the Trade Federation lander, the Acclamator-class assault ship, the Mon Calamari cruiser, and the Imperial Star Destroyer. You were also supposed to be able to ride around on dewbacks. There's also some scrapped maps from the game, including Corellia, Korriban, Raxus Prime, Mon Cala, Thyfera, Osis, and Despair Station. For Battlefront 2, originally, Korriban was going to be a map in the game. Cut heroes from this game include Ben Kenobi, the Imperial Royal Guard, Luke in his farm boy getup from A New Hope, and Stormtrooper variants of Luke and Han. Stormtrooper Han Solo would have played the exact same as the normal Han, but Stormtrooper Luke would have used a blaster rifle instead of his lightsaber. Originally, the Naboo hunt mode would have had you play as the Naboo Royal Guard fighting the Separatists instead of playing as the Gungans. Originally, the Coruscant Jedi Temple map was supposed to take place during the day. The Utapau map was originally supposed to be bigger and feature drivable clone gunships. There was also supposed to be a hunt mode on Jabba's palace, where you'd play as rebel smugglers battling Gamorrean guards. And finally, there was supposed to be another area in the Mustafar map, but I have no idea where this area was supposed to be. Like, how does this location connect at all with the rest of the map? Ewoks eat people. It's often been joked about that Ewoks eat people, and that they ate dead Imperials after the Battle of Endor. But the thing about this joke is that it's true. I mean, we literally see them try to eat Luke, Han, and Chewbacca. But if that's not enough evidence for you, we literally see Ewoks about to kill and cook a bunch of captured stormtroopers after the Battle of Endor in the Forces of Destiny episode in Imperial Feast, released in October 2017. Then, of course, there's the iconic Ewok hunt mode in Battlefront 2, which very clearly shows that Ewoks are hunting and eating Imperial soldiers. So, yeah, Ewoks are menaces. Obi-Wan Kenobi actor. From May 17th to July 25th, 1982, in the Los Angeles Times, a comic strip series was released called The Return of Ben Kenobi. Written by Archie Goodwin and republished multiple times since its original release, the story takes place shortly after the Battle of Yavin and is about Vader's plan to take down Luke Skywalker. He decides to hire an actor and have them go under plastic surgery to resemble Obi-Wan Kenobi. He also trained him in lightsaber combat and gave him various technology to replicate Force abilities. The plan was simple. The actor would pretend to be Ben Kenobi and trick Luke into thinking that Obi-Wan Kenobi survived his duel with Vader. Once he gained Luke's trust, he would then lure him into a trap and have him captured. So the actor began doing acts of heroism, like saving civilians and rebel soldiers. This got the attention of Luke, who went to the planet Ardius to investigate sightings of his former master. Eventually, Luke would meet up with this imposter and team up with him to drive the Empire off of the world. But like I said, this was all part of the actor's plan. So eventually, the actor convinced Luke to come with him to a tower that Vader was hiding in. However, by the time they showed up at the tower, the actor had actually had a change of heart and betrayed the Empire, destroying the tower at the cost of his own life. And only in his final moments did he reveal to Luke that he was a fraud. Vader, of course, survived the destruction of the tower and vowed that one day he would capture Luke Skywalker. Monkey Yoda. Originally, Yoda was going to be played not by a puppet puppeteered by Frank Oz, but a monkey. Yes, a monkey wearing a mask was going to play Yoda, and would have if not for the fact that the monkey didn't really want to act. He kept ripping the mask off during filming and throwing it around the set. George Lucas really didn't like this, as he really wanted the monkey to play Yoda, because he didn't think that animatronics or puppets would be able to make Yoda believable. But because of this monkey failure, Frank Oz and Stuart Freeborn were able to prove George Lucas wrong and bring Yoda to life. Cut Resistance episodes. If you look at Star Wars Resistance's episode count, you'll notice that Season 2 is slightly shorter than Season 1. This is because 3 episodes were scrapped completely. This was done for 2 reasons. The first was to focus more on Tam's character arc in the season, as these episodes wouldn't contribute to that arc. And the second reason is that the second season received a slightly lower budget than the first. Luckily, we actually know where these episodes were going to be in the show's lineup. These cancelled episodes were episodes 13, 18, and 19. We know this because these 3 numbers are missing from Season 2's production numbers. Here's everything we know about these cut episodes. For the 13th episode, Maz Kanata would have made a guest appearance in the show. Unfortunately, that's all we know about this episode. For the 18th episode, Axe Targrin was meant to return and take over the Colossus and very nearly hand the station over to the First Order. Captain Doza was actually going to have a spotlight role in this episode and presumably would have been the one to stop him. As for the 19th episode, we don't know anything about it. In fact, nearly all sources claim that only 2 episodes were cut, but there's 3 missing production codes. So this leads me to assume that the Axe Targrin episode would have been a 2-parter. There is one more scrapped episode, but unlike the previous episodes, which were fully scripted, this episode never made it past the pitching phase. Writer Brandon Auman pitched an episode where Kaz and/or the crew of the Colossus would end up on Endor and encounter Ewoks. This episode may have actually been made, if not for the Rise of Skywalker, as the show was being made at the same time that film was in production. So in order to prevent potentially making an episode that conflicted with the film, the episode was dropped. Sucks though, because while Endor and the Ewoks are in The Rise of Skywalker, it's just in a cameo appearance, so they could have actually done this episode. Sar Agorn. Sar Agorn is probably the strangest Jedi ever. He's a member of an unnamed blob-like species that constantly produced green gas. He's completely sentient and has even trained various Jedi, as he's a Jedi Master. Sar Agorn was also extremely smart and spent a good chunk of his life creating a holocron to teach future generations of Jedi new Force techniques. Funny enough, Sar Agorn has never actually appeared in any story material and has exclusively appeared in reference books. While Sar Agorn hasn't made the jump to canon, there is a blob-like Jedi in canon named Orba Lynn, who appears in the High Republic era, although he's not part of the same species as Sar Agorn, instead being a Yugor. He was actually the first of his kind to ever become a Jedi, and oftentimes served alongside his fellow Jedi in an environmental suit to make himself look more humanoid. Probably the craziest thing about him is that he can straight up just duplicate himself due to his blob-like form. Cancelled Lando series. In December 2022, various new Star Wars shows were announced by Lucasfilm, and one of these shows was a live-action Lando series starring Donald Glover, and Justin Sameen was announced to be writing the series, while also serving as the show's showrunner. And after that, radio silence. Literally nothing. There wouldn't be an update until May of 2022, when it was revealed by Kathleen Kennedy that the show hadn't gotten very far in development, simply because Donald Glover was busy with 2 other projects. Then, in July of 2023, it was revealed that Justin Samin had no idea what was going on with the show, and that he hadn't gotten any updates about it since 2020, and a few days later, he would flat out leave the project. Finally, in September of 2023, it was announced that the show was cancelled, and instead would be a film, with Donald Glover and his brother, Stephen Glover, writing it. Unfortunately, we don't know much about this cancelled show, and to be honest, I don't think there's really anything to know about it, because it seems that no actual development was ever made on it. So, in a way, I guess we know everything about the show. Star Wars Uprising. Star Wars Uprising is probably the most ambitious Star Wars mobile game ever made. Released in September of 2015 and developed by Kabam, Star Wars Uprising was a full-on Star Wars RPG for iOS and Android devices. Taking place in the days after the Battle of Endor in the Enote sector, the story follows you, the player, battling the Empire, led by Grand Moff Ubric Adelhard, who shut down communications for the entire sector in order to prevent the people living there from finding out that the Emperor was dead. Not only this, but he also set up a blockade in order to prevent people from leaving. While primarily a single-player game, you could actually play it with other players. When the game launched, your character, named the Smuggler, was just a run-of-the-mill smuggler. However, in later updates, the Smuggler would be revealed to be Force-sensitive, and would even begin using a lightsaber. Together with their friends and family, they would battle the Empire, make and break alliances with various organizations, and locate Jedi relics. They probably would have gone on even more adventures, but in September of 2016, it was announced that the game would be shutting down in November of 2016, due to the game apparently not being a big hit, and the revenue being generated from it just simply wasn't enough to continue support for the game. This wasn't too shocking, as the game received lukewarm reviews, with most people saying that while the game was technically fine, it wasn't anything special, and for an RPG, there wasn't really much of a story. For a while after the game's shutdown, the characters and plot points created for the game were largely ignored and not used in other stories. That was until June of 2021, when the character Deathstick, a character created for Uprising, appeared in issue 13 of the Bounty Hunters comic, and since then has become a regular recurring character in the world of the Star Wars comics. And in the Battle of Jakku comic event running from October of 2024 to December of the same year, various characters from the game were reintroduced into canon, like Grand Moff Adelhard and Purge Trooper Commander Bragg, who, by the way, is a different kind of Purge Trooper than the one you're probably thinking of. Is Moochie actually Petisa? This might be the goofiest entry name I've ever had in a video. Petisa is the name of Jabba's Rancor in Return of the Jedi, Outlaws, etc. Side note, did you know that Petisa means friend in Huttese? That kinda makes this dude's death kinda sad. Anyways, in the Bad Batch Season 1 episode, Rampage, released in May of 2021, Bib Fortuna is seen hiring the Bad Batch for a job to rescue a baby Rancor from some Zygerian slavers who stole the Rancor from Jabba. The Rancor seen in the episode is named Muchi, and this has led to a debate in the fanbase, as many people began claiming that the Bad Batch was retconning Patissa's name. However, there wasn't really any evidence for this. That was until LEGO Star Wars The Skywalker Saga, where Patissa was given the full name of Patissa Muchi. So, does that mean that Patissa and Muchi are the same Rancor? Personally, I'm not convinced by this evidence, because Muchi is stated to be a female Rancor, while Patissa is said to be a male Rancor. George Lucas's Han Solo prequel film. During the development of Revenge of the Sith, George Lucas came up with the idea of having a young Han Solo appearing in the film, living amongst the Wookiees, with Chewbacca raising him like a son. But this idea was scrapped. But this wouldn't be the last time that George Lucas thought about exploring Han Solo's origin. In April of 2012, only a few months before selling Lucasfilm to Disney, George Lucas hired Lawrence Kasdan to help him come up with ideas for Star Wars spin-off films. And one of these spin-off ideas was a Han Solo prequel film. Lawrence Kasdan was even hired to write the Han Solo prequel script. However, development on this film came to an end when Lucasfilm was sold to Disney in September 2012. But this idea for a Han Solo prequel film no doubt inspired Disney to greenlight their own Han Solo prequel. Tag and Bink. This is a series of 5 comics released from October of 2001 to April of 2006, written by Kevin Rubio. This series is set in its own continuity and follows 2 rebel soldiers named Tag and Bink. The series was inspired by the play Rosencrantz and Guildenstern Are Dead, which is about minor characters from Hamlet affecting the plot of said play. Like the play, Tag and Bink often influence the events of the original and prequel trilogies. As for Tag and Bink themselves, they were actually created by the Force in response to Darth Plagueis' attempt at manipulating the Force. This resulted in the pair being kinda Force-sensitive, so they joined the Jedi Order, and that's where their wacky adventures began. Some of the things they did in the series were give Anakin advice on how to seduce Padme, resulting in the I Hate Sand line, survive Operation Nightfall simply because Vader remembered the pair had given him dating advice, so he told them to scram and forget they had ever been Jedi, murder C-3PO on Cloud City for accidentally getting them captured by the Empire on the Tantive 4, steal the Imperial shuttle Tidarium, recover Chewbacca's lost medal on Yavin 4, disguise themselves to infiltrate Jabba's palace, only for Tag to then be mistaken for Boba Fett by Han and Luke, getting sent into the Sarlacc, meet with the rebel contact many Bothans to get info on the Death Star 2, die waiting for an elevator on the second Death Star, and attend the party on Endor as Force ghosts. Funny enough, Tag and Bink were actually made canon to Legends via the complete Star Wars encyclopedia. Kinda. It's explained in the encyclopedia that the story of Tag and Bink is an in-universe legend, and may or may not be true. As mentioned earlier, Tag and Bink were meant to appear in Solo, but their one scene got cut. Is the Freemaker Adventures canon? Airing from June 2016 to August of 2017, LEGO Star Wars The Freemaker Adventures is an oddity in the worlds of Star Wars TV shows. While most LEGO Star Wars shows are simply miniseries that last 4 to 6 episodes, Freemaker Adventures lasted for 26 episodes spanning 2 seasons. Not only that, but the show got multiple LEGO sets based on the show. The show followed the Freemaker family, a group of mechanics and scavengers traveling the galaxy battling the Empire between the events of The Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi. Now, being a LEGO series, obviously the show isn't canon. Except that's kinda not true. It's weird. While never considered canon by Lucasfilm, the show's creators did often consult the Lucasfilm story group in order to make sure that the show didn't contradict anything from canon. The show has since been described as canon adjacent, meaning that events from the show may have happened in canon, but obviously in a completely different way that's not, LEGO. This was later backed up when one of the show's main characters, Roger, was made canon with the reference book Droidography, released in November of 2018. So to answer the question, is the Freemaker Adventures canon? No, but elements of it are, such as characters and items. Now, what does this mean for the shows that share continuity with the Freemaker Adventures, like All-Stars and the Yoda Chronicles? Honestly, I have no idea. Return of the Ewok. Return of the Ewok is an unfinished 24-minute mockumentary about the behind-the-scenes of Return of the Jedi that starred Warwick Davis as Wicket and himself. Produced in 1982 with the intention of it being used to promote Return of the Jedi, the film follows Warwick as he travels around the set of Return of the Jedi and meets with many of the film's cast and crew. He eventually travels into the world of Star Wars and is chased down by Boba Fett and Darth Vader. Post-production on the film was never completed, and for years, the footage recorded was thought to be lost. But eventually, Warwick Davis gave Lucasfilm his copy of the unfinished film, so they could make their own copy and release it to the public. Lucasfilm would then go on to release small clips of the film, either as DVD extras or on their official website. Despite having access to the unfinished film, Lucasfilm has never actually released it in full, outside of rare screenings at Star Wars celebrations. However, in December of 2020, the entire film was leaked onto the internet. R2-KT. In 2004, Katie Johnson, the daughter of Albin Johnson, the founder of the 501st Legion costuming group, was diagnosed with terminal brain cancer. This eventually led to her being bedridden, and upon being bedridden, she said that she wished she had a droid to watch over her, like how R2-D2 watched over Padme in Attack of the Clones. When the group the R2 builders heard about her and her story, they got together and in a few months created a fully functioning astromech droid they called R2-KT. And R2-KT stayed with Katie until she passed away in August of 2005. Since then, R2-KT has been used to visit children's hospitals and spread awareness for pediatric illnesses. R2-KT has actually appeared in multiple pieces of official Star Wars media. She's appeared in the Clone Wars film, 2 episodes in Season 1 of the Clone Wars, the Poe Dameron comic, The Force Awakens, Lego The Force Awakens, and the Skywalker Saga. R2-KT was actually supposed to appear in even more episodes of the Clone Wars as a member of D-Squad, the worst arc in the entire show, but because her and R2-D2's names both shorten to R2, the show's writers thought that it would be too confusing to have her in the group. So she was replaced with QT-KT, who's since gone on to appear in the Dark Droids comic event. Star Wars Infinities. Releasing from May 2001 to March of 2004, Star Wars Infinities is an anthology comic series consisting of 3 story arcs telling what-if stories centered around the original trilogy. The first 4 issues told the story of what would have happened if Luke failed to destroy the Death Star in A New Hope. Written by Chris Warner, the story begins with the Empire destroying Yavin 4, but luckily, Leia and the Rebels are able to escape the planet before its destruction, only for them to then be captured by the Empire. The rebel leaders are all executed, except for Leia, who is brought to Coruscant so that Palpatine can interrogate her. However, upon realizing that she's Force-sensitive, Vader begins to train Leia as his apprentice. As for Luke and Han, they escaped all of the carnage, and Obi-Wan's ghost shows up to tell Luke to go to Dagobah and train with Yoda. 5 years go by, and Luke is now a Jedi Knight, strong enough to face Vader, Palpatine, and Leia. Luke leads a group consisting of Han, Chewbacca, and Yoda to Coruscant to take down the Empire. There, Yoda mind-tricks Tarkin to allow him to take control of the Death Star, while Luke and Han battle Leia and a reprogrammed C-3PO. Luke is able to convince Leia to return to the light, and Vader saves both of them when Palpatine attempts to kill both of the twins. Luke and crew then escape Coruscant, as Yoda and R2-D2 literally drive the Death Star into Coruscant, killing both Palpatine and Vader. The second story arc centers around The Empire Strikes Back, and tells the story of what would have happened if Luke died on Hoth. Written by Dave Land, Luke freezes to death in Han's arms, but in his dying breath, he tells Han to go to Dagobah. Shortly after this, the Battle of Hoth happens, and Han, Chewbacca, Leia, R2, and 3PO travel to Dagobah. Or at least, they try. They briefly travel to Bespin to get the Falcon repaired, and then they travel to Dagobah. Shortly after they leave Bespin, Vader shows up, and as punishment for letting Han, Leia, etc. leave Cloud City, Vader orders for Lando and the citizens of Cloud City to be massacred. Meanwhile, on Dagobah, Leia meets with Yoda and becomes his apprentice, while Han leaves to go and pay his debt to Jabba. Although, this plan doesn't go very well, and Han ends up having to battle his way out of Jabba's palace. But during the escape, C-3PO is accidentally left behind, and shortly after this, Vader shows up to Jabba's palace to capture Han. Recognizing C-3PO as the droid that he built as a kid, Vader captures 3PO and tortures him for information, eventually discovering the location of Dagobah. Vader then shows up to Dagobah to kill Leia. However, when he arrives on the planet, Yoda plays some Jedi pranks on him and has him battle visions of the Force ghosts of Obi-Wan Kenobi and Qui-Gon. Eventually, Vader breaks free from these visions and cuts off Yoda's arm, only for Leia to then show up and battle him. The two fight for a bit, and Vader actually wins the duel. Leia is only saved by Han Solo, who shows up and shoots Vader to death. Leia then graduates to a Jedi Knight, and leaves with Han and Chewbacca to take down the Emperor. The final installment is centered around Return of the Jedi, and tells the story of what would have happened if the thermal detonator that Leia used to threaten Jabba went off. Written by Adam Gallardo, when the grenade goes off, Jabba, Bib Fortuna, and C-3PO are instantly killed. Boba Fett then steals Han's carbonite body, which leads to the rebels giving chase. During the hunt for Fett, Luke senses that Yoda has passed away, so he gives up the hunt and travels to Dagobah. Meanwhile, Leia, Lando, and Chewbacca are able to kill Fett and rescue Han. However, because he was in carbonite for too long, Han is now permanently blind. Meanwhile, Luke is captured by the Empire and is brought to the second Death Star. In order to rescue him, Leia takes the Slave One and arrives at the second Death Star as the Battle of Endor rages on. Luke and Vader fight after Vader is ordered to kill Leia. Vader wins the duel, but turns back to the light side right before he strikes Luke down. Realizing that he can't exactly battle all three Skywalkers, Palpatine bails, and the reunited Skywalker family escapes the Death Star. Vader then paints his armor white and returns to being a Jedi, and with that, the Skywalker family vows to track down the Emperor and bring him to justice.
I can't get this open.
Young man, there's no need to feel down. I said, young man, pick yourself off the ground. I said, young man, cause you're in a new town. There's no need to be unhappy. It's great to be in the Empire today. It's great to be in the Empire today.
We'll make Yoda do it backwards.
Everything that you need to enjoy, you can.
We now return to the all-new Ewoks.
A Droid Story. In December of 2020, a straight-to-Disney Plus animated film was announced, titled Star Wars: A Droid Story, with the film's animation being done by both ILM and Lucasfilm Animation. The film was announced to be about R2-D2 and C-3PO going on some adventure with a brand new character, very clearly inspired by the 80s cartoon Star Wars Droids. And that's it. No, I'm not joking. Out of all of the announcements made in December of 2020, this is the only project that has never received any kind of update. Rogue Squadron, the Taika Waititi film, Lando, and Rangers of the New Republic all have had updates made about them, while Obi-Wan Kenobi, Ahsoka, Visions, and Andor have all come out. A Droid Story sits alone, forgotten to time, and will probably never come out. Neen Nub's Death Confusion. So in The Rise of Skywalker, a bunch of Resistance members die, like Leia, Snap Wexley, and even Rey for a brief period of time. We actually see all of their deaths on screen, but there's one death that we only kinda see, and because of this, there was some confusion within the fanbase for a few months. In The Rise of Skywalker, Neen Nub is shown reacting to the Tantive 4 losing power during the Battle of Exegol, and that's the last time we see him in the film. Fans were confused, as we didn't see him die, but at the same time, we don't see the Tantive 4 return to the Resistance base. What happened to Nien Nunb would be revealed with the novel Star Wars The Rise of Skywalker Expanded Edition, released in March of 2020. This was the film's novelization, but as the name Expanded Edition suggests, new scenes were added into the story, mainly deleted scenes and connections with other Star Wars projects, and one of these added scenes is the destruction of the Tantive 4, confirming that Nien Nunb did in fact die in the film. Palpatine did not create Anakin. One of the weirdest things ever is the fact that so many Star Wars fans seem to think that Anakin was created by Palpatine and Plagueis. This idea isn't even treated as a theory, it's treated like hard canon. This theory has never been true, and has been debunked numerous times by people who work on Star Wars, including George Lucas himself. Originally, yes, there was supposed to be a scene in Revenge of the Sith where Palpatine flat out confirms that he created Anakin. However, George Lucas cut the scene before filming because he changed his mind on the idea and has explicitly said numerous times, as late as 2020, that Anakin was created by the will of the Force. Even in Legends, in the novel Darth Plagueis, it's directly said that Anakin was created by the will of the Force, in response to Plagueis and Palpatine. I guess you could argue that means Anakin was created indirectly by them, but I know what you're thinking right now. But what about the Charles Soule Darth Vader comic? Doesn't that confirm it? No. Matt Martin, Lucasfilm's senior creative executive, who also worked on the very issue this image comes from, has directly said that this image was the result of Anakin's mind playing tricks on him. So long story short, no, Palpatine did not create Anakin, and no, Rey and Ben Solo kissing in Rise of Skywalker is not quasi-I-word that I can't say on YouTube. Commander Cody in Rebels. Originally, in Season 3 of Rebels, Thrawn would realize that the Rebels were using old Clone Wars tactics, something they got from Rex. In order to better understand clone trooper tactics, Thrawn would recruit Commander Cody to help him track down the rebels. However, for unknown reasons, this idea was scrapped, and it wouldn't be until 2023 when we'd finally get an answer to what happened to Cody after Revenge of the Sith. Ki-Adi-Mundi's harem. Probably should explain what a harem is. Harems are a type of relationship where there's one guy who has a bunch of wives. While similar to a polyamorous marriage, it's not the same, as in harems, the wives love only the man, while in polyamorous relationships, there's love between all or most of the people involved in the relationship. Also, harems are more of a social structure kind of thing, I think. I'm going to be honest with you, I'm not an expert in harems or polyamorous relationships, so if I got something wrong, I'm sorry. Anyways, you might think that this kind of thing is something that the Jedi can't do, and you would be right. Except for Ki-Adi-Mundi. He is a Saurian, which is why he was allowed to break the Jedi Code and have a harem. Why does his species allow him to break the code? Because the Saurian people have very low birth rates, so in order to continue that species, Ki-Adi-Mundi was allowed to marry and have kids. He ended up having 5 wives and 7 children. However, while Mundy did care about them, he didn't actually really love any of them. Now, technically, this is more of a polyamorous marriage, but saying Ki-Adi-Mundi has a harem is a lot funnier, so I'm gonna keep calling it that. Anyways, all of Mundy's wives and kids would die. During the Battle of Saria, the Separatists killed all of Mundy's family, along with 1 million other Sarian civilians. Ki-Adi-Mundi was briefly upset by this, but got over it pretty quickly, claiming that their deaths were the will of the Force. Star Wars Outpost. Outpost is a cancelled Star Wars game that was in development at the time of LucasArts' closure, with that closure being the reason why it was cancelled. This game wouldn't have been released on consoles, and instead would have been a browser game inspired by Farmville, although it wouldn't just be a Farmville knockoff. There were going to be elements in Outpost inspired by the games Settlers of Catan and EVE Online. For example, you would be able to betray other players for resources. You would also be building not just buildings, but also weapons. There would also be a faction system where you would choose to either align with the Rebels or the Empire. Outpost was actually going to connect to the cancelled video game First Assault. Basically, you would be able to build weapons in Outpost that would then be available to use in First Assault. Sounds like an awful idea, but both games were cancelled, so whatever. Droids film. During the 1970s, George Lucas had the idea for 12 Star Wars saga films, and at least 2 spin-off films, one of which would star R2-D2 and C-3PO as the main protagonists. According to Lucas, there wasn't going to be any humans in the film, just droids. So think robots in the 70s. However, the film was cancelled sometime in the early 80s, as after 1981, George Lucas would never mention this film ever again. And that's all we know about this cancelled film. It's been speculated that elements created for this film were used in the Droids cartoon, the original Twin Sons. Twin Sons is the episode in Rebels in which Maul's story comes to an end, being killed by his eternal rival, Obi-Wan Kenobi. This episode was originally going to be a bit different. Originally, instead of Ezra and Chopper traveling to Tatooine to find Obi-Wan, it was supposed to be Ezra and Kanan. This version of the episode would have had many more scenes of the actual journey to Obi-Wan, with the pair discovering a merchant named Muta Ngatu who tells them that Maul is on the planet. This version of the episode would have also had a scene at the end of the episode in which Ezra would sense Maul's death upon entering Maul's ship, the Night Brother. There was also supposed to be a scene where Zeb, Hera, and Kanan would talk about how, now that Sabine's an adult and doing her own things, and Ezra's starting to mature, soon it might just be the 3 of them on the Ghost. Remember, this episode took place in that brief period of time in the show when Lucasfilm really expected you to believe that Sabine was never going to return to the Rebels and to stay on Mandalore permanently. Savage Opress and Duchess Satine were also meant to appear in the episode as visions Maul receives when traveling the desert. While the crew working on the show really wanted to include all of this stuff, it would have made the episode around 35 minutes long instead of the usual 22 minutes, so all of this had to be scrapped. Maul Killer. After Galen Merrick's death in The Force Unleashed, Vader decided to have another go at having Galen Merrick as his apprentice. So he went to Kamino and had the Kaminoans clone him. But the cloning process had some problems, so a bunch of experiments were done in order to successfully clone him. One of these attempts was combining Galen Merrick and Darth Maul's DNA. I have no idea why Vader thought this was going to be a good idea, but he gave the go-ahead on it. This resulted in Maul Killer, a very unstable being who just really liked killing things. Pretty much everyone was scared of this dude, Vader included, so Maul Killer was killed shortly after his creation. Maul Killer was created as a GameStop pre-order bonus skin for The Force Unleashed 2. While you may assume that this means that Maul Killer wasn't canon to Legends, he actually was. I mean, if he really was just a pre-order skin, why did they give him backstory at all? It's clear that he was meant to be canon to Legends. Retcon cameos. So Lucasfilm does this thing sometimes where they'll create a character in a comic or a game or a novel and then confirm that character is actually already in a pre-existing piece of media. This is what I call a retcon cameo. Here's some examples of some retcon cameos. First, we have Iden Versio, the protagonist of Battlefront 2, who was retconned into being this TIE fighter pilot during the Battle of Yavin in A New Hope, thanks to the novel Inferno Squad. Coffee Arana was a character created for an article in issue 84 of the Star Wars Insider magazine. While intended to be a completely different character, this character was given the name Coffee Arana, and it was later confirmed that this background character in Revenge of the Sith is actually him. Probably the most famous retcon cameo is Quinlan Voss. Created for issue 17 of the Star Wars Republic comic series, released in April of 2000, his design was based on this background character from The Phantom Menace, and it was decided shortly afterwards that this background character was in fact Quinlan Voss. Then there's Jack, a clone trooper who first appeared in the Clone Wars episode Ambush, released in October of 2008. He would later be retconned into being the clone scout trooper that Yoda decapitates alongside Commander Gree in Revenge of the Sith. This was confirmed in the reference book Battles That Changed the Galaxy, released in November of 2021. Then there's Evon Verlaine, a rebel pilot from Alderaan who was created for the Princess Leia comic miniseries from 2015. She was later confirmed to have been the pilot of the Y-Wing that survived the Battle of Yavin in A New Hope. Interestingly, in Legends, that pilot was a man named Kian Farlander, who is still canon, but he just wasn't part of the Battle of Yavin in canon. Then there's Clone Commander Pons, who was created for the Clone Wars episode Innocence on Ryloth, released in March of 2009. And in 2012, via the StarWars.com character databank, Pons would be retconned into being this clone commander from Attack of the Clones. Not every retcon cameo is from a movie or a show. For example, Commander Bo is a clone trooper created for the article Order 66 Destroy All Jedi, featured in issue 87 of the Star Wars Insider magazine, released in April of 2006. He would later get retconned into being one of the 501st clones seen in the comic Star Wars Purge, released in December 2005. This was revealed in the complete Star Wars encyclopedia. And finally, we have the most controversial retcon cameo, Rex. Created for Star Wars The Clone Wars, Rex has become a major character in Star Wars, appearing in all 7 seasons of The Clone Wars, 3 seasons of Rebels, Tales of the Jedi, the first season of Ahsoka, and all 3 seasons of The Bad Batch. Once he made his Rebels debut, many fans noticed that he looked similar to a Rebel Commando featured in Return of the Jedi. This led to a popular fan theory that this character was in fact Rex. Dave Filoni and the team working on Rebels really liked the theory, so Rex was given a redesign for Season 4 that made him look even more like the character. Rex was even confirmed at the end of the show to have taken part in the Battle of Endor. However, that's as far as the confirmation went. They didn't actually confirm if this Rebel Commando was Rex. This was a deliberate decision by Dave Filoni, who didn't want to retcon an already established character. Yup, this guy is technically already a character. His name is Nick Sant, and he's never appeared in any story material outside of Return of the Jedi, and only has a name because of issue 44 of the official Star Wars fact file, released in October of 2002. However, despite Dave Filoni refusing to confirm if that's Rex or not, Lucasfilm really seems to like the idea of Nick Sant actually being Rex. As in the Galaxy of Adventures short, Han Solo from Smuggler to General, released in June of 2019, Nick Sant is very clearly supposed to be Rex. And most recently, in the children's book, I Am a Clone Trooper, released in May of 2021, Rex is literally stated to be this dude in Return of the Jedi. So, despite Dave Filoni not wanting to confirm it, it seems pretty obvious that this dude is in fact Rex. Wookiee spin-off film. The Droids film wasn't the only spin-off film George Lucas had in mind in the 1970s. There was one more film we know he had planned. This film would be centered around the Wookiees, and like the Droids film, there would be no humans in it at all, just Wookiees. But it was quickly decided that this was a horrible idea for a film, and so the film was scrapped. So because the Wookiee film got canned, the elements made for the film, like Kashyyyk, would be used in other pieces of media, like the holiday special and the Ewoks cartoon. EA Battlefront 2 spin-off. In 2019, EA Vancouver was working on a Star Wars Battlefront spin-off game. Codenamed Viking, the game was supposed to have open-world-like elements, and was planned to release in fall of 2020. However, it was cancelled in late 2019. However, the game was cancelled in late 2019 due to EA realizing that they wouldn't have the game done in time for the launch of the PS5 and the Xbox Series XS. Yes, this Battlefront game was cancelled because EA wouldn't have been able to have it ready to be a launch title. Well, that, and according to one person who worked on the game, there were too many companies working on the game, as not only was EA Vancouver working on the game, but so was Criterion. Sadly, there's nothing else known about this game, as it was never officially announced. Although, there have been rumors that the game would have been a spin-off to specifically Battlefront 2, meaning that you'd play as Iden Versio, perhaps earlier in her career in the Empire, or maybe as Zay Versio, gathering allies for the Resistance. But what's crazy about Viking is that this game was actually meant to replace another cancelled Star Wars game that EA Vancouver was working on. Codenamed Orca, this game was in development throughout 2018, however, it was cancelled in early 2019, and sadly, this is all we know about the game. Old Wounds is canon. Written by Aaron McBride and released in the comic Star Wars Visionaries, released in March of 2005, Old Wounds is arguably the most iconic non-canon Star Wars story ever made. It's so iconic that it's pretty much the reason why Maul was brought back to life in the first place, as this comic was the first to explore the idea of Maul being revealed to be alive and having robot legs. The story is rather short. Maul shows up on Tatooine to kill Obi-Wan, and discovers his location via Watto, who he kills. It's also mentioned here that Maul has been hunting Obi-Wan for literal decades, just missing him on Kamino and Geonosis in Attack of the Clones, and Mustafar and Polis Massa in Revenge of the Sith. So Maul shows up to the Lars homestead and threatens to kill Luke. So Obi-Wan shows up to save him. After a duel, Obi-Wan defeats Maul, but is conflicted on killing him. So Owen Lars decides for him and shoots Maul in the head. This story was explicitly stated to be non-canon. However, in the article, The Story of General Grievous, Lord of War, in issue 86 of the Star Wars Insider magazine, there's a single sentence that seems to imply Old Wounds is canon to Legends. Quote, "The Soulless One was eventually tracked down by a cyborg acquaintance of Obi-Wan's, an old enemy who anonymously reported the ship to the local Imperial authorities." So, is Old Wounds canon to Legends? Well, no. Watto is shown to be alive during the original trilogy in Star Wars Galaxies, but at the same time, the dude that Maul kills is only implied to be Watto. It could have been somebody else. However, then there's the Clone Wars series, which, contrary to popular belief, is still canon to Legends. At least the first 6 seasons of it. This kills the chances of this story being canon to Legends, as Obi-Wan directly says in the story the last time Obi-Wan and Maul fought, he was a Padawan. So Old Wounds is probably not canon to Legends, and it's certainly not canon to canon. Chewbacca game. In the mid-2000s, Factor 5 began work on an action-adventure video game starring Chewbacca. Taking place after Revenge of the Sith, the game would have been about Chewbacca being a mercenary before meeting Han. Not much is known about the game, as it was cancelled very early in development. Strangely, the game was cancelled because George Lucas himself told LucasArts and Factor 5 to cancel it. So, why did he cancel it? It's actually never been confirmed, but allegedly, it was simply because George Lucas didn't want a game to be centered around Chewbacca. A far cry from when George Lucas wanted to make an entire movie centered around Wookiees. Rey's pit stop on the way to Ahch-To. In The Force Awakens, between the scene where Rey, Chewbacca, and R2 head off to Ahch-To, and the scene where they arrive at the planet, which are basically the same scene, there's actually an entire adventure that the film skips. And by the film skips, I mean it didn't exist when the film was released. This story was told years later. In Age of Resistance, Rey, released in September of 2019, it's revealed that while in hyperspace, the Falcon ran into some issues, since, you know, it's the Falcon, and that thing is held together with duct tape and glue. So the trio exit hyperspace and find a nearby planet they can land on and get the ship repaired. This planet is called Necropolis, and upon arriving there, they discover a giant spider-like being named Ara Nay, who has various slaves working for him. He tells Rey that she needs to pay a toll in order to scavenge for parts on the planet. She reluctantly agrees and goes out to look for parts. This doesn't last very long, as a kaiju-sized worm emerges from the junk and attempts to eat her. Realizing she can't exactly fight this thing, she hops into a nearby ship and flees. That's when Rey puts the pieces together. Spider Dude forces people to pay him in order to go look for parts, only to have a worm kill them. Rey confronts him, but he's ready for a fight. Instead of fighting him, she uses a mind trick to get him to surrender and allow his enslaved workers to arrest him, finally putting an end to this guy's scam. The Tidarium gets stolen twice. The Imperial shuttle Tidarium played a major role in the Battle of Endor, getting Luke, Han, Leia, Rex, and the rest of the strike team to Endor. However, that's not the most notable thing about the shuttle. Instead, it's the fact that in Legends, the Rebels stole the shuttle twice. In the game X-Wing Alliance, released in February of 1999, it's revealed that the Rebel pilot Ace Azamine and Rogue Squadron helped a squad of Rebel commandos raid an Imperial space station in the Tsar system to steal an Imperial shuttle, that shuttle being the Tidarium. However, in the game Rogue Squadron 2 Rogue Leader, released in November of 2001, a story is told in which Wedge Antilles infiltrates an Imperial Naval Academy on Pref's Belt 4 and steals the Tidarium. So how exactly did the Rebel Alliance steal the exact same shuttle twice? Well, it's actually quite simple. It was confirmed that after the X-Wing Alliance mission, the Empire stole back their shuttle, resulting in Wedge then stealing it again in Rogue Squadron 2. Smuggler. Star Wars Smuggler is a cancelled Star Wars game that began development in 2004, before being cancelled in 2005. Unfortunately, there's not a lot known about this cancelled game, outside of it being about a highly customizable smuggler during the reign of the Empire. The most interesting thing about this game was that it was going to be a cross-platform game, meaning that you would be able to smuggle and trade items between PlayStation 2, original Xbox, and Nintendo GameCube versions of the game. I can only imagine that this was going to be possible by, like, trading memory cards or something like that. Sadly, that's pretty much all we know about the game. Ewoks 3. Originally, the Ewok made-for-TV films were going to be a trilogy. However, for unknown reasons, this third installment in the Ewok film series never happened. Sadly, there's nothing known about this film, like, at all. The only reason we know this film was even planned is because of a single interview with Warwick Davis in the 1980s. In the interview, Warwick Davis just confirms that a third film was in development. He didn't give any plot details. While we don't know why this film was cancelled, it has been speculated that it was cancelled in favor of the Ewoks cartoon. This is because the Ewoks cartoon began airing in September of 1985, only 2 months before Ewoks: The Battle of Endor would be released. So Lucasfilm probably thought it was a good idea to keep producing the lower-budget animated series starring Ewoks instead of making another expensive TV film. Omi. As revealed in the short story, The Baptist, from the book From a Certain Point of View, released in October of 2017, the Dianoga that grabs Luke in A New Hope actually has a name. Omi. She's also Force-sensitive. Omi's story is actually insanely tragic. She was abducted from her home world and was sent to the Death Star in order to eat organic matter that fell into the trash compactor. However, upon arriving at the station, she received visions of the Death Star's destruction, and so she tried to escape. But she was unable to, and was thrown into the garbage chute to spend the rest of her days living in trash, while she sits thinking about how the station she's in is going to explode and kill her. In her final moments, she wondered if she would be reincarnated, and if she was, what would she be? It's genuinely just a really sad story. Also, this story reveals the reason that Omi grabbed Luke wasn't because she was trying to eat him, but instead she was trying to baptize him, which is something that the Dianoga do on their home world. The other Mace Windu. At the very end of The Phantom Menace, when the Jedi Council shows up on Naboo, if you look closely at Mace Windu, you'll notice that the person playing him isn't Sam Jackson. This was because this scene was filmed during a reshoot, and since Sam Jackson couldn't make it to England to take part in these reshoots, his body and stunt double, Oliver Wilson, was brought in to film this very brief background scene. Here's how. In the mid-1980s, Lucasfilm Special Project Manager Jock Church pitched an idea for a Star Wars-themed animated educational series called Here's How. An educational comic strip of the same name would be released around the same time, as a companion piece to the series. The series would star C-3PO and R2-D2, teaching kids about various topics, such as science, languages, technology, and math. George Lucas liked the idea, and so the series began development, only for it to quickly fall apart. It's unknown why the project fell through, but we do know what came out of it. In July 1991, Jock Church would create the comic strip series You Can with Beekman and Jax, which was very clearly inspired from Church's failed Star Wars series. Also, it's been speculated that the series, Star Wars Droids, was partially inspired by this pitch, as it's an animated series about R2-D2 and C-3PO made in the mid-1980s. Plo Koon in The Mandalorian. So Luke Skywalker's appearance at the end of The Mandalorian Season 2 was a massive surprise, as to my knowledge, this wasn't leaked at all. Lucasfilm knew that this would be a massive surprise, and so created a plan to prevent Luke's appearance from leaking. Some of the episode's concept art showed not Luke, but Plo Koon and his astromech droid R7-D4, who, by the way, is still alive, or functioning. Plo Koon had a different astromech droid in his Jedi Starfighter in Revenge of the Sith, named R4-F5. It's not relevant to the entry, but I found that out while researching, and I think that's kind of weird. Anyways, it wasn't just the concept art that Plo Koon appeared in. His name was actually in the script instead of Luke's. Lucasfilm even created a VFX shot of Plo Koon. This was all to trick people into thinking that Plo Koon would appear in The Mandalorian if all of this stuff got leaked. Galen Marek in Rebels. During the development of Star Wars Rebels, Dave Filoni briefly played with the idea of introducing Galen Marek into canon as an Inquisitor. Although, like I just said, this was a very brief consideration, as Filoni quickly decided against this. It's never been confirmed as to why he decided not to have Galen Marek show up as an Inquisitor, but it has been speculated it's because Galen Marek would have to have his powers significantly nerfed in order to be an Inquisitor. Like, sure, the Grand Inquisitor is pretty powerful, and the Inquisitors are generally pretty good at fighting, but Galen Marek is on a different level. This is a dude who used the Force to control the crash of an Imperial Star Destroyer. Bro defeated the Emperor after fighting his way through the Death Star and decimating Vader. Star Wars Secrets of the Empire. Secrets of the Empire is a VR experience created by ILM X Lab. Opening to the public in December 2017 in Orlando and London, and January 2018 in Anaheim, this VR experience has players go on a mission for the Rebellion to infiltrate an Imperial base on Mustafar. This squad of rebels is led by Cassian Andor, who does not show up, and instead tells the crew that he can't actually go to Mustafar because his location has been compromised, but he's leading the fight from somewhere else. You got K2SO with you though, so that's neat. The rebels and K2SO break into the Imperial base and discover an ancient weapon the Empire recently discovered, the Proto-Saber. An ancient lightsaber prototype that somehow is capable of galaxy-wide domination. Not sure how, it's not really explained, but it's important. Anyways, the rebels escape with the Proto-Saber, and that's the end. Honestly, this experience wouldn't even be an entry on this iceberg if it wasn't for the fact that you can't actually play it. Like, you can't actually ever play this. The experience in London was shut down in June of 2018, and the Orlando and Anaheim experiences were shut down in March of 2020. To this day, they've never reopened, so it's impossible for anybody to play it. Also, because it's a VR experience, that means there's no footage of this experience online outside of promotional material. This means we don't really know what the Proto-Saber looks like. The only thing that gives us an idea of what the Proto-Saber could look like is artwork created by people who were actually able to play the game. Electric Judgment. Electric Judgment is a rather controversial force power that's probably never gonna be made canon. Basically, Electric Judgment is the Jedi equivalent of Force Lightning. The idea behind it is that instead of channeling rage and anger like Force Lightning, Jedi were able to channel a sense of justice in order to use Electric Judgment. Normally, this ability was weaker than Force Lightning, and only stunned or knocked out people. However, it could still be used to kill someone. While Force Lightning is usually either blue or red, Electric Judgment was usually either white or a yellowish orange. While mostly appearing in novels, Electric Judgment made its first appearance in the video game Episode 1 Jedi Power Battles as an ability that only Plo Koon could use. But he wasn't the only Jedi to ever be able to use it. Luke Skywalker, Jaden Korr, Jason Solo, and Anakin Solo were all able to use it. Well, kinda. A lot of Electric Judgment appearances are actually just retconned Force Lightning. Now, why is this ability deemed controversial? Well, in-universe, it's known as a forbidden Force ability due to its similarities with Force Lightning. And out of universe, it's controversial because, well, it's just kinda weird that Jedi can do Diet Force Lightning. Return of the Jedi Ewok Adventure. Return of the Jedi Ewok Adventure is the first ever cancelled Star Wars game, developed in early to mid 1983 with an intended release date in November of 1983. The game was developed for the Atari 2600. As the game's name suggests, you would play as an Ewok, taking part in the Battle of Endor in Return of the Jedi. As this Ewok, it's your job to battle stormtroopers, speeder bikes, and AT-STs while trying to destroy an Imperial base. The game allows you to glide around with an Ewok glider, and even lets you hijack AT-STs and speeder bikes. The game was completely finished and was ready for release. However, the game was deemed too difficult by the game's marketing team, so it was never released. Luckily, you can actually play this game, as the game's only known prototype was sold at an auction in 1997 and was later uploaded online. Kudor Muba. Kudor Muba is a rather strange character. For starters, he's an assembler. This is a species of enormous, sentient, spider-like beings who make giant tube-like webs in the middle of space. Because their species has such a crazy tough exoskeleton, they can live in space with ease. They also have tiny like spider beings that work for them called nodes, who are born from the assembler's neural tissue, although the nodes are actually the same species as the assemblers, as after a while, a node will evolve into an assembler, then kill its master, and then take over its master's web. Assemblers are very hard to kill, as they could literally come back to life. If you were able to kill one, and its body was still in its giant space web, if you applied some power to the web, their minds would somehow return to their body. These guys were also extremely rare, and only a handful of them were known to the wider galaxy. And one of these was Kudor Muba. He worked as a middleman for criminal deals, such as bounties. For example, he would often be the one who actually paid bounty hunters for their work, so that the client who hired them is able to keep their identity a secret. His work with bounty hunters eventually led to his death, as he joined forces with Black Sun to try and take down Boba Fett and the Bounty Hunters Guild, only for one of Muba's former nodes, Balance Sheet, to make a deal with Black Sun and kill his former master. Boba Fett's action figure controversy. In 1978, Kenner, the company who owned the Star Wars toy rights at the time, held a mail-in promotion in August of 1978. If you purchased 4 different Star Wars toys, you would receive a Boba Fett action figure with a missile-firing jetpack. However, nobody actually received this toy. Not because Kenner lied or anything like that. But because the toy was deemed potentially dangerous, Mattel, a rival toy company, had to recall its Battlestar Galactica toys because some of the toys included a rocket-firing ability. This was due to a tragic incident in which a child choked to death on one of the toy's projectiles. Because of this, Kenner halted production on these Boba Fett action figures and redesigned them to feature a non-firing jetpack, and every single missile-firing jetpack Boba Fett toy was destroyed. Except that's not true. Around 70 to 80 of these toys somehow escaped destruction, and since then have become legendary in the Star Wars toy collecting community. For example, in August of 2024, the toy was sold at an auction for $1.34 million. Alien Stormtroopers. So the Empire is famously xenophobic, hating pretty much every non-human species in the galaxy. This is why the Empire only ever had humans as stormtroopers. Although, this is only in canon. In Legends, there were actually some alien species who were allowed to become stormtroopers. Granted, this was extremely rare. For example, the Testriel were extremely muscular aliens from the planet Shiva 4. The Empire had the Kaleesh Imperial General, Scar, lead a group of these guys on Shiva 4 to take it over in the name of the Empire. While these guys were referred to as stormtroopers, only a small amount of them actually wore stormtrooper armor. This was also like a one-time thing. These alien stormtroopers never fought in any other battles. While the Empire wouldn't really have any more alien stormtroopers, successors to the Empire would. For example, when the Empire eventually evolved into the Fel Empire, aliens like the Tals were allowed to serve as stormtroopers. And this only became more common when the Fel Empire turned into Darth Krayt's Galactic Empire, as species such as the Kaleesh, Yinchori, and Dev Veronian were allowed to become stormtroopers. The Epic Continues. The Epic Continues is a cancelled toy line from 1986. This toy line would be the very first Star Wars toy line to focus primarily on new characters and vehicles not seen in any of the films, shows, or comics released up until that point. The storyline of the toy line involved a man named Atha Prime, an Imperial genetics expert who was responsible for the Clone Wars and had been exiled from the Empire. He would be freed from his exile after the death of Palpatine, and he would lead his very own clone army into the Star Wars galaxy in order to conquer any planet that he could. Meanwhile, Grand Moff Tarkin would be revealed to have survived the Battle of Yavin. Turns out, he had escaped the Death Star only seconds before it was destroyed, and was now the leader of the entire Empire, and had greenlit an Imperial droid army. In order to battle these two very different, yet equally dangerous foes, the rebels team up with the Mongo Beefhead tribesmen from Tatooine and their army of modified landspeeders. This toy line featured some very strange new vehicles, such as the all-terrain ion cannon, aka the AT-IC, the Millennium Falcon cargo handler, which was meant to fill in the gap in the front of the Millennium Falcon, the Tandem X-Wing, which was a two-seater X-Wing, the Apex Invader, Atha Prime's personal ship that could connect to his personal Star Destroyer, and the Annihilator, Atha Prime's personal Star Destroyer, which was literally just two Star Destroyers connected to each other. But it wasn't just toys that Kenner was interested in. There's evidence that Kenner may have been planning to create a brand new Star Wars animated series to promote the toy line. The toy line ultimately never happened, because Lucasfilm weren't interested in a toy line featuring stuff not in the movies, shows, or comics. And in 1986, the Kenner Star Wars toy line would end. Since its cancellation, various elements from this cancelled toy line were made canon in Legends. For example, the Tandem X-Wing, the Millennium Falcon cargo handler, and even the Apex Invader. A Star Destroyer referred to as the Gemini-class Star Destroyer appeared in the Star Wars Visions episode, The Twins. Since it's literally just two Star Destroyers combined, some have theorized that it was inspired by the Annihilator, although I personally just think it was a coincidence. Attempts were made to make Atha Prime canon as well, but none of these attempts actually succeeded in doing so. His design was used for the basis for the Imperial Sentinels in the Dark Empire comic, and the character Shadow Spawn was intended to be revealed to be Atha Prime, but the article in which this would be confirmed in was cancelled. And finally, Zeta Magnus from the novella Skywalker's A Clone Wars story was directly based on Atha Prime, but wasn't actually him. Zeta Magnus even had the Apex Invader, only renamed to the Skyriver Invader. But finally, after all of this time, Atha Prime is set to be made canon in Issue 2 of Jedi Knights, released in April of 2025. Star Wars Battlefront 4. At the same time as Battlefront 3's development, Free Radical Design was also in the very early stages of development of Battlefront 4, and this would have been an incredibly strange game. Instead of focusing on battles from the film's expanded universe, Battlefront 4 was going to focus on what-if stories. For example, what if Luke fell to the dark side? What if Dooku captured and turned Mace Windu to the dark side during the Battle of Geonosis? What if Darth Maul was a Jedi? What if Leia was a Sith? What if the Separatists allowed the Invisible Hand to crash into the Jedi Temple? What if Leia became Yoda's apprentice and set up a rebel base on Dagobah? What if Vader turned back to the light side of the Force and worked with Han and Leia to defeat an evil Luke Skywalker? What if Anakin turned to the dark side but didn't have to wear the Vader suit? What if General Grievous was a Jedi? And what if Vader battled and killed Yoda during an Imperial invasion of Naboo? The game would have two separate campaigns, a light side and a dark side. Both campaigns would feature what-if elements, but the dark side campaign was definitely the stranger of the two. As for the game's maps, there was supposed to be Coruscant, Felucia, Hoth, Kamino, Naboo, Dagobah, Endor, the Death Star, Corellia, Utapau, Tatooine, Geonosis, and the Tantive 4. As for the heroes in the game, there were going to be light side and dark side versions of Luke, Anakin, Chewbacca, Darth Vader, Darth Maul, General Grievous, Count Dooku, Obi-Wan Kenobi, Asajj Ventress, Mace Windu, Han Solo, Princess Leia, and Ben Kenobi. While there isn't any concept art made for them, at least released publicly, I would assume that Yoda and Palpatine would have also been playable as well. Probably the most controversial thing about this game is that the game would step away from the class system that Battlefront is known for. Instead, the game would feature character customization similar to Renegade Squadron or Battlefront 2015. So why didn't this game happen? Well, obviously it's because Battlefront 3 was cancelled. Be kinda weird if they released Battlefront 4, but not Battlefront 3.
Coming up next, it's Star Wars: The Clone Wars on Cartoon Network.
Hey, pick on someone your own size.
The Star Wars trilogy is back on the big screen, and it's even better with a Pepsi.
Great effects, man.
Yeah. We now continue with droids.
Mercenaries: Playground of Destruction. Released in January of 2005 for the PlayStation 2 and original Xbox, Mercenaries: Playground of Destruction is a video game about mercenaries doing crazy stuff in North Korea. At first glance, the game has nothing to do with Star Wars, but because the game was published by LucasArts, and the game was developed by Pandemic Studios, the studio behind the first two Battlefront games, a Star Wars Easter egg was included in the game. By either entering a cheat code or discovering 20 different national treasures in the game, you can unlock Han Solo and Indiana Jones as playable characters. Although they're just character skins, they don't have any unique abilities. But if you ever wanted to battle the North Korean military as Han Solo, you should probably check this game out. Clanky the Battle Droid. B-1268 is a rather minor character in Star Wars Rebels, only appearing in the Season 3 episode The Last Battle. He was a B-1 Commander battle droid serving under the Super Tactical Droid General Kalini in his Separatist remnant group on Agomar. He worked alongside his fellow droids to capture the Ghost Crew, and then was destroyed by some stormtroopers. While a minor character, he was actually supposed to be a fairly major character in the series. In an early draft for the episode, Ezra would actually befriend the droid and give him the nickname of Roger. However, due to the Freemaker adventures airing around the same time and featuring a B-1 battle droid named Roger, it was decided that Ezra would instead give him the nickname of Clanky. Clanky would have survived the battle and actually joined the Ghost Crew. However, this idea was scrapped due to the show's crew believing that they had too many main and supporting characters, so Clanky was never given his name and was killed off. The idea of a battle droid joining a show's main cast would later be explored in Star Wars Resistance, when the B-1 battle droid, nicknamed B-1, joined the crew of the Colossus in the Season 2 episode The Mutiny, although he would be destroyed in the very next episode. J.D. Dillard film. In February of 2020, it was announced that J.D. Dillard and Matt Owens were hired by Lucasfilm to write a Star Wars film. However, in November of 2022, Dillard would reveal in an interview that the film was cancelled. He didn't go into detail as to why it was cancelled, but he revealed that the film would have been influenced by the video game Star Wars TIE Fighter, released in July of 1994. Unfortunately, this is literally all we know about this film. Battlefront 2015's original DLC. Originally, Battlefront 2015's DLC was supposed to be incredibly different. Originally, the Outer Rim DLC wasn't supposed to have any maps set on Tatooine, and would have been a Sullust-only DLC, with Jabba's Palace and other Tatooine maps, like Mos Eisley, being planned for the final DLC. However, when Lucasfilm and Disney told DICE that they had to make the final DLC Rogue One themed, Tatooine maps were added to the Outer Rim DLC. Ben Kenobi was originally planned for this Tatooine DLC, alongside Greedo. The Outer Rim DLC was also supposed to have completely different heroes, these being Chewbacca and Bossk. However, because of how complicated Chewbacca's fur was, DICE weren't able to complete him in time for the DLC, so instead of having no new heroes in the DLC, it was decided to create Nien Nunb and Greedo out of the Celestian and Rodian models in the game. Luckily, Chewbacca and Bossk would later be added in the Death Star DLC. However, because of this, the original planned heroes for the Death Star DLC had to be cut. This DLC was supposed to include Ben Kenobi and Grand Moff Tarkin, with Ben being moved from the scrapped Tatooine DLC to this DLC. But what's interesting is that if the Rogue One DLC was somehow cancelled and DICE were able to make the Tatooine DLC, Ben would be moved back to Tatooine and would be replaced with R2-D2. The final scrapped hero that we know about is IG-88, who was supposed to be Lando's counter in the Bespin DLC. However, because character rigging IG-88 was going to take too long, it was decided to replace him with Dengar. The last bit of scrapped DLC that we know about are character skins that were planned to be added in the Death Star DLC. It was actually announced in an issue of the Star Wars Insider magazine that Leia would be in her A New Hope outfit on Death Star maps, and Han and Luke would be in their Stormtrooper disguise outfits on Death Star maps. However, for whatever reason, this just never happened, and it's never been confirmed as to why they weren't released. Mission, Vet, and Numa are all related. In October 2016, longtime Star Wars voice actress Catherine Tabor tweeted out a fan theory that she has. She believes that Numa from the Clone Wars and Rebels, Mission Vow from Knights of the Old Republic, and Vet from the Old Republic are all related to each other. Basically, Vet is a descendant of Mission, and Numa is a descendant of both of them. She believes this for really only one reason. They all sound similar. This is obviously because Catherine Tabor voices all three characters. While a kinda joke fan theory, this theory has become popular amongst fans. I mean, why not be true? The original Andor. While Andor is known for its gritty take on the Star Wars galaxy and its political themes, originally, Andor was going to be an incredibly different show. The show was pitched as a buddy cop-like show inspired by the series Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid. The show would follow Cassian and K2SO going on new missions every episode. This version of the show would have Stephen Schiff as its showrunner, and Jared Bush serving as the show's creative lead, as he had created a series bible for the show. During development on the show, the team working on Andor realized that most of the ideas they had come up with weren't really working, so the crew contacted Tony Gilroy for advice. And shortly after that, Tony Gilroy became the new showrunner, and the show was radically changed and was planned to go on for 5 seasons. Though while filming the first season, everybody working on the show were pretty surprised on how long it was taking to film just 1 season, so it was decided that instead of 5 seasons, Andor would go for only 2. Chris Pratt Obi-Wan. Before he was Mario and Garfield, Chris Pratt played another iconic character, Obi-Wan Kenobi. In promotion for Kinect Star Wars, Chris Pratt starred in a commercial where he plays Obi-Wan about to face off against Vader in the first Death Star, only for him to then goof around and confuse Vader. There's not really much else for me to say here, besides how weird it is that Chris Pratt has technically played Obi-Wan. The death of C-3PO. In issue 19 of Star Wars Tales, released in May of 2004, the final fate of C-3PO was revealed. In the story Storyteller, an insectoid alien species known as the Vindar have forced the species, the Squidge, into slavery. 2 Squidge brothers, Ultop and Remo, are obviously not cool with being enslaved, so they travel to a nearby cave in order to find the legendary Storyteller, an all-knowing being who supposedly lives in the cave who also tells stories. And upon arriving at the cave, they find the Storyteller. It's C-3PO, and he's severely damaged, barely clinging to life. He tells the brothers the story of Luke Skywalker, which inspires the boys to fight back against their oppressors. Right after concluding the story, C-3PO is killed by a Vindar soldier who followed the boys to the cave. Remo hides while Ultop is killed by the soldier. Remo then discovers Luke's lightsaber inside of C-3PO's corpse and activates it, vowing that he'll free his people from this injustice. While I said that this was the final fate of C-3PO in Legends, it's unknown if this story is actually canon to Legends. It's been stated before that stories in Star Wars Tales that aren't too out there are canon to Legends, so personally, I think it's safe to assume that this story is canon to Legends, because it's not really all that out there. EA Battlefront 3. In 2020, as Battlefront 2 had its support shut down, developers at DICE, including Dennis Bronval, the lead creative director of Battlefront 2, pitched a Battlefront 3 to EA. Sadly, EA shot down the idea for one single reason. According to EA, the licensing costs were simply too much, with a DICE developer stating that EA had told them that Battlefront 3 would have to make 20% more sales to make the same amount of money as their other multiplayer games due to the licensing costs. Because of this, Dennis Bronval left DICE. And seeing as a bunch of Battlefront 2's head devs have since left the company, it doesn't seem like a third DICE Battlefront game will ever happen. Anakin mind-tricked Padme. So this is a really messed up fan theory that has really evil implications. The idea behind this theory is that Padme never fell in love with Anakin, and instead, Anakin either willingly or subconsciously used a mind trick to make Padme fall in love with him. There's really no evidence for this theory outside of how weird it is that Padme falls in love with Anakin after hearing about this dude murdering children, expressing an interest in a dictatorship, and, well, just kinda being creepy. Also, for not believing Obi-Wan when he told her that Anakin killed even more kids. And look, I agree that Anakin and Padme's romance isn't exactly well written in the prequel films, but I don't think Anakin did this because that would be insanely messed up. Because if Padme didn't love Anakin and was essentially being mind-controlled, then that means that she didn't consent to this relationship, which means, well, you know. I don't think George Lucas had this in mind when he was making the prequels. I just think he's not very good at writing romance. Obi-Wan stole his name from Qui-Gon. In November 2024, The Phantom Menace's concept and storyboard artist, Ian McKeag, revealed an extremely strange plot twist that was supposed to be in The Phantom Menace. Originally, Ewan McGregor was going to play Qui-Gon Jinn, and Liam Neeson was going to play Obi-Wan Kenobi. Their roles in the story would be the exact same, it's just that their names were swapped. And after Maul kills Liam Neeson Obi-Wan, Ewan McGregor Qui-Gon would then change his name to Obi-Wan Kenobi in order to honor his master. The craziest part about this twist is that it was extremely close to being in the film. It was cut from the script at the last second by Lucas before filming. Robomoto fighting game. In the early 2000s, the company Robomoto was hired by LucasArts to create a Star Wars fighting game that would be exclusive to the original Xbox. However, for whatever reason, the game was cancelled sometime in 2005. Sadly, this is all the information we have about it. The only reason that we know this game was even in development at one point is because of a video of a prototype build of the game. This video was released by Robomoto's president, John Sui, in February of 2013. The video shows Anakin and Darth Maul dueling in the Emperor's throne room, and the combat is very slow. As to why the game was cancelled, if I had to speculate, it may have been because fighting games were kind of in a slump around the time of this game's development, so LucasArts may have had cold feet about publishing a full-on Star Wars fighting game. Honestly, it seems like LucasArts has always been hesitant about making a full-on fighting game, as only 2 Star Wars fighting games have ever been released. Masters of Terrascasi, released in November of 1997, and the Clone Wars lightsaber duels, released in November of 2008. Although, there were fighting game modes in the Revenge of the Sith game, the Wii port of The Force Unleashed, and the Wii port of The Force Unleashed 2, but these were all side bonus content. Honestly, it's really weird. You'd think there would be more Star Wars fighting games. Obi-Wan's post-death adventure. You might think that when you die, you can finally rest, and you never have to work again. Well, if you think that, you're lazy. Obi-Wan Kenobi over here didn't let his death stop his grind. About a year after his death, a dark Jedi named Vartanis traveled to Mustafar in order to locate the Lava Crystal, a special lightsaber crystal that could strengthen anyone's connection to the Force, and also somehow created lava that dripped out of the blade. No idea how it did that. They don't really explain that. It's mostly just a gameplay mechanic. The discovery of the lava crystal caused a disturbance in the Force, which led to the spirit of Obi-Wan Kenobi traveling to Mustafar in order to figure out a way to fix this disturbance. Obi-Wan quickly realized what was going on and asked a random traveler to help him destroy the crystal so that Vartanis couldn't use it. So the Traveler battled and killed Vartanis and destroyed the crystal. Obi-Wan thanked the Traveler and then disappeared back into the Force. This story occurred in the Star Wars Galaxies expansion Trials of Obi-Wan, released in November of 2005. Mimas. Mimas is one of Saturn's moons. In fact, it's Saturn's 7th largest moon. Mimas is known primarily for its massive crater, and because of this crater, Mimas has been given the nickname of the Death Star, as the crater makes the moon look pretty similar to the planet-destroying superweapon from Star Wars. Also, while not related to Star Wars, Mimas' temperature map looks very similar to Pac-Man. I guess in this case, it's not a space station, it really is just a moon. Obi-Wan Kenobi Safe House name cameos. In episodes 3 and 5 of Obi-Wan Kenobi, Obi-Wan travels to Hidden Path safe houses, and in these safe houses, he finds a whole bunch of names carved into the walls of the safe houses. These are the names of Jedi who have worked with the Hidden Path. Now, in the episodes, Quinlan Vos is the only name said out loud by Obi-Wan, and we don't really get a good view of a lot of the names. Luckily, due to behind-the-scenes images and the comic adaptations of the episodes, we can actually read a few of the names on the walls. And a lot of these names are actually characters from Legends that I guess are now canon. Some of these characters include Ram Koda from The Force Unleashed, Tiberius Anderlock from the Star Wars Galaxy expansion Jump to Lightspeed, Droon Karenwick from Galaxy Guide 6, Raganda Ismurin from the novel Children of the Jedi, Valen Halcyon from the short story Side Trip, Drake Logan from the web strip Reversal of Fortune, Jin Altus from the Republic Commando novels, Nichos Mar from the novel Children of the Jedi, Zonder from the web strip Reversal of Fortune, and Corwin Shelve from Galaxy Guide 9. Probably the biggest Legends character made canon via Obi-Wan Kenobi is Corran Horn. Although, I'll admit, this one is a bit of a fan theory, as while a Force-sensitive kid named Corran appears in the show, his last name is never mentioned. But seeing as this show really liked referencing Legends characters, it would be weird if this kid wasn't Corran Horn. Skippy the Jedi Droid. Skippy the Jedi Droid is a non-canon story featured in Issue 1 of Star Wars Tales, released in September of 1999. The story is rather simple. It tells the secret history of R5-D4, also known as Skippy. Turns out, Skippy is somehow Force-sensitive and uses his Force abilities to free himself from working under Jabba. He travels the deserts of Tatooine for a while until being captured by some Jawas. Inside the Sandcrawler, he receives visions of people he's never met before, like Princess Leia and Darth Vader. Eventually, it's time for Skippy and the other droids on the Sandcrawler, including C-3PO and R2-D2, to be sold off. Upon seeing Luke, Skippy sensed that he was very special in the Force, and so was pretty happy when Luke bought him. However, he then sensed that if Luke took him and not R2-D2, R2 would be found by the Empire and be destroyed, resulting in the deaths of Princess Leia, Luke Skywalker, and the Rebel Alliance. So Skippy sabotaged himself in order to convince Luke to buy R2-D2 instead. Skippy would later then be executed by the Empire. While not canon, the legend of Skippy the Jedi droid does exist in Legends as an in-universe story. Wingman. Star Wars Wingman is a cancelled Star Wars game from the early 2010s. Practically nothing is known about the game outside of it being a starfighter combat game that was intended to be a Wii U exclusive. Wingman is actually more well known for a completely different game that used the name Wingman as a code name. Shortly after Star Wars Wingman's cancellation, the title Wingman was given as a code name to the sequel to Star Wars First Assault. Yes, First Assault already had a sequel in development, and it was going to be a much bigger game than the first, introducing bigger maps and vehicle combat like speeder bikes, land speeders, and AATs modified by the Rebel Alliance. Not only that, but full-on starfighter combat with drivable X-Wings, TIE Fighters, and snow speeders. Wingman would have also featured some kind of single-player campaign mode. Unfortunately, when First Assault was cancelled, so was Wingman. Darth Maul's Brain Ghost. In issue 17 of Star Wars Tales, released in October of 2003, a few years after Return of the Jedi, Luke Skywalker travels to the planet Iridonia as a New Republic ambassador. While there, he's suddenly attacked by a hologram of Darth Maul, but it's not a normal hologram. This is a solid hologram, meaning that it can interact with things. Maul disappears as quickly as he appeared, leading Luke to begin an investigation to figure out what the hell just happened. After encountering Maul again, he discovers the lab of a mad scientist named Drell Kumpf, who somehow managed to retrieve Darth Maul's brain and spinal cord and placed them into a specialized Bacta tank wired up to a device that creates a physical hologram of Maul. Luke then walks over to the tank and turns it off, finally putting an end to Maul. While you might think that this story is too out there to be canon to Legends, there's evidence that it actually is canon to Legends, as Drell Kumpf has an entry in the Complete Star Wars Encyclopedia, which mentions that he was in possession of a brain that he believed belonged to Darth Maul. So there's actually a decent chance that this is canon to Legends. Coca-Cola and Sprite are canon. Star Wars Galaxy's Edge is a very unique theme park, as Disney really wants you to feel like you're in the Star Wars universe once you step foot into the park. And because of this, several beverages were given unique bottle designs to make them look more Star Wars-like. Although, due to Disney insisting that everything in Galaxy's Edge is canon, this technically makes Coca-Cola and Sprite canon. This has been criticized by people as being very corporate and pretty lame because real-world sodas don't really belong in Star Wars. And while I agree, I think a lot of the complaints about this are overreactions, because they're not actually in any story material, like movies, comics, shows, etc. They're just theme park novelties, so they're like barely canon. Unkaho. Unkaho is a borderline kaiju-sized wampa that lived on Hoth around the time of the Galactic Civil War. first appearing in the MMO Star Wars Galaxies, Unkaho isn't a member of some giant Wampa subspecies, but instead was created via genetic engineering thanks to an exiled Night Sister named Kirisa. She crash-landed on Hoth after being exiled from Dathomir, and instead of just giving up and letting the freezing temperatures of Hoth kill her, she actually began to thrive on Hoth, as she was an expert in the ability of animal friendship. Basically, she used the Force, or Night Sister magic, to have animals serve her, and by using this ability, she basically became the leader of an entire herd of Wampas. And Unkaho was one of these Wampas, only much more powerful. But he wasn't invincible. At one point in time, a team of ISB agents were sent to Hoth to locate Kirisa. This led to the ISB agents battling hordes of Wampas, and eventually Unkaho himself. And somehow, the ISB agents were able to defeat him, but not kill him, as Unkaho was actually spotted by Imperials near Echo Base during the Battle of Hoth, a year after the ISB incident. Surprisingly, Unkaho is actually canon, as he appears in Star Wars Uprising. However, he's much different in canon. Instead of being created by a Night Sister, he's just a really big Wampa, and he's killed by the game's protagonist. Slave Leia mishaps. Because Leia's slave bikini outfit in Return of the Jedi was made of leather, rubber, and resin, it didn't really move all that well with the rest of the costume. Because of this, there were several times in which the film crew had to reshoot certain scenes because Carrie Fisher was having wardrobe malfunctions. It's safe to say that Carrie Fisher didn't like wearing this outfit, as at one point she even referred to it as, quote, what supermodels will eventually wear in the 7th ring of hell. Even when there wasn't wardrobe malfunctions, Carrie Fisher has said that she believed it was way too revealing to the rest of the crew. She said as an example, quote, the actor who played Boba Fett stood behind me while I was wearing the bikini, and he could see all the way to Florida. Yoda's duel on Dagobah. While Obi-Wan Kenobi battled Tusken Raiders, Fallen Jedi, and Bounty Hunters after going into hiding in Legends, and battled pirates, bounty hunters, and Darth Vader after going into hiding in canon, in both Legends and canon, Yoda's time while in hiding was mostly peaceful. This is because Dagobah is a very obscure planet, and it's not exactly the best planet to go and visit, so practically nobody ever went there. And because of this, Yoda didn't really do all that much fighting after Revenge of the Sith. Except for one instance. It's unknown when this occurred in his exile, but at one point, an unnamed Dark Jedi traveled to Dagobah and was confronted immediately by Yoda. This Dark Jedi was part of a team of Jedi who turned to the dark side during the Clone Wars while stationed on the planet Bitfash. And in order to take down this Dark Jedi group, Yoda led a task force to defeat them, and while at first it seemed like they succeeded, in reality, the Dark Jedi group just went into hiding. Because of this, the unnamed Dark Jedi had a score to settle with Yoda. So the two fought for nearly 36 hours straight, resulting in Yoda killing the Dark Jedi, somehow disintegrating him. This story is mentioned in the novels Heir to the Empire, released in May of 1991, and Vision of the Future, released in September of 1998. Scandal of Blood. Scandal of Blood is a cancelled animated short film that was in development in the early 2010s. The short was originally pitched in 2012 and was planned to be played before Episode 7 in theaters. Not much is known about the plot of this short, outside of it being about the political consequences of Leia being outed as Darth Vader's daughter. The short was described as being basically the Star Wars equivalent of the series House of Cards. Unfortunately, there's nothing else known about this pitch, or as to why it was cancelled. Story elements from this short were told to Lucasfilm senior editor Jennifer Heddle, who passed the information on to Claudia Gray, who was working on a political Star Wars novel centered around Leia. This book eventually became the novel Bloodline, released in May of 2016, which features Leia being outed as Vader's daughter as a plot point. So it's very likely that Scandal of Blood was going to be extremely similar to Bloodline, only much shorter. The Mara Jade bathroom stall controversy. So remember when I said that Disney insists that everything in Galaxy's Edge is canon? Well, I should clarify. Everything created by them or Lucasfilm is canon. So like, if you brought a bottle of Mug root beer to Galaxy's Edge, that doesn't make Mug root beer canon. The same goes for what you do in the park. So like, for example, if you went up to Kylo Ren and kicked him in the nuts, that didn't happen in canon. Your actions inside the park aren't canon unless they're part of some story the park is having you do. I need to clarify all of this because of an incident that happened in 2019. In September of 2019, a Star Wars fan found the phrase "Mara Jade lives" written on a bathroom stall. And because it was written in Arabic, the most common written language in Star Wars, many people believed that this was Disney canonizing Mara Jade. Frankly, I don't know why anyone thought that, because why would they confirm one of the most beloved EU characters is canon via bathroom graffiti? You'd think they would do that in like a comic or a show or even a movie. A few days after this went viral, Pablo Hidalgo and Matt Martin posted tweets confirming that this was just an actual example of graffiti, and that Disney and Lucasfilm had nothing to do with it. William Shakespeare's Star Wars. So here's a quick one. William Shakespeare's Star Wars is a series of 9 novels adapting the 9 Skywalker Star Wars films, written by Ian Dosher, and releasing from July 2013 to July of 2020. As the name suggests, these aren't normal adaptations of the films. Instead, they're written like Shakespeare plays. So if you love Star Wars and you love reading Shakespeare, these books are pretty much made for you. Not sure how many people are like that, but hey, they gotta exist. I mean, they made 9 of these books for a reason. Anti-smoking PSA. In 1980, a minute-long Star Wars-themed PSA was aired on television. It's a very straightforward anti-smoking PSA. It begins with C-3PO fiddling with some weird machine before confronting R2-D2, who's smoking a cigarette. 3PO tells R2 that he's being an idiot, and that smoking doesn't make him grown up. He also tells R2 that smoking will damage his heart and lungs. R2-D2's just like, dude, we don't have organs. And 3PO's just like, well, humans do, so set a good example for them. R2 relents, and 3PO then tells the audience to never smoke. This PSA was actually written by Anthony Daniels himself. He wrote the entire PSA while in the hospital in May of 1980. I really like this PSA, only because R2 tells 3PO that smoking makes him feel grown up, which seemingly confirms that R2-D2's a child. Battlefront Online. In early 2010, Slant 6 Games were hired by LucasArts to develop a reboot to the Battlefront franchise titled Battlefront Online. This game would be much smaller in scope than the previous 4 Battlefront games. The game was also planned to be released exclusively on digital storefronts in early 2011. So you might be thinking, how can a company create a multiplayer game in just a single year? Well, the answer is they can't. After a few months of work on the game, it became clear that there would be no way that Slant 6 Games would be able to finish the game in time for 2011, so LucasArts put the project on hold. Perhaps they would have come back to the game at one point, but we'll never know the answer to that, as Resident Evil Operation Raccoon City was released in March of 2012, another game made by Slant 6 Games. This game pretty much killed Battlefront Online, as concept art and assets made for Battlefront Online were found in Operation Raccoon City's files. Capcom, the owners of Resident Evil, weren't super thrilled with this, and cut all ties with the company. This eventually led to the company closing down in June of 2013. Episode 7, Shadows of the Sith. So get this, instead of a sequel trilogy of films, there was at one point in the mid-2000s where a trilogy of video games would have been the sequel trilogy. Pitched by William Hayden Blackman, the at the time creative director of LucasArts, in 2004, the game would be about Ben Skywalker teetering between the light side and dark side of the Force. And he goes on a journey to find and defeat Jason Solo, aka Darth Kaitis. Not much was actually made for this pitch, only a brief story synopsis, a few pieces of concept art, and a logo were made. This was because the pitch was rejected, because everybody at LucasArts realized that making a video game trilogy sequel to the original 6 films wasn't exactly the best idea. Galen Merrick never died. So there's a theory that Galen Merrick never actually died, or that if he did die, he was brought back to life by Vader, and that the clone we play as in The Force Unleashed 2 is actually the real Galen Merrick, who's basically been gaslit into thinking that he's a clone. So what's the evidence for this? Well, for starters, the clone, Starkiller as I'm gonna call him, had visions and hallucinations of his original self. This isn't something that happens with clones in Star Wars. Now you could argue, well, of course he sees hallucinations and visions. They directly say in the game that he's a faulty clone. That's why Vader was gonna kill him. And besides, maybe cloning Jedi is different than cloning regular people. This argument falls apart, though, when you remember that Kaminoans had actually cloned Jedi before, X1 and X2, so there shouldn't be any problems cloning Jedi, and neither of them had visions of Fallon Gray, the dude that they were a clone of. And this story was told in Battlefront Elite Squadron, a game that was released an entire year before The Force Unleashed 2, so this was already established in canon. The next piece of evidence is an out-of-universe reason. If Starkiller is a clone, then his obsession with Juno is a bit weird, and the fact that she's also into him is even weirder. Personally, I don't think LucasArts would do this kind of story for its protagonist. It would only not be weird if it was revealed in the third game that he wasn't a clone. Another out-of-universe reason is that the game keeps insisting to the player that Starkiller can't be a clone. Coda keeps telling Starkiller that it's impossible to clone a Jedi, and even Starkiller himself says at the end of the game that he doesn't know if he's a clone or not. Why keep insisting that he can't be a clone if he is a clone? Now, the big piece of evidence that supposedly proves that Starkiller is a clone is the Dark Apprentice cutscenes you unlock in the game. As in those cutscenes, we see Vader showing the Dark Apprentice the original Galen Marek, which, side note, this Galen Marek is in, like, his Sith Apprentice gear. He died wearing, like, Jedi robes. Did Vader undress his corpse and put, like, new clothes on him? But this can easily be countered by saying that this body could actually just be another clone. We know that Vader did clone Galen Marek since the Dark Apprentice exists. So what if the Dark Apprentice was created in case Vader's plan of gaslighting Galen Marek didn't work? Personally, I think that's what's going on. But then there's the problem of the failed clones that you fight in the game, but they can be explained away as another attempt by the Empire at trying to create a Sith army. So what do you guys think? Do you think that Starkiller's a clone? Or do you think that he's the real Galen Marek? Lost Battlefront game. So there's actually 8 different Battlefront games. There's the original 2, the 2 DICE games, the 2 PSP games, and the mobile phone spin-off Mobile Squadrons. No, I'm not counting the Battlefront 2015 companion app as a game, but that's only 7 games. What's the 8th game? Well, the 8th game is actually lost to media and is nearly impossible to research. Released in November 2005, Star Wars Battlefront Mobile is the first attempt at a mobile Battlefront game and was developed by the company Mikoshi. The game allows you to play as one of the 4 factions of the original Battlefront: the Republic, Separatists, Rebels, and Empire, as you take part in battles across 15 different planets. In order to win a battle, you gotta take down as many enemies as possible, but you're not alone in these matches. There's 2 players taking part in each match, and each player is trying to capture as many sections of the planet as possible, and players get these sections by whoever has the most points, and whoever has the most sections wins the planet. It's a very unique sounding Battlefront game that can't be played anymore. There's barely any images of this game online, and there's no videos of it, period. Like I said, researching this game is extremely difficult. For example, one of the very few images we have of it is basically just the box art of the original Battlefront. And you can't Google Star Wars Battlefront Mobile because that just comes up with mobile squadrons, and you can't look up Battlefront November 2005 because Battlefront Mobile came out the exact same day as the original Battlefront 2, so that game will pop up. The only thing from this game that's been found, besides a handful of images, is the main menu theme, which is just a compressed version of the main Star Wars theme. The Star Weird. The Star Weird are just like their name suggests. They're pretty weird, and also pretty scary. They're extremely rare, tall, pale beings with glowing eyes that literally just live in the vacuum of space, just floating around. They're known for attacking random people with their telepathic screams. They use these screams to confuse and stun people before tearing their victims apart with their claws. They're an extremely violent species that attack on sight, and seem to have some kind of disdain for anything that's not a fellow Star Weird, though they do have a special hatred for Force users. Now, you might think that you're safe from these things if you're inside of a starship, but that's not entirely true, as their telepathic screams can actually penetrate starships. Nobody really knows where they came from, or why they do what they do. They just kind of exist, being scary space banshees that try and kill people. Sadly, in Legends, they never actually appeared in any story material, only being mentioned in Old Republic Codex entries and reference books. Although, in canon, the Star Weird have appeared in stories. In Dr. Aphra issue 33, released in June of 2023, a Star Weird was locked away in a Jedi prison by Aayla Secura and Shaak Ti late into the Clone Wars, only for it to be accidentally released years later by Luke Skywalker and Dr. Aphra. The two were barely able to fight it, and were only just able to defeat the creature. Star Wars Galactic Star Cruiser. Alright, so this entry probably should have been way earlier in the video, but I wanted to save it for the end due to how funny it is. Star Wars Galactic Star Cruiser is one of the biggest failures in Star Wars history. It's a hotel that's meant to make you feel like you're taking a vacation in an actual starship. Just like with Galaxy's Edge, this place was basically a roleplay hotel where you took part in games and activities set in the Star Wars universe, like playing lightsaber training, sabacc, droid racing, and selling out resistance fighters to a fascist regime. Located in the Epcot Resort area in Florida, it was a really cool-looking Star Wars hotel. It opened its doors on March 1st, 2022, and closed on September 30th, 2023. Lasting about a year and a half, this $1 billion hotel was hit relentlessly with criticism. For starters, in order to stay the night, you had to spend $1,209, and that's per guest. So imagine going there as like a family of 5 or something. Also, because it was meant to simulate being in a Star Wars starship, I hope you're cool with not seeing the outside world for a while, because there wasn't a single window in the hotel. Also, the app that allowed you to take part in the various story activities on the ship had a lot of glitches that prevented people from taking part in the story. So why did Star Wars Galactic Star Cruiser shut down? Well, I already told you why. it costed $1,209 per person to spend a single night. Not many people actually want to do that. I'm a diehard Star Wars fan, and I can tell you, I would never spend that kind of money on a roleplay hotel. In order to promote this Star Cruiser, like with Galaxy's Edge, a comic series was released telling the various stories of the stuff that have happened on the ship that I just realized I didn't say the name of yet. It's called the Halcyon. In the comic series, it's revealed that Anakin and Ventress had a duel on the ship at one point during the Clone Wars. There was a Nihil attack on it during the High Republic, and this is where the Legends character, Crimson Jack, was made canon. No, not Jod from Skeleton Crew. This is a different Crimson Jack. Oh, and Leia and Han had their honeymoon here, but that was revealed in a book, not the comic. Overall, Star Wars Galactic Star Cruiser will go down as one of the biggest hotel failures in history. Alan Dean Foster's Episode 9. Author Alan Dean Foster wasn't a fan of The Last Jedi, believing it to be an awful film. I disagree, but that's besides the point. So he decided to write his very own treatment for Episode 9 in order to retcon things from The Last Jedi. Sadly for him, he wasn't able to get his treatment looked at by Disney or Lucasfilm due to The Rise of Skywalker already being in production. We unfortunately don't know what the full treatment looks like, but the stuff that we know is, is interesting. For starters, it would be revealed that Rey was actually a cyborg and a half-droid. She was originally human, but after getting a rare unknown disease, she had to replace parts of her brain with droid parts. This would explain why she figures out stuff quickly. These cybernetic implants also enhanced her force abilities, which is why she was able to lift big rocks in The Last Jedi. The final battle of the film would see the Resistance battling multiple Palpatine clones on Coruscant. Luke would also be revealed to have survived his death in The Last Jedi, only to then die in this film, where he would be shown dying lying under a tree. As Rey approached him, Luke's last words would be Aunt Beru, which Alan Dean Foster describes as, quote, brings the whole thing full circle. And, that's really it. That's pretty much all we know about his film treatment. Funny enough, Alan Dean Foster has said before that he actually really likes The Force Awakens, and thinks that The Rise of Skywalker is good. It's just The Last Jedi he had an issue with. Gotta be real, I don't think the people who hated that movie would have been into, whatever Alan Dean Foster had cooking. And that's it, ladies, gentlemen, and NBs out there. That was the Star Wars Iceberg Remastered. More of a remake than a remaster. Honestly, more of a completely, just new. This is an actual iceberg. The original one wasn't an actual iceberg because of the formatting thing that I did in the first one. But yeah, that's it. That's the end. I'm going to keep this rather short because this video is already long enough, and I also have an insane headache. But I want to thank everyone for watching this video, for getting to this point. This is the first video I've uploaded since reaching 100K, flat out. And it's interesting. I've said this a couple times before in tweets, and I think even in the end of the Friday the 13th Iceberg, but that is such insane thing. I never thought I'd get there. It's just nuts. I thank you everyone for watching. Thank you for giving my videos a chance. I couldn't have done it without you all. But yeah, with all that being said, next month there will not be a video from me because January is kind of my break month where I take a month break. But I'll be back in February with the Captain America Iceberg. Yep, we're back to doing superhero icebergs. Haven't done one since the X-Men one, so should be fun. But yeah, thank you all for watching. It's been a huge year for the channel, and hope you all enjoyed. And so I will see you all in the new year. Take care, everyone. Have a great holiday. Stay safe and all that. And like I just said, I'll see you all in the next year.
Your feelings for her are not real. They are real to me!